After traveling for a while, he heard explosions in the distance and wrinkled his brows. There are others in this area. As he drew closer, the figures of another group of players entered his sights. There were 6 of them in total, and they appeared to be training in the marsh. However, he didn't slow down and soon entered their sights. Seeing him approach, the group eyed him suspiciously. It's a thief. Everyone, be careful. All 6 players raised their guards. He's probably just passing by, the leader of the group said. If this thief really wanted to ambush them, he wouldn't have emerged in front of them and exposed himself in plain sight. I think he's just aggroing monsters for his team. These 6 players remained prudent and didn't take the initiative to intercept him. If by chance, this thief belonged to a team and they barred his way, it would bring them unnecessary trouble. Nie Yan had more important fish to fry, so he didn't want to get in a tangle with these players unnecessarily. Plus, they didn't pose much of a threat. He ran past them and disappeared within the thickets. Those 6 players were astonished by his speed as he dashed past them. He had closed the distance between them in almost an instant. What kind of speed is that? That thief was simply too fast. Even if they had tried to intercept him, not only would they likely fail to stop him, they would have probably ended up worse for wear as well. These 6 players felt like they dodged a bullet. Forget it, let's go back to leveling. Hey Yi Wang, forgotten, do you have any more health potions? I ran out. Share some with me. The thief's unexpected appearance was just a minor incident for them, so they quickly went back to training. As Nie Yan traveled further through the marsh, he finally began finding traces of the serpentine lizard. Finally found you. So I just need to keep going this way. He accelerated his pace. There were too many players in this area, and he didn't want the serpentine lizard falling into another person's hands. After running several dozen meters, he caught sight of the serpentine lizard resting behind some bushes. Likewise, the serpentine lizard noticed him as well. Its scarlet tongue flickered in, hissing as it watched him attentively. Like a lamp that had spent that last of its oil, there was no more strength left in its body. The final sprint had put it in a weakened state. By now, it no longer had the ability to flee. Nie Yan retrieved his crossbow, took aim, and fired. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 bolts went flying through the air. -17. -18. -16. The serpentine lizard let out a mournful cry as it writhed in pain. Nie Yan put away the crossbow, retrieved his daggers, then dashed toward it and dealt the final blow. -51. A bright red damage value rose above the lizard's head. It struggled briefly before going limp and collapsing on the ground. I saw it running over this way. Look, I see its footprints on the ground. The several voices belonged to Eternal Sin and his teammates. However, they had arrived too late. Nie Yan stooped down to the ground and picked up the item that dropped from the serpentine lizard's corpse. It's a skill book. After passing through some thickets, Eternal Sin and his team finally arrived and almost immediately noticed his presence. It's the thief. Stop him. A spell came flying straight towards him. Goodbye Tilda, he faintly smiled and gazed at Eternal Sin, Candy, and the others before bounding over the shrubbery and disappearing from their sight. Eternal Sin and his team anxiously went in pursuit, but by the time they arrived at the lizard's corpse, all signs of Nie Yan had long disappeared. They turned to look at each other and saw the similarly dismayed expression in their teammates' eyes. It took them an enormous amount of effort to get the serpentine lizard to low health. Yet somehow, it still ended up in that thief's hands. Could it be that he had never left the area and was waiting for another opportunity to appear the whole time? If that was the case, he must have possessed a terrifying level of patience. This time around, the final victor of the battle was Nie Yan. As for Eternal Sin, Candy and the rest of their team, they had played all their cards already. Besides holding a grudge, there was nothing they could do. After fleeing from Eternal Sin and his team, Nie Yan resumed his main objective and headed for the ruins of Sulgata. As he ran towards his destination, he retrieved the skill book that he had obtained from the serpentine lizard from his bag. Since he had been in a hurry to escape, he hadn't checked to see what it actually was. Damn it, it's just a revived skill book. He couldn't help letting out a sigh. Though, in truth, his luck wasn't actually bad. This skill book was a vital necessity for teams if they wanted to progress in the future, and the sooner they obtained it, the better. Due to this, the current market price was ludicrous. Even if a player listed it for 1 gold, there would still be plenty of teams making a mad scramble to obtain it. Skill book, revive. Description, allows a priest to revive a fallen comrade. Requirement, incantation, gesture, and material. Skill attribute, revive a fallen comrade, can only be cast while outside of combat. This skill requires 10 seconds to channel. Cooldown, 30 seconds. User restriction, priest, can only be learned by a member of the righteous faction. He skimmed through its description before storing it back into his bag. It would become quite valuable to him in the future, so he didn't plan on selling it. Besides, he wasn't short on money either. After traversing through a vast stretch of thickets, he eventually encountered a ruined city constructed at the center of the marshland. As he approached the city's perimeter, his gaze fell on the once towering walls that had been eroded by the elements. Upon closer inspection, he could still see traces of its former majesty. Looming past the wall stood an imposing pyramid constructed out of stone slabs, placed at the city center. Even from afar, he could see various characters from the Dark Era carved on each slab, every single one of them radiating an ancient aura. This ancient stronghold experienced countless battles and wars. No one knew what year or what month it happened, but the city had long since been devoid of life. All that remained were the aged pillars and walls that whistled a lonely ballad as the wind passed through them. No mistake, I found the right place. Nie Yan circled the outer perimeter of the city for some time until he found the main gates. He sorted out his inventory before setting foot inside the city gates. As he crossed the threshold from the gates into the passageway, he was met with the sight of countless ruins. Moreover, the instant he entered the walls, the sky suddenly turned dark. It was almost like he had been transported into another dimension. Darkness enshrouded everything, and he could no longer see outside the city. There was only the eerie sight of the ancient ruins in front of him. System, you've discovered the Sulgata rampart. He saw rows upon rows of dilapidated buildings that led to the giant pyramid off in the distance. As he peered through the passageway at the main road, he saw the ghastly bones of the dead littering the pathways, streets, and sidewalks. Suddenly, he felt a cold chill assault the back of his neck. A cold wind blew, and the scattered bones began moving on their own. Seeing this, he hurriedly climbed to a higher vantage point. Shortly after reaching a reasonable height, the countless bones of varying sizes began to assemble together. There were some of short stature, seemingly belonging to dwarves. Another group looked almost reptilian in nature, if you ignored the enormous bony wings that were growing out of their backs. Presumably, these belonged to the dragon race. The rest belonged to the human and giant races. These undead were what remained of an ancient battle. Countless lives belonging to various races were lost inside this stronghold. Their souls couldn't move on to the afterlife, so they persisted through the ages and lingered by their remains. As soon as they sensed the breath of the living, they would reanimate their bodies and seek to exterminate its source without fail. Nie Yan scanned over the nearest ones using transcendent insight. Skeleton Sentinel extremely frail level 10. Health 120 120ths. Skeleton Mage extremely frail level 10. Health 80 80ths. Skeleton Ripper extremely frail level 10. Health 150 150ths. The skeletons had small health pools, and their attacks weren't powerful. In addition, they possessed the extremely frail modifier, so the level disparity between him and the mobs could be ignored. Even so, their sheer numbers couldn't be underestimated. The entire passageway was filled to the brim with skeletons. Moreover, since they were undead, they couldn't bleed nor be stunned. Stealth was also useless against them since they detected the living through the presence of life, not sight. He hurriedly distanced himself from these undead. If they discovered him, they would charge over in a rush to exterminate him. After putting some space between them, he slowly made his way forward. Eventually, he encountered a lone skeleton sentinel. He unsheathed his daggers and dashed in. Opening with an assassinate, he then followed up with vital strike and instantly smashed it into smithereens. System, you've successfully slain a skeleton sentinel. Plus 200% experience for killing a monster above your level. You've received 230 experience points. Though these skeletons were relatively weak, the experience they gave was quite decent. Just as Nie Yan killed the lone skeleton sentinel, a group of skeleton sentinels and skeleton rippers from across the passage noticed his presence and bolted towards him. There were over a dozen of them running at him like an incoming wave. The skeleton rippers were the first to approach as they brandished their blades. The skeleton mages behind them raised their staffs. Crimson and pale white energy coalesced together, forming an otherworldly blaze, and a rain of ice and lightning magic followed as well. God damn it, why are there so many of them? He inwardly cried. After a quick glance behind him, he discovered the exit had been sealed off as well. There were skeletons everywhere. He fled from the fight and dashed toward a fork in the path. Although their numbers were great, their movements were clumsy and awkward. Thus, if he didn't act carelessly, they wouldn't pose too much of a threat to him. Bang, bang, bang. Several spells exploded by his side as he dashed around the corner and escaped the skeleton mage's attack range. As he fled from the skeletons, he observed the path ahead of him and noticed another mob of enemies aggressively charging in his direction. He couldn't retreat since the rear path was sealed off by skeletons, and he couldn't advance into the charging skeletons. Nie Yan quickly looked at the walls beside him. They were roughly 5 meters high, and littered with footholds due to their eroded state. He leapt into the air and scaled the walls. After reaching the top, he gently landed on the other side. There were several skeleton mages scattered around the vicinity of this path. In addition, many bones littered the ground, seemingly yet to reanimate. He didn't dare to be neglectful and dashed towards one of the skeleton mages with his daggers raised. After a brief exchange, the skeleton mage collapsed to the ground and shattered into fragments. The other skeleton mages had already noticed his presence and were in the middle of casting their spells. However, he was lightning fast and quickly finished them off one by one. Afterward, as he began picking up the items that dropped, the bones on the ground trembled and began reassembling themselves. He didn't stay any longer and promptly fled towards the exit. However, as his feet stepped past a few tiles on the floor, he felt a slight vibration beneath his feet. Though it had been extremely minute, he still detected it immediately. Traps. He hastily jumped to the side. Boom. The tile he had stepped on exploded, sending debris flying everywhere. Several of the nearby skeletons had been caught by the explosion and were blown away. The shock from the blast destroyed them as they collapsed into a pile of bone fragments. Some of the shrapnel from the explosion also struck his body and caused several damage values to rise above his head. -12. -13. -15. He broke out in a cold sweat as he lay sprawled on the ground. These landmines were extremely terrifying. If he had taken the full brunt of that explosion, he wouldn't have even left a complete corpse behind. Although the landmines were dangerous, with a single explosion being able to instantly kill a thief, there was a slight 2-second window before they actually detonated. As long as he maintained his awareness, he could pass through safely without a hitch. Nie Yan climbed back to his feet and dashed toward his destination, clearing out the skeletons as he traveled along the narrow, twisting passages of the Sulgata rampart. After clearing out several passages, and finishing off the last nearby skeleton mage, his experience bar had risen by 2%. Along the way he had picked up many items, though he still hadn't had the time to sort them out yet. As he advanced onwards, he eventually encountered an area with no skeletal remains. Finally, this ought to be a safe area. He sat down and began sorting through the items he had recently picked up, 27 coppers and 2 subpar pieces of bronze equipment. Just as he was about to close his inventory menu, a shabby-looking scroll at the bottom corner of the window caught his eye. Only then did he recall that he had obtained such an item. He must have picked it up from that skeleton mage he destroyed earlier. Written on this yellowed scroll were the ancient characters of the dragon race. It read, "Ancient spirits awaken from within the shadows." It was a special one-use item called a spirit summoning scroll. As the name suggests, the player could summon an ancient spirit by activating this scroll. However, there were downsides. In the event that the player failed to control the spirit, they would be devoured in turn. It was quite an uncommon item. In Sulgata, the likelihood of it dropping was 1 in 2,000. So, if one were lucky, they'd obtain it every so often while killing skeletons in the area. The ghost summoned by this item wasn't all that strong. At best, it could be used as a meat shield. However, in an area like Sulgata that was filled with countless roaming skeletons, this item was surprisingly handy. Though, there was a slight problem. His low level would make it difficult for him to control the summoned ghost, which meant that it was highly possible it would try to devour him. Should I use it or not? Nie Yan pondered for a moment. If I'm capable of controlling it, then I'll have a meat shield at my disposal. If I fail, however, my only loss will be a scroll. With those thoughts in mind, he turned and surveyed his surroundings. It's pretty spacious here, and for the time being, there won't be any monsters to disturb me. After thinking for a bit, he bit into his thumb and pressed it onto the scroll, using his blood to draw a dark red mark. As his blood gradually seeped into its fibers, the scroll began to radiate with a faint glow. The ancient seals written on the scroll were slowly beginning to activate. Soon, a dark ghastly energy emerged from the scroll and gradually condensed into the form of a person. The spirit he summoned was a ghost assassin. It appeared translucent and held a shadowy dagger in its hands. Ghost assassin, level 10. Health, 230-230ths. Its stats actually weren't bad for a level 10 summon. In his previous timeline, he had also used this item when he was level 10 or so. In those days, the price of a spirit summoning scroll was about 8 silvers, which wasn't considered to be very expensive as the average player was able to buy them. If he were to sell the scroll at the marketplace now, then considering its current rarity, it would probably go for around 10 silvers. The Ghost Assassin's combat strength was decent, and it had a summon duration of 30 minutes. It also possessed 3 skills: Shroud, Concussive Strike, and Self-Detonate. With this summon at his side, his leveling speed would certainly increase significantly. After being summoned, the Ghost Assassin didn't move at all. Instead, it scanned the surroundings with its cold eyes. Nie Yan attempted to control the ghost, but it didn't budge an inch. He tried once more, and this time, it actually moved. I succeeded. His heart filled with pleasant surprise. With the Ghost Assassin by his side, he'd have an extra hand to help fight the skeletons. Contrary to his expectations, however, the Ghost Assassin's dagger flashed with a cold glint as it suddenly dashed toward him. Shit, this asshole is trying to devour me. This wasn't entirely unexpected, though, as he never had high hopes to begin with when he summoned it. His level was simply too low. Moreover, the ghost wasn't merely a level or two above him, it was 5 entire levels above him. Controlling it couldn't have been an easy matter. In the event that the player failed to control the summoned creature, they would be the first thing the summon would aggro onto. Disregarding the fact that it could be stunned as it sped toward him, Nie Yan pulled back rapidly and dodged the Ghost Assassin's oncoming attack. Then, seeing an opening, he quickly pounced forward and went on the offensive. Vital Strike. Nie Yan shouted out as he slashed his dagger across the Ghost Assassin's neck. Yet, the attack seemed to be ineffective as its shadowy neck simply restored itself almost instantly after being cut. Brandishing the dagger in its hand, that ghastly being dashed forward and answered with an attack of its own. Nie Yan was forced back onto the defensive and had to constantly retreat as they fought. Their positions were ever changing as they moved about the area. This ghost was much stronger than those frail skeletons. Thankfully, he had only summoned a Ghost Assassin and not something tankier. So although he was 5 levels below it, his damage wasn't insignificant. -23. -25. 2 damage values rose above the Ghost Assassin's head. After losing a sizable chunk of health, the ghost's body began to sway and fade, eventually disappearing from sight. Nie Yan had lost sight of his target. No matter how hard he concentrated while searching, he was unable to detect its position. The level discrepancy between them was just too large, so he was unable to see through the Ghost Assassin's shroud. He cautiously retreated to a nearby wall, then pressed his back against the stone so he would only have to face attacks from the front. Suddenly, the nearby shadows flickered and a silhouette emerged at his side. The dagger in its hands deftly struck towards his head. The Ghost Assassin was also capable of using Concussive Strike, and Nie Yan was a goner if he let himself get stunned. Seeing the dagger approach, he quickly sidestepped the attack and avoided a perilous situation. But just as he dodged the attack, the Ghost Assassin turned its blade back and lashed out at Nie Yan again, though this time, its dagger transformed into 3 flashes of light before it struck. -52, -57, -56. The unexpected chain of attacks cost him the greater half of his health. Nie Yan hurriedly pulled back, just narrowly evading the Ghost Assassin's second flurry of attacks, then leapt away to put some distance between them. He took out a basic health potion and poured its contents down his throat, instantly restoring 30 health. Seeing the Ghost Assassin draw near, Nie Yan swung out his right arm and attempted to hit it in the head with a concussive strike. The Ghost Assassin's head split in two from the force of the strike, but rapidly began recovering to its original shape. While its head recovered, the ghost halted its movements for several seconds. And those few seconds were all Nie Yan needed to unload enough attacks to bring it down to a third of its health. He proved to be a bit too greedy with his attacks, though, as he continued attacking even after the stun had worn off. He didn't have time to react as the Ghost Assassin slashed at his chest. -76. A critical hit. The attack reduced his health to 13%, leaving him badly frightened. Without sparing a second, he quickly fell back with swift retreat and applied a combat bandage. +20, +20, +20. The Ghost Assassin had no intention to let him rest as it rushed towards him with a dagger aimed right for his head. Nie Yan dodge rolled to the side, evading the attack, then swiftly retaliated with Assassinate. His dagger slashed across the Ghost Assassin's chest. His attack also dealt a critical hit and brought the Ghost Assassin down to 5% health. The Ghost Assassin suddenly let out a cry as its body turned a dark shade of red and began to rapidly expand and violently surge with energy. It wants to self-destruct. The explosion from a Ghost Assassin self-destructing was especially terrifying. He had been caught in such an explosion before in his past, and it caused him to lose over 80% of his health. But that was when he was level 10. As a level 5, he probably wouldn't even be left with a complete corpse. Judging that it was too late to escape the blast radius, he rushed at the Ghost Assassin and planted his dagger in its throat. Vital Strike. The Ghost Assassin's health fell to 0, and its self-detonate was cancelled. As it dissolved into thin air, it let out a single mournful cry. Ha, 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 Nie Yan gasped for air. That bastard was more difficult than I thought. As he recovered his stamina, his eyes happened to glance over the ground. It actually dropped something. Although the Ghost Assassin was a summon, as soon as it broke away from the summoner's control, it would become indistinguishable from common mobs. This meant that it could drop items upon death like any other mob. Nie Yan bent down and grasped the item that had dropped. Upon further inspection, it appeared to be a skull that was roughly the size of his palm. Numerous delicate patterns and designs were carved onto the top of the skull, and there were even 2 green gems embedded in its sockets. Cursed Skull Fate Item. Fate items were spread by the powers of the Dark Faction. They were extremely rare items and often possessed unimaginable effects. This information came from the dark region known as the Underworld, an area filled with pestilence and blight. There, countless creatures roamed amongst the lands dotted with ancient tombs. In addition to that, the land was also where the undead flourished, being home to wraiths, skeletons, ghouls, and all other sorts of dark entities. Aside from evil necromancers, who beckoned the unliving with their magic, no others could approach this land. The Spirit Summoning Scroll was an item used to bypass countless layers of earth and summon spiritual entities directly from the underworld, most of which had never seen the light of day. Some fate items served as catalysts for necromancers to summon spirits, while others were evil items that contained powerful curses. Though no matter what their use was, not even necromancers were fully capable of controlling these items as they desired. Just like their name suggested, the outcome of using a fate item could only be left up to fate. Nie Yan read over the Cursed Skull's description. In order to activate its effect, the player was required to crush the skull, whereupon 3 fate dice would be summoned. Once activated, there was no turning back. The player must roll each die, otherwise, they would be cursed. If a 4 or higher was rolled, then the player would receive a reward. If the player rolled a 3 or lower, however, they would be inflicted with a curse based on the result. The lower the roll, the heavier the penalty. Inversely, the higher the roll, the greater the reward. Be it a reward or a curse, opportunity and risk were two sides of the same coin. Additionally, the cursed skull would disappear if it wasn't used within 5 minutes. After he finished reading the description, Nie Yan felt an indescribable sensation in his chest. The outcome of using this item was hard to predict. This was because the summoned dice were rolled by the system, which meant it was impossible to cheat, and thus the end result depended entirely on luck. This meant each roll had a 50% chance to be a boon and an equal chance to be a curse. Nie Yan calmly sat on the ground and started eating a loaf of bread to replenish his health, though his state of mind was anything but tranquil. Gah, it all depends on my luck. Even he couldn't say for sure whether his luck was good or bad. While pondering about what his next action would be, Nie Yan closely examined the skull in the palm of his hands. The skull had a gem embedded in each eye, and they were flickering with a ghastly light. As he stared into the eyes, he felt as though they were staring back, watching him. It was calling to him, telling him that it was simply providing him an opportunity. As for whether he dared to challenge fate, that choice was solely up to him. The future was filled with uncertainty. Nie Yan firmly grasped the skull in his hand, despite still being entirely hesitant about what he should do. If he delayed his choice any longer, then the fate item would vanish without a trace. He endlessly questioned himself to the point of torture. In such a situation, no one would dare make a rash decision. As the minutes and seconds continued to pass by, he suddenly recalled an old folktale in the game. It was about an old man who arrived in a village carrying a sealed chest. The old man entered the village square and told the residents that he would unlock the chest and give all the contents within it to whomever paid him a silver. Yet in the end, not even a single villager was willing to spend the money for the chest. Eventually, the old man left. However, from then on the residents of that village would often lose sleep as they tossed and turned in bed, recalling the old and his mysterious chest. They regretted not paying the silver and getting to the bottom of that chest. The moral of the story was quite simple, and it applied to his current situation rather well. If he didn't use this cursed skull and let it fade away, then perhaps he would end up like those villagers, endlessly thinking back to one event with regret. There's no harm in trying my luck. Nie Yan firmed his resolve and gradually exerted more strength on the skull in his right hand. Crack! It began to split under the pressure as he gritted his teeth. Pop! The cursed skull was crushed into pieces. The next 20 seconds passed in complete silence, as if everything in the vicinity had been frozen in time. Suddenly, an enormous bone-white, six-sided fate die emerged in the sky, suspended directly above Nie Yan. Each face had a different number carved into it. 1 to 6 appeared in ancient, crimson-red characters belonging to the spirit race. It awaited his attempt to challenge fate. After taking in a deep breath, Nie Yan slowly extended his right arm. As his hand hovered over one of the floating die, it began to spin at an incredible speed, with the number facing him changing at a rapid pace. The scene was easily capable of making a person's head spin from dizziness. Stop! As soon as he called out, the rapidly spinning fate die immediately came to a rest, and the number was revealed before him. The bolded character was in a shade of red that resembled blood. Shit, I'm out of luck. Almost immediately, a sinister, malicious energy covered his entire body and slowly drained his strength. Curse pestilence of the frail, your strength has been permanently reduced by 10. The terrifying curse sent chills down his spine and caused his heart to freeze over. Even if he was a top expert, losing 10 strength was still incredibly difficult to bear. Each stat point was as precious as the next. Not to mention that, outside of leveling, permanently raising a stat by even a single point was an extremely challenging task. To Nie Yan, it seemed as though the scarlet number painted on the die had transformed into the slithering tongue of a devil, flamboyant and alluring. It gazed at him in a mocking manner. The die had only landed on a 3, yet it had permanently reduced his strength by 10 points. He had a hard time imagining what sort of severe curse he would have come under if it had landed on a 2 or even possibly a 1. Even worse, he still had 2 more rolls to go. He didn't dare think about the consequences that potentially awaited him. Would he end up a cripple? In that case, he would have to delete his character and start all over again. His fate was unknown. And because it was unknown, it was all the more terrifying to think of. However, he couldn't back out now. The next fate die was quietly floating in the air. If he didn't roll before a certain amount of time passed, he would be automatically cursed regardless. Was he regretting his decision? No. To be more accurate, he didn't have the time for regret. He hovered his right hand over the second die, causing it to rapidly spin in the air. He didn't know if the next roll was going to be a dazzling reward or a debilitating curse. Though, no matter the outcome, he was unable to escape this trial of fate. What if it's another curse? No, it definitely won't be. Stop! Nie Yan called out. The tone of his voice revealed his faltering resolve compared to earlier, but he still pressed on regardless. The ivory white fate die was akin to a snake coiling itself around his heart. The sound of the die stopping practically caused his heart to stop beating. 5. It landed on a 5. Then, a white radiance descended over him, and he felt as though a huge weight had been lifted. It's not a curse. As long as it's not a curse, then it's okay. Nie Yan regained his calm and checked the system announcement, whereupon he immediately checked his skill window. There was an extra skill in one of the slots. Undead Right Undead Temple Magic, rank 1, sacrifice 30% health to summon an undead for 3 hours. 20% chance summoned undead will be directly under the player's control. The player can only summon a maximum of 5 undead at one time. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Apparently, where there were sacrifices, there were also gains. When he saw Undead Right, he couldn't help but feel excited. It was actually temple magic. Elemental temple magic and undead temple magic were both classified as high-level skills. After losing 10 points of strength, this seemed like a reasonable return. After all, since he had the chapter of courage, it was possible to make up for the permanent loss in strength after 25 levels. In addition, this rare skill was a priceless treasure. In the future, he'd have an advantage when leveling and traversing areas filled with undead. Unfortunately, that was where the celebrations would come to an end. The last die floating in the air caused him to gaze at it with a complex expression. This item could truly allow a player to reach the heavens in a single bound. At the same time, however, it could also consign a player to the deepest layers of hell. Fate tended to operate in an unfathomable way. It could grant a person a short respite during their time of suffering, only to send them straight to eternal damnation afterwards. Life, or death. Nobody knew for certain what fate had in store for them. If he wasn't willing to take on the risks, he wouldn't have crushed the skull in the first place. Nie Yan forcefully calmed his mind and extended his hand over the die. A bountiful reward, or a malignant curse, the final result of his gamble would remain shrouded in mystery until this final die came to a rest. The fate die began to spin and tumble in the air as his unknown fate beckoned to him. Seeing the die rotating at a dizzying speed, he broke out in a cold sweat. Please, please don't let it be a curse. Stop, he felt like his heart was going to explode out of his chest. The die immediately halted, and the strange demonic character revealed before his eyes was shockingly. A 5, another 5, perhaps 5 was his lucky number. The surprising result of the final roll left Nie Yan feeling an indescribable amount of bliss. His only hope was that he wouldn't roll another curse. He never actually thought that he would receive a reward, much less what the reward might be. After all, rolling 3 fate dice wasn't something an ordinary player could afford. This extremely dangerous gamble made him feel as though his heart had been constrained from all the stress. System, you've received Pandora's box. Pandora's box fate item. What the hell? Another fate item. The first one had already given him enough of a headache, yet he was given a second one. If this one was just like the first and could cause him to be cursed, then he'd rather have it disappear. After experiencing the fickle nature of the fate dice, he vowed to never partake in such a terrifying gamble again. Partaking in a dangerous gamble like that once was more than enough, so he wouldn't regret letting the second chance disappear. Pandora's box was a perfectly shaped, silver gray cube. On each face was a different carving depicting various things such as a sinister skull, a fiendish devil, an angel, and so on. Not only were the carvings both vivid and lifelike, they were also meticulously detailed. In addition, these carvings seemed to be imbued with a peculiar energy. Nie Yan examined Pandora's box a bit more closely. Fortunately for him, it didn't fall under the same category as the cursed skull. In fact, it was actually quite the treasure. Pandora's box fate item. Item description. Insert 3 pieces of equipment of equal grade into Pandora's box for a 10% chance of obtaining a piece of equipment of a higher grade. All pieces of equipment are destroyed upon failure. Insert a piece of equipment and a fortune gem for a chance of raising its grade by 1. Upon failure, the piece of equipment is demoted by a grade. Counter cycle equals 3 seconds begins when activated. If cycle number is even, luck plus 5. If cycle is odd, luck minus 5. User restriction can be used by all factions. This item was actually quite a rarity. Although he had heard of such an item in the past, Nie Yan had never actually come across one himself. In addition, it didn't lose out 1 bit to legendary grade equipment in value. He could put 3 pieces of gold equipment inside Pandora's box for a 10% chance of getting a piece of dark gold equipment in return. Of course, there was a 90% chance of failure as well, which meant the loss of all the items he had inserted, but the potential return was well worth the risk. For example, if he inserted 3 pieces of dark gold equipment into the box, he had a chance of obtaining a piece of legendary equipment. The slight caveat was that very few players would actually dare to stake 3 pieces of dark gold equipment on such a gamble. After all, equipment of that rarity was extremely expensive and hard to obtain. The second method allowed the player to raise the grade of their equipment by using fortune gems. These gems were expensive items created by jewel crafters that increased the success rate of inserting gems into equipment sockets. Usually their market price averaged around 5 silvers, but the real challenge was actually finding them being listed up for sale. Moreover, most of those who bought these gems couldn't bear to actually use them. The item's ability to affect luck was also very useful. It could influence the drop rate, crafting success rate, etc. 5 points might not sound like much, but it was actually quite a significant amount of luck. It could increase drop rate by 200%, crafting success rate by 1/5, and so on. As for the inverse when the player's luck was reduced by 5 points. Let's just say that, at that point, anything that could go wrong was guaranteed to go wrong. This item would basically divide the player's time into 2 periods, one where they would be the luckiest man in the world, and one where they would be the most unfortunate soul in existence. Nie Yan pondered for a moment. It wasn't necessarily a lucky item, but he could try his best to trigger events when the timer was on an even cycle. Even though 3 seconds passed by in the blink of an eye, he was confident he would be able to gauge the timing properly. This blessing had arrived so abruptly that he had yet to figure out what item grade Pandora's box belonged to. This was quite the conundrum, one he'd certainly need to slowly research lest he miss any details. But that was a task for the future. Right now he needed to get moving. After standing up, Nie Yan stored Pandora's box away in his bag. It seemed that in this gamble, the risks had brought more reward than punishment. Realizing that he was one step closer to understanding one of the many mysteries of fate, Nie Yan felt his heartbeat fluctuate. As soon as the fate dice disappeared, time in the area seemed to start moving again. The frozen skeletons in the distance resumed their movements and once again began moving towards him with the intent of surrounding him. Many skeletons who had seen Nie Yan while patrolling the area attempted to get closer to him, but upon drawing near, they simply stopped in their tracks. It wasn't until the fate dice disappeared that they finally resumed their pursuit. Because of this, a large mob of skeletons had gradually built up nearby. When Nie Yan looked over, he saw them packed tighter than sardines in a tin can. So many skeletons. Nie Yan didn't dare stay here any longer and hastily fled towards the nearest wall. The outer district of Sulgata resembled an immense labyrinth. He didn't even know his own location. He was simply relying on his own judgment as he moved towards the gigantic pyramid that stood at the center of the city. While navigating the city, the distant pyramid made for a convenient landmark. The skeletons didn't stop their pursuit. As soon as the skeleton mages got within range, they raised their staffs and rained magic down upon his location. Nie Yan leapt into the air, and just as he set foot on top of the wall. Boom, boom, boom. The volley of spells battered the wall and sent a large amount of debris flying everywhere. 21, 27, 25. Numerous damage values rose above Nie Yan's head, bringing his health down to a third after only a single round of spells. There were just too many skeleton mages below him. After drinking a health potion, he jumped down to the other side. His landing was graceful, but that didn't mean he was out of danger yet. The only way Nie Yan saw to shake off the skeletons was to deviate from his current path, which would bring him further and further from the pyramid at the center. However, he had no other choice. He had to lose the skeletons that were pursuing him. Nie Yan eventually came across an opening that seemed to lead to one of the city's public squares. Even further off in the distance, he was able to make out a coliseum. It must have surely been an imposing sight back in its prime, but now it was nothing more than ruins, surely the work of several centuries of erosion. Even though it was now in ruins, when Nie Yan stared at the dilapidated relic from a long-gone era, he was still able to imagine how it would have looked in the past. System, you've discovered Sulgata Coliseum. So it was the city's Coliseum. Nie Yan had been through this area in the past, but he never actually took the time to look around and explore this Coliseum. While making his way through the plaza, Nie Yan suddenly felt something give underneath his foot. It's a pitfall. He had been too distracted by the imposing sight of the Coliseum in the distance, and didn't bother to examine the area for traps. Thus, in his carelessness, he ended up stepping right into a trap. Nie Yan suddenly leapt forward in an attempt to jump away before the ground beneath him completely collapsed. To his shock, however, he discovered that the pitfall trap he had stumbled into was gigantic. It spanned over 20 meters wide. How could he possibly leap that far away? Before he could get away, the ground collapsed, sending Nie Yan into a free fall. He didn't know how deep the pitfall was, so he readied his featherfall gem. If the pitfall was too high, he'd have no choice but to use it to prevent himself from dying from fall damage. Thud. However, those worries seemed to be unnecessary as he landed on the ground and only at 26 rows above his head. It seemed the pitfall wasn't too deep, only around 10 meters at most. Nie Yan had fallen into a square room surrounded by prison cells. Above him hung several night pearls which illuminated the area below. As he took a good look at his surroundings, he then realized just what kind of place he had fallen into. He was likely dropped into an underground dungeon. On either side of him were two enclosures with stout metal bars which firmly prevented escape. As he peered through the gaps and into the enclosures, he saw a gigantic set of bones in each one. The bone piles were over 4 meters high, and he could see an enormous tail, skeletal wings, and a lizard-like skull mixed in. These two skeletal remains had most likely been dragons when they were alive. Since this dungeon wasn't too far from the Sulgata Colosseum, it seemed these dragons were forced to fight in the gladiatorial arena. As prisoners of the Colosseum, all of their freedoms were wrested away, and they were made into tools of entertainment for the nobility. When Sulgata finally fell, they were most likely abandoned and kept locked in their cells, left to starve, and eventually turning into skeletons. While Nie Yan was lost in thought, the two bone piles suddenly trembled and slowly began to reassemble. Roar! Roar! The two skeletons let out indignant cries which reverberated across the entire dungeon. They resembled two vicious beasts as they charged at Nie Yan. Bang! The iron bars of their cells violently shuddered after being rammed by their large skeletal frames. Their cages slightly contorted as the bars had been bent askew from the collisions. The skeletal dragons cried out furiously as they repeatedly slammed into their enclosure, causing the metal bars to warp just a little more each time. Nie Yan felt their cages wouldn't be able to hold on much longer due to the continuous impacts. These dragons probably held great resentment and vexation during their passing. Thus, their souls were unable to move on, and they became undead. They were much stronger than ordinary undead, and their dark red bones possessed a metallic luster. Nie Yan used transcendent insight to examine these skeletal dragons. Undead Dragon Gladiator Leader Level 10. Health 600/600. They were leader-class monsters, and they shared a common trait among most skeletal undead. Their healths were much lower in comparison to their living counterparts. Even then, these two level 10 leader-class monsters still weren't something he could handle. The undead dragons could easily kill him. He glanced at the walls of the pitfall above him. It was too high. It would be impossible for him to climb out of it even with the aid of the ring of woven silk. As he looked around for somewhere to escape, his eyes happened to fall on a tunnel in the distance that appeared to be the dungeon's exit. However, the tunnel was sealed off by an iron gate. The gate was firmly clamped shut by a giant padlock. He didn't have any thoughts of smashing the gate open. It simply wasn't possible. He wasn't like those undead dragons who possessed large bodies and robust frames. After the repeated collisions from the undead dragons, many metals bars were visibly damaged and bent out of shape. The cages were becoming increasingly weaker with every passing second, and eventually, they collapsed, freeing the skeletal dragons as they charged towards Nie Yan. Simultaneously facing off against two level 10 leader-class monsters in such a confined space would undoubtedly mean his untimely death. The two large skeletal frames came barreling towards him from the sky. They possessed strong bones that were stronger than metal, a powerful body that was full of strength, and a giant tail covered in bony spikes. No matter what he did, it would be impossible to defeat them. It was hopeless to try and fight them directly, thus, he quickly scanned his eyes over his skill bar. He could only entrust his life into this final hope, undead right. This skill was the only thing that could save his life since it had a 20% chance of controlling a targeted undead. Whether he lived or died all depended on this skill succeeding. Due to the level disparity between him and the undead dragon, he wasn't sure he'd succeed in controlling it. In the same instant the skeletal dragons neared, Nie Yan activated the skill and targeted one of them. Undead right. System, you've targeted undead dragon gladiator with undead right. Your health has been reduced by 30%. System, undead right has failed. As soon as he read the system notification, Nie Yan activated swift retreat and rolled out of the way. A giant tail whipped towards where he had just been standing. Boom. Clouds of dust rose into the air, and large cracks were left on the ground where the tail had struck. Since the two dragons had charged at him at the same time, one of them ended up ramming against the other, and they were both sent staggering several steps back due to the impact. Taking advantage of this brief window, Nie Yan activated undead right once again, though the attempt was shortly followed by an announcement of the spell's failure. Thus, before the dragons recovered from the collision, he rolled past their legs. Managing to stabilize himself with some difficulty, he then fled to the nearest corner. Not only did the undead dragons miss with their attacks, they lost track of their target as well. Ghastly green flames flickered in their eye sockets as they searched for Nie Yan's whereabouts, eventually finding him hidden in the corner. Shortly after discovering Nie Yan, one of the skeletal dragons lifted its leg and attempted to crush him. Nie Yan hastily ducked out of the way. Boom! The stomp left a deep imprint in the floor. Following the first one's attack, the other skeletal dragon attempted to stomp him as well. He was frightened half to death as he continuously evaded their attacks. Fortunately for him, the narrow passages of this dungeon further limited the movements of the already clumsy undead, and since their attacks were relatively slow, he was able to barely hang on to his life. However, if this battle continued to drag on at its current pace, he would probably end up dead regardless. Undead right. System, you've targeted undead dragon gladiator with undead right. Your health has been reduced by 30%. System, undead right has failed. Now that undead right had failed 3 times in a row, Nie Yan only had a tenth of his health remaining. While evading the attacks, he pulled out a basic recovery potion, downed its contents, and then applied a combat bandage to himself. After evading the skeletal dragon's attacks for several breaths of time, Nie Yan cast undead right once again when his health bar recovered to 52%. In the same moment, the two skeletal dragons attacked. System, undead right has succeeded. Shortly after the system announcement appeared, Nie Yan felt a strange energy being birthed in his mind. The energy rose above his head and shot straight at one of the skeletal dragons, disappearing into its body. With undead right succeeding, Nie Yan rolled out of the way and evaded the oncoming dragons. Boom! The dragons missed their target and rammed into each other, the impact stunning both and sending them staggering several steps back. In the meantime, Nie Yan hid in a corner and attentively gazed at the dragon he had taken control of using undead right. Did I actually succeed? What's the result? Nie Yan didn't have high expectations in successfully controlling the undead dragon due to the level disparity between them. Thus, despite the announcement, he didn't dare to confirm whether he had truly succeeded. This was possibly his last chance at survival. If he missed this opportunity, there would be no more. Two skeletal dragons and Nie Yan formed a triangle as they stood in this narrow underground dungeon. However, at this moment, the two dragons were staring at each other. Time seemed to flow in reverse, returning Sulgata to its prime, when beasts and gladiators fought in the barbarous Colosseum. Blood splattered everywhere, painting a vibrant scenery of crimson red. The dragon who had been targeted by undead right stood there blankly, staring out into space. The ghastly flames in its eyes seemed to be affected by some sort of foreign energy. Boom, boom, it slightly shook about as if trying to break free of the fetters binding it. Please, God, please let it succeed. Nie Yan prayed for the skill to succeed. In reality, he was an atheist and didn't actually believe in God or any divine deities. However, there was a certain entity in conviction, God of light, that could be considered God, and at this point in time, he became a devout and pious follower. The other dragon suddenly took action and leapt at Nie Yan. It pressed toward him and aimed to end his life. Just as the skeletal dragon leapt into the air, the other dragon, who had been targeted by undead right prior, rammed into its side. Boom, the two dragons collided again, and the one that was attacking Nie Yan was sent flying. Perhaps some divine existence took pity on Nie Yan and answered his prayers because undead right had unexpectedly succeeded in controlling the dragon just in the nick of time. Under the effects of undead right, a glowing black aura emerged over the dark reddish hues of the skeletal dragon's bones, transforming it into a huge metallic beast that brimmed with berserk power. System, please name the undead under your command. Nie Yan thought of a moment and decided to name this dragon, Dark Gladiator. It seemed appropriate, considering its appearance. After being successfully controlled by undead right, Dark Gladiator's stats rose by 10%. The already formidable skeletal dragon had become even more of a matchless powerhouse. Its only weak point was it could only act as a temporary companion and only lasted for 3 hours, whereupon its soul would be consumed by undead right. It was hard to imagine that someone could possess control over such a terrifying monster. Dark Gladiator relentlessly attacked the other skeletal dragon and flung it across the underground dungeon, smashing heavily into the walls. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of thunderous strikes reverberated through the air as the skeletal dragon was battered left and right across the dungeon. Amidst the relentless assault, the skeletal dragon found an opening and retaliated, whipping its tail at Dark Gladiator's chest. Boom. The force of the attack forced Dark Gladiator several steps back. However, Dark Gladiator seemed virtually unaffected as it resumed its assault and rushed at the skeletal dragon again. As the fighting intensified, Dark Gladiator and the undead dragon resembled two ancient behemoths in a life and death struggle. While the two dragons fought, Nie Yan retrieved his crossbow of blood from his inventory and adeptly loaded it with the black gold bolts that dealt on-hit true damage. Propping the crossbow to his chest, he aligned the sights on his target and fired. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The bolts struck the skeletal dragon, causing 3 damage values to rise above its head. Although the damage wasn't ludicrously high, it was still significant. At the minimum, the bolts dealt 30 to 40 points in combined damage. In one instance, an armor break occurred, and Nie Yan was able to deal upwards of 100 damage. The two dragons were engaged in an all-out brawl, and despite the hectic battle, Nie Yan was still able to fire at the other skeletal dragon with pinpoint accuracy. Nie Yan felt it was quite unfortunate that it took him 4 attempts to control one of the skeletal dragons using undead right. Moreover, in order to cast it the 4th time, he had been forced to use all of his recovery items to replenish his depleted health as quickly as possible. He glanced at his remaining health, not even sufficient to cast another undead right. Although he felt uncomfortable with his health being so low, he could do nothing about it since his combat bandages and other health recovery items were still on cooldown. Dark Gladiator's relentless attacks and Nie Yan's continuous fire eventually brought the skeletal dragon down to critical health. He originally planned to turn this remaining skeletal dragon into his servant as well, but looking at the current situation, such an idea was no longer possible since Dark Gladiator didn't have much health remaining either. If he allowed the battle to drag on and purposefully delayed dealing the killing blow, Dark Gladiator would certainly end up being killed by the other skeletal dragon. After spending so much health obtaining one skeletal dragon, he wasn't willing to let it die without serving him to its full potential. At the 20-second mark since the battle began, Dark Gladiator lashed out with its claws and struck the other skeletal dragon in the chest, simultaneously alleviating the opponent of its remaining health. Following the other skeleton dragon's death, a ghastly ball of flame emerged from its chest and floated upward before gradually disappearing in the air. The skeleton, now a shell without an owner, shattered as it loudly crashed to the floor. Jingle, jingle. As soon as the dragon collapsed, a melodious tune rang out as a bright radiance emerged from Nie Yan's body. He had finally leveled up to level 6. He gained a sizable amount of experience for killing the level 10 undead dragon gladiator. Due to it being 5 levels above him, he received 17-fold of its base experience value. Nie Yan walked toward the bone pile and collected the items that dropped from the undead dragon. The first item was a pair of level 10 gladiator gloves for fighters. The other item was surprisingly a gold-grade chest plate, 57 to 62 defense, strength plus 13, and resilience plus 17. It was definitely a good piece of equipment. He reckoned he could sell it for quite a bit in the auction house. Let alone one that gave bonuses in strength and resilience. Even if a gold-grade chest plate had undesirable properties, based on the raw defense it provided alone, it would still sell for a decent price. The value of this armor was only slightly lower than the Lion King's shield he planned to sell to Blade Light. No buyer should even think of taking the chest plate off his hands if they didn't offer at least 20 silvers. Naturally, this didn't apply for acquaintances or friends who wanted to purchase it. In that case, it would depend on how friendly he was with the person. After killing the undead dragon gladiator and reaching level 6, his experience bar filled by 13%. When he checked the player ladder, the current top-ranked player was a level 8. Moreover, they were a mage. In conviction, no matter how fast a thief could kill monsters, they would still never compare to a mage. Some powerful mages were even able to easily kill monsters above their levels by kiting, taking advantage of terrain, or casting high-level spells. Skilled mages could even solo kill certain bosses without taking damage, an incredibly difficult task for melee professions. Of course, these norms didn't apply to an extreme outlier such as him. Nie Yan glanced at Dark Gladiator who lumbered over to his side. Its enormous body was covered with scratches and deep-cut marks. However, they were healing at a pace even visible to the naked eye, and it wasn't a simple recovery either. Rather than restoring to their original state, razor-sharp talons resembling blades began forming on the skeletal dragon's claws, and its appearance became much more terrifying. The ghastly, pale cyan flames in its eye sockets flickered, radiating a deathly cold energy that made others not dare to stare at it straight on. Despite its imposing appearance, Dark Gladiator lowered its enormous skull as it kneeled in front of him. As a controlled monster, it was now completely subservient to him, answering his every beck and call. Hence, he was free to command it as he pleased. Nie Yan tilted his head upward and peered at the opening of the pitfall. I should be able to escape from here now. He stepped onto the palm of Dark Gladiator's bony claws and ordered it to raise him higher. As he was elevated to a suitable height, he leapt out of its claws and returned to the surface. Dark Gladiator followed soon after and leapt out of the pitfall as well, the weight of its skeletal frame shaking the ground upon landing. With this super meat shield at his side, he would no longer have to fear those common skeletons. Nie Yan would be under Dark Gladiator's protection for roughly 3 hours, so he would definitely make use of the time by retrieving Sulgate's shadow. Having escaped the underground dungeon, Nie Yan strode forward and headed for Sulgate's center. Following behind was the enormous Dark Gladiator who dwarfed him and the surrounding ruins in size. As soon as Nie Yan arrived in a new area, waves of skeletons would surge towards his position. However, like autumn leaves, they would be smashed apart by Dark Gladiator's sweeping tail. In such a way, his experience bar steadily rose while he advanced toward his destination. Every so often, after letting Dark Gladiator clean up most of the skeletons, he would find a suitable time to cast Undead right on the remaining skeleton mages. Hence, in this fashion, he soon formed a party of 6 consisting of Dark Gladiator, 4 skeleton mages, and him. 2 of the skeleton mages specialized in ice magic, 1 in fire, and the other in lightning. All 4 guarded his side. As he traveled through the intricate paths of the outer district, he thought back to the fragmented memories of the time he spent leveling here and seeking out the entrance to the inner district. Leveling here is pretty fast. Nie Yan glanced at his experience bar. In the span of a few dozen minutes, it had already risen by 8%. In the wake of his monstrous clearing speed, the surrounding undead in the vicinity couldn't respawn fast enough. Just as he finished clearing the mobs in an area, he heard sounds of activity at his back. Nie Yan furrowed his brows since it didn't resemble the sounds made by the undead. Voices. There are players here. Leveling here is pretty good, but there's just too many skeletons. We almost lost our lives there. How about we go back and call another priest over? 2 isn't enough. We'll need 3 if we want to continue training here. Having too many priests is inconvenient. How about we call a holy mage? They deal 2 times damage to undead, so our mobbing speed will increase. You're right. Let's go back and recruit a holy mage. There's a leader class skeleton mage near the end of this path. We'll need to circle around it first. The voices of several players coming from behind startled Nie Yan. Just as he spun around, he happened to see 8 players facing him in the distance after they turned the corner at the end of the path. In the same instant, the voices of the chattering players immediately came to a halt. Huh, why did you guys stop talking? Did you all go stupid? An arcane mage among them asked in a puzzled tone. He then followed his companion's gazes. He immediately lost his voice as well. There, at the end of the path, stood a player dressed in a thief's attire. They could tell with a single glance that his gear, especially the pair of daggers in his hands, was completely out of the ordinary. Why did this thief suddenly appear out of nowhere? What was even more shocking, however, was the enormous bone dragon standing at this player's side. As they stared at its dark metallic red bones, towering body, immense spiked tail, and razor-sharp claws, they could instantly tell it was a tier higher than the common undead walking around this area. Besides the skeletal dragon, 4 skeleton mages guard the thief as they loosely gathered by his side, guarding him. The flickering flames in their eye sockets stared back at the recently emerged group of player. The existence of the enormous bone dragon alone made this thief seem all the more mysterious. Thief. Is that an NPC? A mage stammered in question. No, it's a player. Cold shivers traveled down another thief's body as fear grew in his heart. He summoned these skeletons. Is he a necromancer? No, he appears to be a thief. Nie Yan stood silently with the Dark Gladiator, just looking at them, but also giving them a formless feeling of oppression. This was because he was manipulating the strings of their fates at this moment. If he commanded that enormous skeletal dragon to charge over and added the attacks from the 4 skeletal mages as well, those assembled would have no hope of survival at all. The gloomy, cyan flames in the Dark Gladiator's eyes flared. It was waiting for Nie Yan's command. It would immediately make a move if he gave the word to attack. Nie Yan used transcendent insight to view the information of these players. Leader Young 7, Forgotten, Nie Yan. All sorts of familiar names floated into view. Level 6, 6, and 5. These people were influential personages in their past lives. Although they hadn't joined any other guilds, they'd formed a team called True Dragon Mark. The strength of this team was roughly on par with the elite teams of the guilds. It was then that Nie Yan recalled that he'd met these players when he was tracking the Serpentine Lizard. This made sense when he thought about it. Players who dared come to Sulgate Ancient City at this level naturally wouldn't be bumbling fools. Leader Young 7 was a player who would be known as one of the 7 great priests in the future. A strong priest was of utmost importance to a team. They would even have the effect of saving the entire team at critical moments. As for Forgotten, he'd been superior to Nie Yan in his past life and was also one of the thieves who received the moniker of Shadow Dancer. While he had been on roughly the same level as Nie Yan in terms of techniques, he had entered the game earlier and had an elite team. His level and equipment were both superior to Nie Yan. However, circumstances were different now. Nie Yan had more than 10 years of experience as a thief over Forgotten, and in this timeline, they both entered the game at the same time. So their positions would be sure to be rewritten in this life. Perhaps one day, they would be the ones to learn to look up to Nie Yan. As for the others, they weren't as renowned as Leader Young 7 or Forgotten, but they had a small bit of fame as well. Nie Yan, for instance, was not a bad fighter. Although he wasn't ranked in the top 10 of the fighter rankings, he was at least in the top 50. This was still quite a high ranking. After all, the entire righteous faction would have hundreds of thousands of teams 10 years from now. Although Nie Yan had heard of these people before, he'd never come in contact with them. They stared at each other for a while, with the hand that Leader Young 7 was using to grip his staff breaking out in a cold sweat. He didn't display his internal nervousness on his face, however. If Nie Yan made a move, the 6 of them would most likely not make it out alive. They'd naturally be gifting Nie Yan several pieces of equipment. If Nie Yan made a move, it would be a single-sided slaughter. However, Nie Yan had his own thoughts about this matter. These people weren't weak, and although their current levels were low, they would be sure to be elite experts in the future. If Nie Yan gave the order for the Dark Gladiator to charge and kill them, he'd at most get his hands on a few pieces of equipment and a red name. Those pieces of equipment weren't worth much money at all, and he wasn't short on money. Why make so many enemies? They didn't know what he had come to Sulgate for, and he didn't need to worry about someone seizing Sulgate's shadow at this current level. Nie Yan smiled faintly and paid no more attention to these players, heading towards the depths of the city. The Dark Gladiator looked at Nie Yan's back, swiveled its head to look at the players, and then turned to follow him. Several skeletons came pouncing towards Nie Yan. The dark gladiator lifted its tail high and sent it crashing down heavily, smashing the skeletons into fragments. No one dared to follow. Whoever followed Nie Yan was courting death. Nie Yan walked away quite dashingly. They'd only had one glance at his face, but it was something that young Seven and the others would never forget. Wait, Forgotten called out towards Nie Yan. Nie Yan didn't turn back as he left straight ahead, vanishing at the end of the path. Countless numbers of skeletons poured in, blocking their line of vision and making it so that even the tall dark gladiator disappeared from sight as well. Just who was that fellow? He was damn awesome, and he really had summoned those skeletons. Nie Yan mumbled off on the side. This was too frightening if this was the case. Perhaps they weren't summoned creatures. Didn't we get a spirit summoning scroll drop too? He might have gotten something else. Young Seven spoke, deep in thought. Even if this is the case, he's got some skills to dare come to Sulgate alone. Oh right, Forgotten, what did you call out to him for just now? Nie Yan asked, perplexed. Since he turned to leave, that proved that he wouldn't do anything to us. It's a good idea to interact more with someone like that. Other people may not be willing to join our team. Young Seven said. Otherwise, Nie Yan wouldn't have turned without another word. It was obvious that he didn't want to have anything to do with them. That's fine too. We'll become familiar with each other after some chatting. I used inspect just now, that guy's called Nie Yan. Forgotten didn't know what he was feeling now either. As a fellow thief, there seemed to be a great gap between him and Nie Yan. Nie Yan, I seem to have heard this name before. One of my friends said once that someone called Nie Yan slaughtered a lot of people in Radiant Sacred Flame. It looks like he's the one. I've heard that he also has a relationship with Sleepy Fox. Leader Young Seven said. He had friends in all sorts of places, and his sources of news were more timely. He often gossiped when chatting about news, like which guild had gotten a face full of dust from someone, which guilds had fought each other, etc. Is he someone from Holy Empire? No idea, I didn't see him wear a guild emblem just now. I don't think so. Nie Yan had left them with a deep impression with just one glance. A lone thief had dared to charge into Sulgata, this was why they felt deep respect for him. If they stumbled upon a chance to create good relations with Nie Yan or recruit him into their team, they would definitely jump on it. Nie Yan moved towards the center of the city following along the passages within the maze-like outer district. He didn't know about the intentions and plans of those behind him. If he knew that they wanted to recruit him for their team, he would have told them to give up. Nie Yan wouldn't listen to anyone else's commands. He joined the elites of Holy Empire only to get his hands on some equipment. He did want to form a team, but the reins of command had to be in his hands. The dark gladiator rushed forward fiercely, slamming groups of monsters to death. Under this freakish speed of mob killing, Nie Yan's experience bar filled up rapidly. He made his way through a patch of maze and entered an open square. It measured several thousand meters in radius and the tall, rugged pyramid structure was in the center. Scores of tall and stocky skeleton executioners were patrolling around the center of the square. They were at least 5 meters tall, and were moving skeletons. Their right arms were noticeably thicker as they carried heavy axes. The axes were spotted with rust, but were still quite ferocious. Skeleton Executioner, level 13. Health, 1200. These skeleton executioners had even more health than Dark Gladiator, not to mention they were quite numerous as well. However, the caveat was once they were killed, they would never respawn again. Although he had visited Sulgata in the original timeline, these skeleton executioners had long been exterminated. Presumably, they were placed there for the sole purpose of guarding and preventing intruders from stealing the piece of Sulgata's shadow. Even though he knew a group of players had retrieved the piece from this city in the past, he wasn't aware of the price they had to pay to do so. He could imagine the bitter struggles those players must have gone through as he observed the skeleton executioners roaming this area. I didn't expect there to be so many sub-elites, Nie Yan muttered under his breath as his brows furrowed. However, thinking it over, it made sense that a legendary grade item such as Sulgata's shadow would have the protection of many strong monsters, even if just a single piece. He calmly observed the area's topography to determine if it was possible to make a detour. Unfortunately, the area was too open, meaning he would be spotted as soon as he showed himself. As for any cover he could make use of, he spotted a lone pillar standing in the distance, something far from being adequate. Another possible method was to have Dark Gladiator lead the Dark Executioners away, giving him an opportunity to sneak in. However, he felt uneasy facing the hidden dangers that might lurk within the pyramid with no help accompanying him. Sacrificing Dark Gladiator simply wasn't worth the risk. He retreated for now and pondered over the matter while farming the weaker undead mobs in the vicinity. Is it possible to turn the skeleton executioners into servants? Nie Yan ordered Dark Gladiator to retreat inside the outer district and remain on standby. He jumped onto the outer district's border walls and retrieved the crossbow of blood from his inventory, then aligned the sight on the skeleton executioners. 52 meters, too far. 50 meters, still too far. Just as he was about to leave to find a more suitable position, a lone skeleton executioner started moving towards him, drawing progressively close. Perfect. Nie Yan pulled the trigger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 bolts pierced the air and successively struck their target. The cyan flames in the skeleton executioner's eye sockets flickered as it tilted its head and locked its gaze onto the aggressor positioned atop the wall. It immediately brandished its gigantic axe and charged at Nie Yan. The skeleton executioner emitted an odd roar that resembled the grinding of a bulldozer, swinging its axe wildly as it lumbered over. The commotion also caused the nearby 30-plus skeleton executioners to come forward. Seeing the skeleton executioner about to smash the wall with its gigantic axe, Nie Yan jumped off the wall and withdrew at the last possible moment. Boom! The large axe struck the eroded wall, breaking it as if it were rotten wood, bringing down large chunks of stone. Boom! 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 Several dozen thunderous strikes followed the first, and the walls rapidly collapsed, allowing the skeleton executioners to enter the outer district. Nie Yan ran backwards, his eyes remaining fixed on the crumbling wall as he avoided the flying debris. He found a suitable opening and cast Undead Right, which took away 30% of his health in an instant. A wisp of light struck a skeleton executioner and entered its body. Its movements momentarily froze, however, in the next moment, the skeleton executioner broke free of the spell's bindings and charged towards Nie Yan with its axe raised. Damn it, it failed. He promptly rolled out of the way, dodging the oncoming axe. He then dashed toward a nearby wall, scaled over it, and hopped off on the other side. In this fashion, he traversed through the labyrinth-like outer district with the skeleton executioners in tow. After destroying several walls without finding Nie Yan, the skeleton executioners finally gave up and returned to the pyramid. There were just too many of them, which made it quite difficult to find a suitable opportunity to cast Undead Right. Not to mention the low success rate, even if he succeeded by some lucky fluke, his new servant would be hacked to pieces by the other skeleton executioners almost immediately. Although there'd be one less to deal with, he could only imagine how tedious and inefficient it would be using this method to enter the pyramid. At the very minimum, it would take him 2 to 3 days to clear the area of skeleton executioners. Retrieving that piece of Soulgate's shadow is going to be more problematic than I initially thought. In the end, Nie Yan had no choice but to helplessly linger around the outer district, allowing Dark Gladiator to clean up the surrounding mobs. Fortunately, the leveling speed was quite fast, which could count as a small consolation. Before 3 hours were fully up, Nie Yan had cast Undead right 3 more times but made zero headway in recruiting a skeleton executioner. In a mere half hour or so, Dark Gladiator would disappear. Don't tell me. I have to just forget about it and try again later. However, if he decided to give up today, he might not be as lucky next time in finding an amazing servant like Dark Gladiator again. In addition, there was no guarantee another player wouldn't snatch the piece of Soulgate's shadow before he returned. Just as he was racking his brain over this problem, he heard the voices of nearby players enter his ear. It's these guys again, Nie Yan wrinkled his brows. Since the last time he met them, those players had finally explored their way here. With the presence of outsiders, he wouldn't be able to execute his plans without a hitch. Before he retrieved the piece of Soulgate's shadow, he didn't want to allow any others to become aware of its existence. However, he realized even if they arrived here, once they saw how many skeleton executioners there were in the vicinity, they wouldn't even dare to take half a step forward. Let alone have any thoughts of entering the pyramid. Unless they were all over level 10 and brought a much larger group of players along with them, it would be impossible to clear the opening of all the skeleton executioners. Nie Yan still had ample time to retrieve Soulgate's shadow. In the same moment, 6 players entered Nie Yan's view. The players were greeted by the sight of an enormous skeleton dragon standing by Nie Yan's side like a dutiful guardian. The ghostly flames in its eye sockets seemed to follow their every move. Meanwhile, beside the thief also stood 3 skeleton mages with their staffs brandished, ready to attack at any time, not letting their guards down in the slightest. While within the safety of a city or a town, players maintained amiable attitudes and often befriended others. As soon as they stepped into the wilderness, however, their demeanors would completely reverse. Any stranger could become a potential enemy since everyone feared being plotted against or being ambushed by other players. Oftentimes, even simple misunderstandings could lead to an endless bloodbath. So even though Nie Yan had Dark Gladiator at his side, if those 6 players simultaneously attacked him, he'd still end up dying in a short amount of time. Thus, he had no choice but to keep his guard up against them at all times. Leader Young 7, Forgotten, and the others also noticed Nie Yan's presence at the same time and halted. Greetings, we mean no harm. Forgotten was the first one to speak up. Their group of 6 were also extremely cautious. After all, their life and death lay in how Nie Yan viewed them. Whether your intentions are bad or not makes no difference to me, Nie Yan indifferently replied, taking the initiative to establish which side held dominance. Young 7 and the others glanced at Dark Gladiator that stood by Nie Yan's side. In truth, his statement was absolutely correct. With such a terrifying servant under his command, it really didn't matter if they had come to provoke him or not. We came here simply because we wanted to befriend you. Besides, I believe there haven't been any cases where we've offended you in the past, Young 7 answered as he calmly took a step forward and gazed at Nie Yan. Although they appeared to be in the absolute disadvantage, Young 7's bearing was neither servile nor overbearing. Pretty courageous. He was certainly worthy of being called one of the most outstanding players in his original timeline. Seemingly disregarding life and death, he staked his life in order to move one step closer toward Nie Yan. Nie Yan had a change of heart. Since he hadn't found a way of entering the pyramid on his own, Young 7 and his team might be able to help. As Young 7 observed Nie Yan's taciturn appearance, a certain thought drifted through his mind. Why did he enter Soulgate all by himself? There must have been a reason. Maybe a quest of some sort. I assume you came here for a reason. Do you need any help? Young 7 took the initiative to ask. Even with these undead servants, I'm still not confident I'll be able to succeed. Are you certain you want to help? Nie Yan stared at Young 7 and the others as he narrowed his eyes. Upon hearing Nie Yan's rather straightforward response, Young 7 and his squadmates felt their minds turn to mush. If he couldn't accomplish his task even with that giant bone dragon by his side, then of what use would they be? Encountering each other here could be considered fate. At the very least, we're not enemies, so if we can provide any assistance, we'll do our best to provide it. Even if we can't, we'll have at least made another friend, right? Young 7 replied in an affable manner. Nie Yan slightly relaxed his mind. In his previous life, he never interacted with Young 7, Forgotten, or anyone else in their group, so he wasn't sure of their personalities. Right now, however, they seemed to be pretty easy to get along with. Perhaps they really could become friends. He went on to ponder in silence. The skeletal executioners always seemed to move together. If Young 7 and his team could draw them away, then perhaps he'd have a shot at entering the pyramid. There would certainly be monsters guarding the interior, but he could just let Dark Gladiator and the skeleton mages deal with them. If things went smoothly, he might actually reach the room where the piece of Soulgate's shadow was located. While Nie Yan continued to ponder deeply, Young 7, Forgotten, and the rest of the team shot meaningful glances at each other. Although they didn't know exactly what he was thinking about, he was still a dangerous figure that could annihilate their entire team. If Nie Yan still declined their offer to help, they would have no other choice but to stay as far away as possible. If we can't help, then let's just leave, suggested Forgotten. Young 7 suddenly came to realization upon hearing Forgotten's suggestion. Since Nie Yan definitely came here with a purpose, perhaps for a secret quest of some sort, their presence here might actually be a hindrance to him. If that was the case, wouldn't they be worsening their relationship with him instead by attempting to help? Even now, Nie Yan still hadn't given a reply. It's best if we just take our leave then, Young 7 concluded. He turned to Forgotten and replied, since we won't be able to help, let's forget it. It's about time we return to town anyway. His voice just happened to be within earshot of Nie Yan. Their conversation dispelled any misgivings he might have previously held and informed him they were willing to leave. It's not that you won't be able to help. But first, how about we make a little deal? Nie Yan suddenly interrupted. What kind of deal? Young 7 asked. I need you to help me with a certain task. It's quite dangerous, but if you succeed, I'll give you a gold-grade piece of equipment. Nie Yan still had the shoulder guards in his bag. Although it was a gold-grade item with decent properties, it was negligible when compared to Soulgate's shadow. If Young 7 and the others were truly willing to help him, he wouldn't be miserly when it came to rewards. In the game's current stage, gold-grade equipment was fairly rare. Young 7, Forgotten, and the rest of the team privately conversed amongst themselves. To illustrate just how rare gold-grade equipment was, their team had only managed to acquire 2 gold-grade pieces of equipment since the game started. Not to mention, they had to go through hell and back each time just to retrieve them. Yet Nie Yan, a player unassociated with any guilds, was actually willing to give one out so easily. This meant his skill was clearly on another level. Young 7 made a firm resolve in his mind. They definitely had to befriend him. Brother, since you've asked this of us, we can only try our best. As for compensating us, you don't have to bother, Young 7 replied in a bright tone. A measly gold grade item was nothing as long as they could establish a good relationship with Nie Yan. If they helped him without accepting a reward, then he would owe them a favor. Accepting help without giving anything in return. That won't do. So long as you help me here, I promise to pay back the favor in the future. Sounds good. So, what do you need us to do? Young 7 asked. Well, how about we introduce ourselves first? My name is Nie Yan Nirvana Flame. I'm leader Young 7, but you can just call me Young 7. As for me, I'm Forgotten. And thus, the rest of Young 7's team introduced themselves. Although their skills couldn't be compared to Nie Yan's, they were still all talented individuals who weren't half bad. We don't have much time, so just follow me for now. Nie Yan said as he headed deeper into the outer district. Young 7 and the rest followed close behind. The numerous skeleton executioners had wreaked havoc upon the outer district. The already eroded buildings had become even more ruined, and many of the walls were collapsed. After Nie Yan and the others arrived at the limits of the outer district, they hid behind a collapsed wall and gazed over at the plaza which led to the pyramid. There they saw over 30 skeleton executioners roaming freely, each one a level 13 sub-elite monster. He can't possibly be thinking of having us fight these monsters, right? Young 7 and his team couldn't help but have this thought as they felt their scalps turning numb. However, they didn't voice out their concerns. They didn't want to look weak in front of Nie Yan. Killing a single skeleton executioner wouldn't be a problem for their team, but taking on a group this large was surely impossible. Let me explain the plan. There are 33 skeleton executioners total. They all move in one group, so if you attack one of them, the others will follow. What I want you guys to do is to lure them away, Nie Yan explained. If Young 7 and his team could lead these skeleton executioners away, then he would be able to pass through the plaza and safely enter the pyramid. You only want us to lead them away, right? Young 7 asked, mentally sighing a breath of relief. Thankfully that was all he was asking of them. Although the task was still dangerous, it was nothing compared to actually fighting them. Yeah, I only need you to draw them away. It doesn't have to be for long either. Around 30 seconds will be enough, Nie Yan replied. Half a minute was more than sufficient for him to pass through the plaza and reach the pyramid. Alright, that makes things a bit easier. I want you guys aggro them from here. Let me move to another location first. When I'm ready, I'll give you guys the signal. Dissolve your party and accept my invite, Nie Yan instructed. With other players helping him, entering the pyramid was going to be much easier. Alright. Once Young 7 disbanded his party, Nie Yan promptly invited everyone into his own. Perfect, I'll be leaving it up to you then, Nie Yan said, his tone sounding much less colder than before. Rest assured, Young 7 nodded his head and replied. Nie Yan was quite polite. It seemed this was going to be the start of a beautiful friendship. Nie Yan brought Dark Gladiator and the skeleton mages with him to another position. His figure gradually became smaller in the distance. I just took a look. That bone dragon by Nie Yan's side is a genuine sub-elite monster. Forgotten exclaimed in shock. What a godly player. Even a sub-elite undead isn't out of his reach. I wonder how long it lasts. Maybe it's permanent. It shouldn't be permanent. I was able to see more information when I used inspect. That thing only has 20 minutes left before it disappears, Young 7 replied. Still, even if that was the case, Nie Yan was still pretty incredible. No wonder he seemed to be in a rush. Hey, what do you think he wants to enter the pyramid for? I think it's probably a hidden quest. Coming here to do a quest at this level, does he not care about dying? Who knows? He's in position. I'll go out and draw aggro, Forgotten said after glancing at the team chat. You be careful now, we're dealing with 30 plus sub-elites after all, Young 7 warned Forgotten. Understood. Hey, I can handle myself. You don't need to worry. Forgotten sheathed his dagger and took out a small crossbow, then walked closer to the square. Young 7 and his team were positioned to the northeast of the square, while Nie Yan was positioned to the northwest. Coincidentally, Nie Yan was able to see their situation from his position, so after he sent a message through the team chat, he saw Forgotten stepping out from behind a rock pile and slowly approach the skeleton executioners while crouching, crossbow in hand. By the time Forgotten found an adequate position, the closest skeleton executioner was already within the range of his crossbow. He aimed at the skeleton executioner and fired. Whoosh! A single bolt pierced through the air. The crossbow bolt arced through the air and struck the nearest skeleton executioner directly in the chest. After being suddenly attacked, it let out a furious roar and charged toward Forgotten. The roar also alerted the surrounding skeleton executioners, who stampeded toward Forgotten in a large mob. Crap, they're all coming over. Seeing this, Forgotten immediately turned tail and leapt over the pile of rocks, fleeing for his life. After all, who would dare stay still when faced with such a terrifying sight? Yet this was only the beginning. They had been tasked with keeping these skeleton executioners distracted for at least half a minute, which meant their job was far from over. Nie Yan watched from the sidelines as the skeleton executioners stampeded toward the northeast. As their silhouettes grew distant, the plaza was soon emptied of their presence. Thus, Nie Yan brought Dark Gladiator and the rest of his undead toward the pyramid's entrance. Boom, boom, boom. Thunderous noises reverberated from northeast of the plaza as the mob of skeleton executioners wreaked havoc upon the remaining ruins, causing the walls to topple over and collapse. In addition, volleys of magic could periodically be seen flying through the air, raining down upon the mob. The spells were coming from Young 7 and the others, who, for the sake of stalling for time, didn't hesitate to attack the group despite being well aware of the risks. It appeared these players were quite earnest in helping him out. If they truly did end up helping him retrieve the fragment of Sulgate's shadow, then not only would he honor the favor he owed them, he would also gift them the gold-grade shoulder guards regardless of their prior refusal. Even in games, if a person gave their word, then they should keep it. It was by far the simplest way to get along with others. And getting along with others was essential to establishing a large network of contacts. When one encountered a situation and required assistance, it became more convenient to find help. System, player round stool has died. As he glanced at the party window, Nie Yan saw the highlighted text of a player's name turn dark. This meant a member from Young 7's group had been killed. Aggroing these skeleton executioners was a dangerous task. It came as no surprise that one or two players would end up dying. As the battle in the northeast raged on, Nie Yan became ever more concerned about how much longer they could hold out for. At this point, however, all he could do was hope for the best as he accelerated his pace towards the pyramid. Bringing the skeleton mages along would be much too cumbersome. Thus, before he and Dark Gladiator moved towards the pyramid, he ordered them to farm monsters in the surrounding area and left them to their own devices. He and Dark Gladiator dashed through the plaza and safely arrived at the pyramid's entrance. The entrance, which appeared to be two solid metal gates carved with ancient, intricate designs, wasn't all that large. Though, through the passing of the ages, their beauty had long since faded, giving way to rust and the dilapidation of time. I've already entered the pyramid. Hurry up and leave, Nie Yan said through the party's voice channel. However, just as those words exited his mouth, another player's name turned dark. A second member of Young Seven's team had been killed. For the sake of aiding him, they had made sacrifices that couldn't be considered negligible. Fortunately, they were able to retrieve the equipment that had dropped from those who died. Roger, we'll be taking our leave then, Young Seven replied. If they stayed any longer, it would be hard to predict what else might happen, so after receiving Nie Yan's go-ahead, the remaining members immediately withdrew from the battle. Thanks for this, I'll give you the equipment when I get back. No problem, we'll be in the area farming mobs for a bit before returning to town. After entering the pyramid, Nie Yan walked through a dark, long and narrow passageway along a flight of stairs. Relying on his past knowledge, he carefully avoided all the hidden traps along the path. The hidden mechanisms in this passage were all extremely dangerous and would result in instant death for anyone unlucky enough to trigger them. Nie Yan was quite cautious as he advanced along the path, not daring to reveal the slightest degree of carelessness. Fortunately, no matter what manner of trap appeared, none of them were new to him since he had encountered every single one in his previous life. Therefore, as long as he wasn't careless, none of these traps would pose any threat to him. Advancing down the path, an eerie chill that made his blood run cold seemed to come from the depths of the pyramid. As Nie Yan reached the end of the passageway, he was met with a dead end. All that lay ahead was a large stagnant pool of water. The way leading to the interior of the pyramid was underneath this pool. Nie Yan dived into the water and swam towards the depths while Dark Gladiator followed from behind. As an undead, Dark Gladiator didn't need to breathe. Thus, it wouldn't matter how long it stayed submerged underwater. It was a sealed underwater passage. In every direction, left and right, above and below, were smooth stone walls while the path ahead was dark and foreboding. The path was so dark it was nearly impossible to make anything out. Nie Yan continued to swim ahead, though he wasn't rushing at all, so if by any chance he encountered a monster while underwater, he'd have ample time to react. Just at that moment, Nie Yan suddenly felt something peculiar about the stone wall to his left, and his heart leapt out in alarm. There was a hidden mechanism inside the wall. He only had time to see two sharp, black arrowheads emerge from it. Whoosh, whoosh, two arrows shot out, leaving a trail of bubbles behind them while flying directly at Nie Yan. He did an underwater roll and leaned his head to the side, and almost immediately after, an arrow streaked past his cheek and left side. Just by a hair's breadth, he had nearly been struck in the head and heart. Luckily though, he had a good reaction speed. The two arrows merely ended up embedded on the opposite wall. After this close call, he became even more cautious and prudent. Proceeding further into the depths of the underwater passage, his eyes happened to glance over at a certain area on the wall to his right where he discovered peculiar scratch marks, other markings, and what appeared to be ancient characters above them. In the previous timeline, very few players, if any at all, who arrived here would be able to recognize these characters scribbled on the wall. Nie Yan, on the other hand, recognized these marks and characters. They were the secret totemic marking of the dragons, and as for the two eroded characters above, they were also the language of the dragons. Since Nie Yan had learned the dragon tongue from the annals of shared governance, he was immediately able to recognize these characters. Legends told that before city perished, the king of Sulgata secretly hid all his treasures somewhere inside the city. Believing these legends to be true, in his previous life, players searched every nook and cranny of the city, yet no one was able to find even a hint of their whereabouts. The dragons believed in destruction, exercising their faith in flame and incineration, which desired the eradication of everything in existence. It was certain the totemic marking on the wall possessed a unique origin. Upon feeling a sense of suffocation suddenly come from his chest, he realized that he seemed to be running out of breath, so in response, he activated the underwater breathing ability of the water aversion pearl and began searching around the wall. However, excluding a few minute cracks, it was as smooth as a mirror, and he couldn't find any peculiarities whatsoever. Could I just be overthinking things? He was convinced the dragon totemic markings appearing in this location wasn't a simple matter. Paying heed to his conviction, he expanded the range of his search and reached his hands into a nook beneath the wall. There, his hands happened to pass over 5 cavities roughly the size of a fingerprint. These 5 cavities were so faint that they were extremely easy to miss if one passed over them carelessly. Perhaps, a secret lay in these 5 cavities. He placed the fingers on his right hand over the cavities, and as he slowly exerted pressure over them, they began sinking inward. Rumble, rumble, a slab of stone an arm's length away from him slowly protruded outward. There was a secret compartment inside this wall. The activating mechanism for this compartment was extremely well hidden. Unless someone searched for a lengthy period of time, they would have no hopes of discovering it. Although he didn't know if any players discovered the totemic markings in his previous life, he definitely never heard of anyone finding this hidden compartment. In the moment the slab fell out and the secret compartment was revealed, a rainbow-colored radiance blossomed out and illuminated the dark, underwater passage. Nie Yan swam over and looked inside, but was blinded by the intense brilliance. However, as his eyes slowly adapted, he saw a mess of items loosely scattered around the interior. It appeared much of the compartment's contents had already been removed, presumably by NPCs. Nonetheless, quite a few items remained behind, all of which were precious gems of various quality and type. Nie Yan collected all of the gems and sorted through them. 5 were fortune gems 1 and the rest were even more precious resilient gems 1 and life gems 1, which there were 2 and 3 of respectively. Although 1 was the lowest quality rating for a gem, they were still fairly uncommon in the game's current stage. A single fortune gem 1 could go for roughly 5 silvers. As for the 2 other gems, the resilient and life ones, it was a bit difficult to determine their prices since they had yet to appear on the marketplace. However, once a jewel crafter socketed these gems into equipment, their corresponding properties would increase significantly. Equipment didn't generally come with sockets, so players were required to pay a 2 silver commission fee to a jewel crafter to create one. Gold equipment could possess up to 2 sockets, dark gold up to 3, and legendary up to 5. Once the sockets were created, for 3 additional silvers, the player could then have the jewel crafter socket a gem, and once they were socketed into a piece of equipment, resilient gems 1 would increase resilience by 5 and life gems 1 would increase health by 50. Due to their effects, practically all the major guilds fought over these gems. However, since their production rate was extremely low, they were almost never listed for sale and thus didn't have a set market value. In addition, due to their rarity, it would be a waste to socket them into anything lower than dark gold grade. In some circumstances, though, it was acceptable to socket rare gold grade items such as shields, rings, necklaces, and so on. I've struck it rich this time. Nie Yan inwardly exclaimed. Today's harvests were fairly abundant. So no matter happens next, the trip had at least paid for itself. If he were to list these gems up on the auction house, it would cause hordes of players to scramble and fight over them. Naturally, he had no plans of selling since, with so many gems, he could raise the overall quality of his gear significantly. Even if he did sell any of them, he would do so only if any remained after he had finished using them for himself and only to friends and acquaintances. Nie Yan felt endless elation when he thought about these gems. He threw these gems into a small sack and continued searching the compartment to confirm he hadn't overlooked anything. Only then did he leave the secret compartment and proceeded deeper into the passage, resuming his original objective. Nie Yan paid closer attention to the surrounding walls, but it led to no further discoveries. A dozen or so minutes later, as he swam along the narrow passageway, he saw a sliver of light shining from above. Following it, he swam and eventually reached the water's surface, whereupon he was greeted by the sight of an enormous room that could seemingly fit several hundred people. At the very center was a golden sarcophagus. It was 5 meters long, 2 meters wide, and 2 meters tall, and its surface was covered in delicate carvings, most of which were depictions of various dragons. Besides the sarcophagus, the room was void of anything else. It doesn't seem like there are any monsters here. Nie Yan leapt out of the water and onto dry ground, then walked toward the giant sarcophagus. Right behind him, Dark Gladiator burst out of the water and positioned itself in a location not far from him. Sulgate's shadow was a legendary thief item and possessed much history behind it. Reportedly, the Lord of Sulgata, Sarah's Thoth, wore this piece of equipment during his reign in the Dark Era. However, when the conflict broke out, the item was shattered into 3 fragments. Now, it merely awaited the day when it would be restored. When all 3 fragments were retrieved, the powerful magical item would then finally make its reappearance in the world. Each individual fragment was useless on its own. Thus, he could only wait until he possessed all 3 fragments for the item to have any effects. More importantly, however, was the fact that Nie Yan knew the location of the 2 other fragments. The second fragment was located in a level 30 area, and the third was located in a level 61. Although level 30 and level 60 seemed far away, he at least had definite goals for the future. Legendary grade equipment were items countless players coveted but were unable to obtain. Since there was an opportunity to obtain one, there was no chance Nie Yan could possibly let it pass by. He'd seize this fragment first and then wait until his level rose appropriately before seeking out the other 2. Although it wouldn't provide any immediate benefits, he was laying a path for the future that would pay off in the long term. As he drew closer, he discovered lines of characters carved on the stone above the sarcophagus. Like the totemic carvings he saw before, the characters here were also written in dragon tongue. Tomb of Lord Sarah's Thoth. Whoever disturbs his rest will be cursed. The item Nie Yan had been searching for was located inside this sarcophagus, so it was, of course, necessary for him to open it. The fragment of Sulgate's shadow was within his reach. However, the very same moment, Dark Gladiator suddenly walked over and stood by Nie Yan's side. The pale cyan flames in its eye sockets flickered even more intensely as it stared at the golden sarcophagus. Although it was a lower life form without intelligence nor a sense of fear, its instincts had driven it to protect him. In response, Nie Yan glanced at Dark Gladiator's information window. It seemed it had been inflicted with a status effect when they entered this tomb. Dark Oppression, all stats are reduced by 20%. Dark Gladiator's stats had actually been reduced by a full 20%. As Nie Yan began to wonder what sort of terrifying entity lurked inside this sarcophagus, traces of hesitation arose in his heart. If he was unable to retrieve the fragment of Sulgate's shadow and died instead, it would be a situation where he tried to steal a chicken and ended up losing the rice used to lure it. Regarding the pyramid, all of the information he possessed came from hearsay, so he wasn't knowledgeable of the finer details, and he was even more clueless when it came to the golden sarcophagus before him. Will I be able to use a return scroll inside this tomb? Nie Yan took out a return scroll and tested it to see. He was able to activate it without a problem. After confirming that he could still use the scroll to escape, the tension he felt abated significantly. In the worst-case scenario, he'd grab the item and use the return scroll to escape. Besides, no matter how useless Dark Gladiator became, at the very least, it could still act as a meat shield for a brief period of time. Risk and reward were 2 sides of the same coin. If he didn't take any risks, how would he be able to reap any rewards? Nie Yan resolved himself and walked up to the sarcophagus. Feeling around it, he found a small metal button protruding to the side. This was the activating mechanism for opening the sarcophagus. He reluctantly pushed the button and swiftly retreated behind Dark Gladiator. If anything dangerous emerged, he could only rely on Dark Gladiator to shield him. The interior mechanisms of the sarcophagus slowly turned, emitting a sound that could cause a person to quake in fear. The lid slowly began moving away, and the friction of metal grinding against metal produced a sharp sound resembling nails on a chalkboard. After the sarcophagus completely opened, a mummified corpse wearing a set of heavy armor appeared before Nie Yan's eyes. It had completely rotted away, all that remained was skin and bones. The corpse wore a golden crown on its head. Its arms were folded flat across its stomach where both palms grasped a golden longsword pointed upwards. It was clear that, at the time of burial, the person died with a solemn and dignified expression. Crucidium, blacklight crystal. Nie Yan scanned his eyes over the materials of the armor as his heart rate progressively increased. These were all priceless items. Unfortunately, the equipment on this corpse weren't items he could use. They were all incredibly heavy, and in his current state, even if he exerted all of his strength, he would be unable to budge it by so much as an inch. At a first glance, when Nie Yan swept over the rest of the coffin and found a wooden case resting by the corpse's side, it seemed exceedingly ordinary. For it to be put in such a luxurious sarcophagus made it seem somewhat out of place. However, his expression brightened immediately upon laying eyes on it. This box was exactly what he came for. At this point, Nie Yan felt like his heart was going to leap out of his chest. Sulgate's shadow, an item that would cause countless thieves to drool over it, was quietly sitting right in front of him. It was right within reach and so readily available as well. This sort of situation would cause not only him but anyone to feel like they were on cloud 9. Nie Yan picked up the wooden case and carefully removed the lid. Almost immediately, like the rolling tides, swells of magical energy began diffusing into the expanse of the tomb. The source of such a phenomenon was a shimmering pair of fine boots situated quietly within the case. No mistake, this is it. Nie Yan inwardly exclaimed. He nearly choked from his own excitement when he was greeted by the dazzling radiance of these boots. In his previous life, legendary grade items were out of reach existences he could never hope to obtain. Although the item in his hands was merely a fragment, its price was high enough to make people faint. Even when he advanced into a great thief in the later years of the game, he had only been able to obtain a single fragment from a different legendary grade item. It was part of a breastplate only fighters could equip, and for the sake of putting food on the table and supporting himself, he reluctantly sold it. With the money he obtained from selling the fragment, he was able to purchase a full set of dark gold equipment and enough fortune gems to upgrade said set to +9 while still having more than enough left over to cover his living expenses. Given this example, one could well imagine how high a price an intact legendary item could fetch. Sulgate's shadow was divided into 3 fragments: Sulgate's boots, Sulgate's feather, and Sulgate's cloth. He needed to collect them for the remnant magical energy to restore the boots to its original form. Sulgate's boots legendary. Requirement: 130 strength. Description: a fragment of Sulgate's shadow that had been broken into 3 pieces. These boots have remnant magical power and thus can still be equipped. The player must seek out the other fragments, as all 3, Sulgate's boots, Sulgate's feather, and Sulgate's cloth, are required to restore Sulgate's shadow. Properties: dexterity +30, speed +10, jump +10, stealth +10, cloaking +10, reflex +10. Steal rank 3 allows the player to steal money or items from other players or monsters. Shadow Dance rank 3, stealth +30, cloaking +30, speed +30, cannot be detected through stealth for 6s upon activation. Afterwards, stealth has a chance of being seen through. As a fragment of a legendary item, the properties of Sulgate's boots were indeed astonishing. It raised speed, jump, stealth, cloaking, and reflex uniformly. Moreover, it also bestowed upon the player 2 additional skills, Steal and Shadow Dance, both of which were rank 3. They were high-level skills that could only be learned once the player reached level 30. Not to mention, if the player wanted to improve these skills to rank 3, they needed to be at least level 40 or higher. Steal enabled a thief to reap additional profits from players or monsters. However, only items from a player's bag could be stolen, meaning thieves were unable to steal gear directly equipped on a player's body. The success rate of the skill and what sort of item was stolen depended on the level gap between the thief and the target, though, the formula for calculating the rate was complicated since many variables besides level were also factored in. Generally, successful uses of the skill stole money from the target, and in some rare circumstances, equipment and other items could be stolen as well. As for Shadow Dance, it was quite useful for retreating or stealthily approaching a target since a multitude of things could be done within 6 seconds. Despite that, even if the player's stealth couldn't be seen through, it didn't mean they were invincible. All it meant was the opponent wouldn't be able to see them. In other words, after the first 6 seconds of the skill, the opponent had a chance of detecting the player every 3-second interval, which counted as a round within the game. If the opponent failed to detect the player, they would continue every round until the player revealed themselves or their stealth was seen through. 130 strength. Ah, why does it have to be so high? Nie Yan wrinkled his brows. He was still 73 strength away from being able to use it. Such a high requisite was extremely harsh for him, especially since thieves mainly focused on dexterity while strength was only secondary to them. If he put everything into strength now, leveling in the future would become much more difficult. Fortunately, Sulgate's boots somewhat made up for it by providing 30 dexterity. God damn it, why did I have to end up losing 10 strength? Assuming they worked hard, an average player would probably need to be level 40 or higher to put 60 points in strength. If their equipment was good, however, then it was possible to have 130 strength by around level 30. Had Nie Yan not been cursed and permanently lost 10 strength, he would have reached 130 strength by level 25. Now I have to wait until level 30 to equip this. I'll have to come up with a way to make up for this loss. Earlier, when he had noticed Sulgate's boots gave him rank 3 steal, his eyes had lit up with anticipation. He knew better than anyone else what it meant to have steal, let alone obtaining it at rank 3, prior to level 30. Getting 130 strength before level 30 wasn't impossible. In fact, after thinking over it some more, it was possible for him to reach it by level 15. Of course, there was a time and place for everything, and now wasn't the time to be thinking about such things. The moment Nie Yan stuffed Sulgate's boots into his bag, Dark Gladiator suddenly trembled, causing him to feel an emerging sense of crisis. It wasn't suitable to stay in this tomb any longer. He needed to flee, immediately. Just as he planned to turn his head and flee, a terrifying scene played out before his eyes. The mummified corpse of Sarah's Tov suddenly moved, and a pale cyan flame ignited in his eye sockets. Albeit an insignificant ember, it pulsated and gradually grew in intensity. Without a doubt, this was the signal for him to retreat, lest he planned to lose his life. This mummified son of a bitch wants to revive. Nie Yan didn't dare to dally and dashed toward the exit. However, to his dismay, the pond he had emerged out of became sealed as larger and larger boulders came crashing down. From the moment he opened the sarcophagus, his escape route had already been blocked. Nie Yan glanced at the return scroll in his bag. Good. I can still use it. He had already checked earlier, but this confirmed it. The tomb wasn't a sealed room, he could at least teleport out. In the next instant, the tall armored corpse slowly rose from its sarcophagus. Shit, there's no time. The return scroll needs 20 seconds to activate. In spite of that, he quickly put aside these thoughts and began channeling the scroll. As the ancient script within the scroll glowed with ever-increasing intensity, a faint radiance soon enveloped him and a bright teleportation circle appeared beneath his feet. The seconds seemed to stretch longer and longer. By now, Sarah's Tov, or more accurately his corpse, had fully arisen. Wearing a full set of golden armor, it wielded an equally dazzling longsword in its hands and emanated the aura of a ruler. In life, he was a powerful lord who governed over Sulgata. After his death, he was buried in this tomb and eventually turned undead like the other inhabitants of the city. Sarah's Tov Lord level 15. Health, 50,000 50,000. A Lord-class monster possessed a terrifying amount of health. Nie Yan knew that if an elite team of level 15 players came, they'd stand no chance of defeating Sarah's Tov. Discussing the possibility of him defeating this boss by himself was even less necessary. If he was even just a step too slow, he would subsequently lose his life. 3 seconds. 4 seconds. 5 seconds. He impatiently counted down as time seemed to slow to a crawl. Nie Yan felt like he was going to explode from the nervousness building in his heart. In the next second, the pale cyan flames in Sarah's Tov's eyes locked onto Nie Yan while he emanated a powerful aura of death, nearing ever closer with every step. At Nie Yan's level, Sarah's Tov's damage was simply too monstrous. There would be little suspense if they fought. With a single slash of that sword, his body would be cleanly bisected while his health bar fell to 0. It was impossible for him to withstand a single attack. Even if he was a fighter, the end result would be the same. Sarah's Tov gradually drew closer, and the sense of crisis bore down on him even more intensely, yet he couldn't move a single step. Otherwise, the return scroll's channeling would be interrupted. Crap, just a little bit longer. Wait, Nie Yan turned his head and glanced at Dark Gladiator, who patiently awaited his command, and ordered it to hold off Sarah's Tov. Without the slightest hesitation, Dark Gladiator lumbered over, brushed past his side, and then stood in front of him in order to obstruct Sarah's Tov. Although it was a being with minimal intelligence, it still possessed an innate fear and reverence toward the existence that lay ahead. However, its loyalty and drive to protect Nie Yan was even more absolute. With the sliver of consciousness in its mind, Dark Gladiator understood it was heading toward its demise. However, regardless of all costs, it would protect its master to the bitter end. Before the imposing 5-meter-tall Sarah's Tub, Dark Gladiator appeared to be not but a feeble house gecko. The golden armored lord, who resembled a titan that had resurrected from antiquity, emanated an incredibly oppressive aura. Things would dangerous if Sarah's Tub was allowed to get within striking range. Upon receiving Nie Yan's command, Dark Gladiator suddenly soared into the air and then, after reaching an optimal height, plummeted towards the earth in an attempt to dive bomb its opponent. Seeing Dark Gladiator closing in on him, the pale cyan flames in Sarah's Tub's eyes pulsated. He gazed over the frail skeleton dragon, his eyes showing utter disdain, and raised his arm up towards it. With a single flick of the wrist, he sent it crashing into the ground before it even had a chance to reach him. Boom! Dark Gladiator fell to the ground and tumbled along until finally colliding with one of the tomb walls. -139. Sarah's Tub's damage output was truly terrifying. Even Dark Gladiator, who possessed a formidable defense, instantly lost over 20% of its health in a single strike. Regardless, Dark Gladiator still stumbled back to its feet and charged at Sarah's Tub once more. If Dark Gladiator couldn't hold off the boss, then Nie Yan would have no hope of escaping. It was truly an unfortunate situation, as a servant like Dark Gladiator was hard to come by. However, in a life or death plight such as this, he didn't really have any other choice. Besides, there wasn't much time left on Undead Right. Once Dark Gladiator drew near, it pounced on Sarah's Tub and latched onto his waist, firmly refusing to loosen its grasp. In response, however, Sarah's Tub simply raised his golden longsword. Slash! A streak of light cleaved through Dark Gladiator's shoulder and cleanly lopped off its arm. Then, he followed with an elbow strike, which knocked aside the frail bone dragon like a ragdoll. Like most undead, Sarah's Tub's actions were extremely clumsy and stiff. Because of this, Dark Gladiator was just barely able to avoid a fatal blow. However, the undead dragon was only hanging on by a thread. With merely 21% of its health left, it wouldn't be able to withstand another one of Sarah's Tub's attacks. Now, with Dark Gladiator nearly out of commission, Nie Yan felt as though his heart would burst from anxiety. Although Dark Gladiator had slightly hindered Sarah's Tub's movements, it still failed at holding him back. 12 seconds, 14 seconds, 15 seconds. The plan had failed, Sarah's Tub couldn't be stopped. Presently, the golden armored lord was standing before him with his massive body ominously looming over Nie Yan. Sarah's Tub's sword flickered with a sharp glint as he gradually raised it high above his head. Nie Yan knew only one thing was certain, he'd die if he allowed that sword to hit him. Staring at the sword, Nie Yan couldn't help but imagine himself being chopped in half. He quickly glanced over at Dark Gladiator who was still struggling to get up. Come on, hurry up. Dark Gladiator crawled back to its feet. Though it still appeared to be somewhat unsteady, it charged at Sarah's Tub once again. Bang! Just as Sarah's Tub's sword was about to come down on Nie Yan and cleave him in half, Dark Gladiator rammed its skeletal frame into Sarah's Tub and caused him to stumble. Seemingly infuriated that a lower being had caused him to stagger, Sarah's Tub brandished his longsword and attacked in retaliation. A cold arc of light followed his sword as it slashed across Dark Gladiator's skeletal frame, splitting it in half. The bone dragon's halves collapsed to the ground and shattered. After turning Dark Gladiator into a pile of bone fragments, Sarah's Tub turned its attention back to the other pests that he had been too preoccupied to deal with. 18, 19, 20. Luckily, by then, the return scroll had already finished channeling. A bright radiance shone from the teleportation circle beneath Nie Yan's feet as he disappeared from the tomb. The scenery in front of Nie Yan changed as he emerged from Kalor transfer point. Yet, despite his successful escape, his heart was still racing. I finally got away from that bastard. It's unfortunate I ended up losing Dark Gladiator in the process though. Ah, whatever. There was nothing else I could have done. Even if I didn't sacrifice him, he would have disappeared soon anyway. Nevertheless, he had still accomplished his objective, which of course was retrieving Sulgate's boots. Now he just needed to figure out how he could equip them as quickly as possible. Where are you guys? Nie Yan messaged Young 7 and his crew. We've already returned to Kalor. We're at the alchemy shop right now, Young 7 replied. They had actually returned pretty early on to restock. Since there were simply too many mobs in Sulgate, they ended up burning through their supply of consumables fairly quickly. Alright, meet me at the auction house. No problem. See ya there. After some time, Young 7 and his team arrived at the auction house and spotted Nie Yan waiting just outside. Nice to see you, Nie Yan greeted and nodded his head in acknowledgement. If it weren't for their help back in Sulgate, he wouldn't have been able to find those gems or retrieve Sulgate's boots. Likewise, Young 7 replied, followed by Forgotten and the others who joined in. Did you complete your quest? Forgotten asked. He didn't bother to pry any further than that though, as the contents of Nie Yan's quest were his business and his alone. I completed it. Nie Yan nodded in reply. According to my original offer, I owe you all a gold-grade piece of equipment. It's fine. You don't need to compensate us, Young 7 replied. 2 of your members ended up dying. I can't just leave you empty-handed. How would I be able to live with myself? Nie Yan insisted as he sent Young 7 a trade request. He held a favorable impression of Young 7 and his team. They were sincere and kept to their word, so he'd be sure to keep in contact with them in the future. Urged on by Nie Yan, Young 7 finally hit accept, which brought up a trade window in front of him. However, when he saw the item that appeared in the window, his eyes widened in surprise. It was a pair of shoulder guards for fighters. Although it could only be equipped at level 10, it didn't detract from the fact that it was definitely a good piece of equipment. Strength plus 13, and resilience plus 17. This sort of item would definitely sell for at least 30 silvers or higher on the marketplace. Young 7 initially thought Nie Yan would simply give them some random piece of gold-grade equipment. After all, even the most average pieces of gold-grade equipment were still quite expensive since their base properties were innately higher. He could never have imagined that Nie Yan would actually give him something of such high quality. Thinking of how beneficial it would be for them, he no longer had any plans of refusing Nie Yan's kindness. Otherwise, he'd be failing his responsibility as a leader to his team considering that a fighter's defense played an incredibly significant role in most teams. Since you insist, refusing would be impolite. Brother Nie Yan, if anything comes up and you need our help, please don't hesitate to ask. We'll definitely do our best to lend a helping hand. Young 7 replied in a truly sincere manner, unlike earlier when he was putting on a pretense of being polite. Truthfully, Nie Yan did in fact plan to give them an ordinary gold-grade item in his bag. However, when he saw them giving an earnest effort to help him, to the point of even losing 2 of their members in the process, he changed his mind. He couldn't possibly let them suffer a loss. Besides, he didn't mind giving it away since it wasn't an item he could equip. As for the money he could have potentially received from selling it, he couldn't care less for an amount he considered pocket change. Nie Yan would have ended up disliking Young 7 if he had continued refusing out of politeness. He preferred people who were straightforward with their actions and didn't mince their words. These kinds of people were easier to interact with, plus, they weren't hypocrites. He glanced at Young 7, then at the members in the back. If I need any help in the future, I'll keep you guys in mind. I might even ask you to form a team with me. We'd gladly oblige. Forgotten interrupted from the side. They never had a set team in the first place, and though they liked the idea of forming one, they always lacked the time. Nie Yan's willingness to form a team with them was exactly what they were looking for. When they had met him near the pyramid earlier, they actually came with the intention of recruiting him. In retrospect, however, that didn't seem all too likely because, after witnessing his prowess, they realized their little temple was much too small to host a deity like Nie Yan. With the game servers having only been open for approximately 2 weeks, the number of players capable of forming a team wasn't very high. For Nie Yan to have won over so many exceptional players during this short period was without a doubt an extremely good opportunity. It wasn't like his current circumstances were all that bad either, though. He was able to frequently collect good items, farm high-level monsters, and occasionally join with other teams in dungeon runs. With the transaction complete, Nie Yan continued chatting with Young 7, Forgotten, and the others a little longer, which caused his impression of them to grow even more favorable. In the end, he had ended up adding all of them to his friends list so it would be easier to contact each other in the future. While chatting with Young 7 and the others, Nie Yan abruptly received a call. You're in the city. I've already got the 20 silvers. Tell me where you are, and I'll head over there shortly. The person on the other end of the call was Resplendent Blade Light. I'm just outside the auction house. All right, wait for me. I'll be there soon. It was one of my acquaintances. He's coming here to meet me, Nie Yan informed Young 7 and the others. Ah, no problem. We aren't exactly in a hurry to do anything right now, so we can continue chatting for a while longer, Young 7 replied. After finding out that Nie Yan was interested in forming a team, he began to weigh his options. Should he proceed with his original plan, or should he follow Nie Yan? He had always liked the idea of forming his own team, but after realizing that he lacked skilled players, he decided, albeit reluctantly, to stall this pursuit for a later date. Even so, he still couldn't help but feel a little unenthusiastic about the prospect of joining another person's team. Blade Light soon arrived in the area and began heading towards the auction house. On the way there, he spotted Nie Yan chatting with a few others near the entrance and promptly headed over. Hello, Blade Light greeted Nie Yan. Young 7 and the others were inwardly shocked by Blade Light's appearance as they gazed at his equipment in awe. He was clad in silver-white armor and was holding an extravagant, golden shield in his left hand. Be it the armor or shield, from the design of the equipment and the runes engraved on their surface, they could immediately discern that his equipment was certainly out of the ordinary. That's some amazing equipment. Young 7, Forgotten, and the rest couldn't help but have this first impression in their collective mind. Blade Light wasn't in a particularly a good mood as a hint of dejection could be seen on his face. Seemingly, the matter Nie Yan warned him about had likely already occurred, and this was reinforced by the fact that the guild emblem he previously wore on his chest was now gone. You left the guild? Nie Yan asked. It was a trash guild. I wouldn't have been happy staying there any longer, Blade Light replied in a riled-up manner. Nie Yan figured Blade Light must have had a falling out with Hey Joe Black Amazing after hearing his response, and considering the lack of a guild emblem on his chest, arriving at such a conclusion was par for the course. Regardless of who it was, no one would be in the right frame of mind after finding out their lover and best friend were having an affair together behind their back, hence Blade Light's departure from his guild. Speaking of which, the sole reason the guild Blade Light and Hey Joe founded together, unhindered, had reached such soaring heights in his previous life was because of Blade Light's prestige. It wasn't until later, when their expansion stabilized, that his influence waned due to the hidden machinations Hey Joe employed to seize full control of the guild. However, at present, Nie Yan's actions had unwittingly left unhindered teetering on the brink of collapse right in the midst of their growth. It's just a guild. Nothing to get down over, said Nie Yan as he attempted to comfort him. Although Blade Light could be somewhat overbearing, his overall character wasn't bad, otherwise, he wouldn't have gone out of his way to warn Blade Light about Hey Joe. Haha, no worries, I'm not taking things too hard. Blade Light forced a smile. Though he wore an uncaring expression, his inner feelings were anything but. He was the only one who truly knew his own feelings regarding the matter, however, he would never share these thoughts in public. He had already thrown away enough face in front of this person. If he didn't wish to bring this topic up, then Nie Yan had no reason to rub salt in an open wound. Well, since you've left your guild, have you found a new team by any chance? Nie Yan asked. In his previous life, Blade Light was ranked as one of the top 3 fighters in the game. Without a team supporting him, would he still be able to reach such heights? No, I still haven't. Why, you decided to form one? Yeah, I've been thinking about it. Well, if you're able to establish a fixed team, I wouldn't mind joining. However, let me say this in advance. If I don't see any signs of this team being successful in the future, I'll probably leave, replied Blade Light in a rather frank manner. Although it was somewhat unpleasant to the ear, at least he was speaking truthfully, which was much better than those hypocrites who put on a facade of friendliness. No problem, do as you wish. I'm just forming one for the fun of it. The only thing I'll ask of everyone is to gather once in a while to run dungeons together. I don't plan on restricting the freedom of my members or anything, Nie Yan replied. He had always been a relaxed person, and he didn't want to go through the trouble of managing a team. If a team wished to retain their players, especially those who could overcome the challenges of a dungeon, restricting their freedom wasn't the way to achieve it. Instead, there needed to be a balance of goodwill, loyalty, and enticing prospects in order to encourage members to stay. Nie Yan's goal was to have an elite team that surpassed all other elites at his disposal, one that could help him obtain the best equipment. Once he possessed a group of loyal followers, he'd be able to gather them for dungeon runs while giving them helpful pointers and advice. In doing so, he would be able to slowly nurture his forces. Nonetheless, Nie Yan still preferred to act on his own. Not to mention, his knowledge of the game far exceeded that of any other player. Even if he continued walking the path of a solo player, he'd still be able to become an incredibly powerful thief. That sounds fine too. Just give me a call whenever you plan a raid, Blade Light said. It's still a bit early right now, so I'll let you know in a few days. Meanwhile, Young 7 had been listening in on their conversation from the side and was becoming riled up. If Nie Yan was capable of recruiting a fighter who already had such amazing equipment, then there definitely wouldn't be any harm in joining his team. For their hodgepodge group of players, finding a good fighter had always been an incredibly frustrating task. Whenever you're ready, count us in 2. Young 7 interjected. Alright. Nie Yan nodded. His team now included a fighter in the top 3, one of the 7 great priests, and a thief that had once been on par with him. Tang Yao's damage was still passable, and he wouldn't have any problem recruiting a few more mages with high magic damage either. Then, if he found a few more reliable members, he'd have the makings of an elite team. Only after a little bit of chatting, Nie Yan received another call. This time it was Stone. Expert, are you busy today? Why? What is it? The game developers released an announcement that a new dungeon called Social Valley will be opening tomorrow. Since we want to be one of the first to explore the dungeon, our guild rescheduled the Agmo to Muddy Swamplands run to today, Stone replied. He felt rather embarrassed. Earlier they had discussed with Nie Yan and decided that the run would occur tomorrow, but now they had suddenly moved it to today. That's alright. I don't have any other plans for today. There should be enough time for a run. When Social Valley opened tomorrow, he would patiently wait until the players burned through the current supply of black phenol on the marketplace. Then, once the supply dried up, he would distribute his own stock at a gradual pace. However, that would be left for tomorrow. There wasn't much time left in the day, so he might as well spend it doing a dungeon run. I have a few friends with me, so let me say goodbye to them first. Let me know when and where we're meeting up. In 5 minutes at the Calor transfer point. Gotcha. After ending the call with Stone, Nie Yan turned around to face Blade Light, Young 7, and the others, and said, sorry guys. It seems my friends want me to run Agmo to Muddy Swamplands with them. Let's meet up again some other time. No worries, I was planning to go off and grind some mobs anyway. Let's get this trade out of the way and then I'll head off, replied Blade Light as he nodded his head. Young 7, Forgotten, and the rest gazed at Nie Yan with envious expressions. They had yet to form a fixed team and were already having a hard enough time finding players to run even the simplest of dungeons, let alone a high-level dungeon like Agmo to Muddy Swamplands. This bit of information only firmed the resolve in Young 7's mind. Following Nie Yan would definitely be the right choice. Since it seemed other teams frequently invited him to join them in their dungeon runs, they could probably benefit a lot from his guidance. Nie Yan traded the Lion King's shield to Blade Light, making his bag 20 silvers heavier. Afterwards, he said goodbye to all of them and headed for the transport point. Upon receiving the item, Blade Light impatiently swapped out his current shield with the new one. The Lion King's shield was an exceptionally stable tower shield with a brown, metallic hue. Moreover, the entire shield was reinforced by magic and emitted a dazzling, golden aura. What's the quality of that shield? Young 7 hesitantly asked. The brilliance coming from the Lion King's shield could be described as dazzling. If this really was a gold-grade shield, he could scarcely imagine the sort of price it would fetch if it was put on the auction house. Gold grade. Nie Yan sold it to me, Blade Light replied. For how much? Not much. He gave me a friend discount, so it was only 20 silver, answered Blade Light. Speaking of which, aside from the shield, he probably owed Nie Yan a few favors now. Young 7 was slightly envious. Blade Light definitely received a great bargain. If a shield of that quality were to appear on the marketplace, it wouldn't be sold for anything less than 30 silver, quite possibly even more. Although players sold items to friends below market price, such a deep discount was certainly on the rare side. Unless Nie Yan's pockets were overflowing with money, no one would give away such a great shield for that low of a price. Yet in retrospect, this was most likely the case. Could a person who casually gave away gold-grade equipment like they were stickers really be lacking in money? From the way Nie Yan normally acted, handled affairs, and treated his friends, they could tell he wasn't stingy when it came to his own people. After Nie Yan's departure, Young 7 and company continued chatting with Blade Light. You guys wanna come level with me? Blade Light offered. Sure, we'd love to. But before that, you know the shield you switched out. Would it be possible for you to sell it to us? Sure, I don't have any use for it anymore anyway. Since you're Nie Yan's friends, I'd feel embarrassed taking too much. Let's see, how does 5 silver sound? I had to take out a few loans from friends in order to buy that shield, and I still have to pay them back, so that's the best I can do, Blade Light replied. This was practically factory price. The Leo shield he switched out absolutely wasn't worth only this much. The sole reason he gave them such a bargain was out of respect for Nie Yan. Deal, Young 7 exclaimed in an excited manner. When he gazed at the Leo shield's properties, he knew he got it for considerably cheap. And just like that, their party obtained a rather decent shield. When Nie Yan arrived in the general area, he saw Sleepy Fox and over a dozen others, totaling almost 20 players, already gathered and waiting at the transport point. The equipment on their bodies was quite extravagant. The arcane mages were all suited in the Dark Winter set, and priests, the Radiant Prayer set. The gear of the warriors was out of the ordinary as well. For such a gaudy assembly to not attract attention while gathered around the transport point was nigh impossible. The players in the vicinity were awestruck and were making inquiries about the identities of these elites. Which guild does that team belong to? What? How you could not recognize them? They're from Holy Empire. The player wearing the silver-white armor, that's their leader, Sleepy Fox. The Holy Empire players felt their hearts well with pride but even more so with arrogance as these passing murmurs entered their ears. Each of them was an elite carefully selected by the top brass of their guild. Even in the previous VRMMOs before conviction, they had all been members of Holy Empire. Sleepy Fox glanced at the stream of players entering from the main street and happened to spot Nie Yan walking amidst the crowd. He's here, Sleepy Fox declared to his teammates. Without exception, every member of the team turned their gaze toward Nie Yan. None of them understood why their captain, Sleepy Fox, held this thief in such high esteem. Who among them wasn't a hand-picked veteran elite? They were thoroughly unconvinced by this stranger. Many of these members were unfamiliar with Nie Yan, some even expressing misgivings, but regardless of their opinion, all eyes were focused on him. However, even while under the scrutiny of their gazes, Nie Yan remained quite collected as he directly made his way to Sleepy Fox. As soon as they made eye contact, Sleepy Fox acknowledged him with a slight nod. He could tell how much ability a person had from the way they carried themselves. Only by having self-confidence could a person achieve success. Expert, you've arrived. Stone was the first one to step out and greet him. Nie Yan acknowledged Stone's greeting, then turned to face Sleepy Fox. We meet again. Indeed, answered Sleepy Fox. Dusk was also there amongst the group. After running Tree Ant Forest together, the two could be considered well acquainted, so he also stepped forward and greeted Nie Yan with a smile. While the four chatted, the surrounding members were surprised to discover that, despite their captain being the prestigious guild leader of Holy Empire, Nie Yan's presence was not the least bit inferior, as he spoke in neither a subservient nor overbearing tone. Not only this, but at many points in the conversation, he was the one taking the leading role. After witnessing such a scene unfold, the identity of this thief once more became shrouded in a veil of mystery. I hear he's some expert who's already cleared Agmo to muddy swamplands, and this time around, he's only here to guide us through the dungeon. How is that possible? In the entire server, there are only several dozen teams who've cleared Agmo to muddy swamplands. Are you sure? It should be, right. The person who spoke had never personally confirmed this fact, so his confident tone immediately faltered. The members behind Sleepy Fox quietly discussed amongst themselves, occasionally stealing glances at the equipment on Nie Yan's body in order to determine whether he had really cleared Agmo to muddy swamplands only to quickly find themselves disappointed. He didn't have a single piece of equipment on him that came from that dungeon, but that didn't mean his equipment was ordinary either. In fact, it was quite extraordinary, this was undeniable. Brother Nie, will you be leading us through the dungeon this time around? Asked Sleepy Fox. He fixedly stared at Nie Yan as if he was trying to figure something out from the other party's expression while even making conjectures about his background. Then, he lowered his gaze and glanced at the dagger by Nie Yan's hip. He could discern that its quality was of at least gold grade. Sleepy Fox's words immediately attracted the attention of the members around him. It doesn't matter to me. If you wish to lead, I'll simply follow your pace. However, if you want me to guide all of you, beside first dibs on all thief drops, I also want the unknown transfer scroll that drops from the Manticore King, Nie Yan calmly replied. It's not as if he didn't know Sleepy Fox was trying to probe him. He figured Sleepy Fox also wouldn't be so rash as to easily hand over the leadership of this run to him. What kind of arrogant tone is that? The members behind Sleepy Fox couldn't help having this thought. Each and every one of them was filled with indignation. Just who the hell does this guy think he is? Nie Yan acted as if he didn't notice the uproar he caused and simply stared at Sleepy Fox while awaiting his response. If Sleepy Fox couldn't make up his mind, he'd simply withdraw from this dungeon run and enter later with his own team. Though, truthfully, the unknown transfer scroll was an extremely attractive item that he'd like to obtain early on. Although it was just another consumable, to Nie Yan, it held incredible value. Even though many of the members of the team doubted Nie Yan's abilities, Dusk and Stone held their belief in him firm, and they quickly intervened to pacify their enraged teammates. At this point in time, Sleepy Fox finally took notice of Nie Yan's level. His heart shook in surprise, and he couldn't help but recall what Stone had told him. When Stone first met him, Nie Yan had been a complete beginner, fresh at level 0. Yet now, only several days later, Nie Yan had already reached level 6 and caught up right to his footsteps. Wasn't his leveling speed a bit too monstrous? When Nie Yan had informed them that he deleted his old character and restarted, he hadn't really been convinced. However, the evidence in front of him clearly stated otherwise. Not to mention, if he didn't delete and start over, how could he be so informed? How else would he be able to reach level 6 in such a short period of time? Perhaps Nie Yan really did have some ability. Sleepy Fox pondered for a moment before coming to a decision. He turned around and swept his strict gaze over each and every member, quelling the uproar with but a glance. This very scene evidenced just how influential Sleepy Fox was to his team. Everyone, listen up. I'm going to dissolve our team and have Brother Nie invite you into his own. Today, he'll be acting as the leader of this run in my stead, informed Sleepy Fox to his team. Another commotion erupted from the crowd as players looked at each other in dismay. For their captain to allow a complete stranger to lead them through a run, this was the first time such an event had ever occurred. What if he didn't know what he was doing and caused them to wipe? If that happened, then wouldn't they all end up losing 20% of their experience bar? Captain, how is that all right? Please reconsider. Yes, please reconsider. What'll happen if we end up getting wiped? Can we trust in his ability? Does he even have any? If I say it's all right, then it's all right. Now enough chit-chat, hurry up and accept the invite. I want you all to follow Brother Nie's orders as if they were mine. If you still refuse to listen, then don't blame me for kicking you out of the team. Also, to anyone who doesn't put in their full effort and causes us to fail the run. Well, I'm sure you already understand what the consequences are, Sleepy Fox replied sternly. He followed a simple principle: those he felt were incompetent would never be relied upon, and those he relied upon would never be doubted. If Nie Yan was going to act as team captain, a role which required Sleepy Fox to put his faith in him, then he would grant him the highest authority. After watching the video of him leading another team through Tree Ant Forest, Sleepy Fox also felt a veil of mystery hanging over this person. When their captain responded in such a way, they had no choice but to accept his decision, and the members who had expressed dissatisfaction promptly fell into silence. They all understood an order given by their captain could not be violated lest they be expelled from the guild. From the very beginning, Sleepy Fox had always ruled over his subordinates with an iron fist. Nie Yan slightly nodded his head in approval. In both discipline and strength, Holy Empire's elite team was far above Yulan's Blue Feather team. The difference in atmosphere and quality was almost palpable. They certainly didn't have a smug bastard like Chen Bo who put everyone beneath his eyes. Even though several thieves were rather unhappy with their captain's arrangements with Nie Yan, they absolutely wouldn't dare to voice their dissatisfaction. System, Sleepy Fox has joined your team. System, Flying Stone has joined your team. In a brief few moments, a 30-player team was formed. Although Nie Yan was the captain of the team, it was still under Holy Empire's name. Alright, now to inspect your stats. Mages, announce your magic damage, fighters, announce your defense, and priests, announce the strength of your lesser heal. And so, in a quick and orderly fashion, each member reported their respective stats. Nie Yan reviewed the information of these players. All of their equipment was excellent, and except for 3 players who were slightly lacking, everyone's stats met the minimum requirements for clearing Agmo to muddy swamplands on expert difficulty. Before they set off, Nie Yan ordered those 3 players to purchase a few scrolls. Is there anything else we need? We've already bought enough anti-paralysis potions, asked Sleepy Fox. He had a certain premonition, which made him believe Nie Yan wouldn't merely be leading them through Agmo to muddy swamplands on easy or normal. Otherwise, why else would he have had ordered some of their players buy scrolls to supplement their stats? Their team absolutely possessed the raw stats to conquer the dungeon on those difficulties without using such items. Which of you fighters have demoralizing shout? Nie Yan swept his gaze over the group but received no response. I have it, Sleepy Fox answered. He felt bewildered and surprised by Nie Yan's sudden question. Did clearing Agmo to muddy swamplands really require such a high-level skill? Alright, not bad. Nie Yan nodded. He didn't explain himself and proceeded to the priests. How many of you have dispel? All 5 priests in the crowd promptly raised their hands in response. Sleepy Fox did have some brains. He understood dispel was extremely useful and didn't spare expenses to obtain the skill for each of his priests. Naturally, the only reason he could do so was because his guild had a strong foundation since even a single dispel skill book cost quite a pretty penny. How many of your paladins have repel evil? 1, Sleepy Fox answered. Nie Yan wrinkled his brows. It's not enough, asked Sleepy Fox after seeing Nie Yan's change in expression. Then what about remove blind? None. We'll need to purchase 2 repel evil skill books and a remove blind skill book then. It's also best if you have your shadow priest learn ensnare, but unfortunately, that skill book is a bit too rare. So even if we don't have it, we'll just have to make do. I need to buy a few things. So once you find those items, notify me, and I'll be over shortly. Nie Yan just recalled there was an essential item required to clear the dungeon. Following the end of their conversation, he left the transfer point area and headed for the northeast district. Nie Yan wanted to buy 2 different items that were exceedingly useful at this early of a stage in the game. If not for the dungeon run being moved to today, he would have nearly forgotten about it. The northeast district of Kalor was basically one giant slum, and rows of dilapidated buildings ran along every street and pathway. Just about any point in the slum was accessible through an alleyway. The infrastructure of the district was incredibly complex, resembling one giant labyrinth, and it was quite easy for players who entered the area to lose their way in these narrow paths. Even the largest streets were merely 2 meters across, while the much more numerous alleyways could only fit a single person. Nie Yan entered the winding and twisting paths of the district. The alleys were paved with slabs of stone while trash collected at the sides of the buildings. I wonder if I'll still able to find it, Nie Yan pondered. Countless forks in the path connected with each to form one giant, confusing network. It had been quite a while since he last visited this area, so his memories of it had become fuzzy and indistinct. Though no matter how vague these recollections were, he could only rely on them and fumble his way through while hopefully going along the correct path toward his destination. The location he sought was extremely remote, so finding it wasn't a simple matter, especially since he only remembered the general direction it was in. Hidden within this slum was actually a secret shop. The items sold there were decent, but they were too expensive and were only useful at the lower levels. He himself had only been to this shop 2 or 3 times in his previous life, specifically when he planned to run Agmo to muddy swamplands and needed to purchase the necessary items. This was the main reason why he had suddenly recalled the existence of this shop when they were about to run the dungeon. He meandered around the alleys for 10 minutes, taking a wrong turn several times, before finally finding a certain house. He gazed over at the plaque that hung over a giant wooden gate. Trembling Milo's house. I think it's this place. Nie Yan was slightly hesitant. He vaguely recalled that it did seem to have such a name. No, this should be the place, Nie Yan reassured himself. He slowly pushed open the gate and entered the courtyard where he was greeted by the sight of a broken-down thatch building. His vague memories began clearing up. He had found the right place. He walked past the dark hallways, down the staircase, and entered the basement. At the bottom, aged magic lamps shone through the darkness with a pale yellow glow. Rather than saying this was a cellar, it was better to call it a display room for trash. The walls were lined with shelves that stocked with goods and various potion bottles filled with green, blue, red liquids of all colors. There, an unkempt old man with a scraggly beard in a worn robe was examining a potion bottle that he had just shaken in his hand. The old man noticed Nie Yan just as he walked down the staircase. What do you want? The old man greeted in a somewhat rude tone. Then, a small window appeared in front of Nie Yan, displaying an assortment of special items. This old fogey had always been one to treat his customers in a cold and indifferent fashion, an attitude that hadn't changed one bit since Nie Yan had first met him in the previous timeline. When he stumbled upon this shop by accident back then, his level was already in the 30s. The items sold there were low level and overpriced, so he only shopped there once or twice to buy a few things. As a result, he only vaguely remembered the location of the shop. Very few players were willing to put in the time and effort to explore this area due to its remoteness, meaning even fewer were aware of this old man's existence. Perhaps aside from Nie Yan, no other players had yet to discover this shop, but this would change in the future. The slums of the northern district would be demolished and redeveloped into a new area for commerce. Despite that, Trembling Milo's house would somehow persist through this process and remain in business. The new commercial area would bring in players, which finally led to the public uncovering him. However, the new exposure didn't stop this old man from continuing to price gouge his customers, thus, only well-off beginners would frequent the shop. Nie Yan scanned over the merchandise listed in the window. The items he currently sought were 2 different scrolls and a particular pouch of dust, web scroll, sheep transformation scroll, and flash powder. He purchased 10 pouches of flash powder for 50 coppers each, 3 web scrolls, and 2 sheep transformation scrolls. Milo was probably a mage since he often created scrolls out of basic spells and offered them for sale. The scrolls Nie Yan bought contained web and sheep transformation. Web was a spell that provided decent crowd control and could only be learned by mages once they reached level 10. The web scroll, however, could be activated by any player as soon as they hit level 5. As for the sheep transformation spell, it couldn't be learned until level 20. Correspondingly, the requirements of the spell were also lowered in scroll form. The caveat being these scrolls came at a hefty price, costing 2 and 3 silvers respectively. The prices of the scrolls increased accordingly with the usefulness of the spells they contained. These items were so costly that even Nie Yan, who was filthy rich, would feel a slight ache in his heart when employing them. Thus, they would only be used sparingly, otherwise, he'd be spending more money than he earned. Outside of the major guilds, perhaps no other players were willing to purchase these things. When Nie Yan thought back to the previous timeline, he remembered he had been penniless at this level. If he had been able to, he would have broken copper coins in half just to save a little money, so how would he have been willing to use such items? Fortunately, his present circumstances were substantially different, so much so that he could be described as rich and imposing. After purchasing the items, he left Trembling Milo's house and headed for the transfer point. We've gathered the skill books, and we're all ready to set off. We'll all need to hurry, though, since the servers go down in 2 hours, Sleepy Fox messaged. I'll be there shortly, Nie Yan replied. The return trip was much quicker, and he soon arrived at the transfer point. You're here. Did you get what you needed? Sleepy Fox greeted. He was quite curious. Just what did Nie Yan buy for him to take so long to return? Yeah, I got it. Nie Yan nodded. However, since Nie Yan didn't bother explaining, he wouldn't make any further inquiries. With no other issues delaying them, everyone was ready to set off. Soon, the members of the team began stepping into the transfer point. Their destination was a small town called Nate, which meant marshland settlement in the ancient common language. Since the town was situated in a remote area, the price of the transfer was 10 coppers per player. Built in the middle of the marsh, Nate was besieged by poisonous beasts almost daily. This environment tempered the residents of the settlement into strong hunters, as evidenced by the ones who regularly passed through the town entrance, carrying crossbows along with the day's hunt. The town's main source of income came from selling these animal products, so the goods that could be purchased from the shops were mostly claws, fur pelts, and other items along these lines. In addition, materials of much higher quality would spring up for sale every once in a while, making this place a paradise for players who focused on a crafting profession such as tailoring. After arriving in the town, Nie Yan and company didn't dally, promptly heading to the quest giver. Unlike in Kalor, the players on the street didn't seem too surprised by the emergence of Nie Yan, Sleepy Fox, and the rest. Since many major guilds passed through this town en route to Agmota muddy swamplands, such a strong entourage of players was no strange sight to them. While walking through the town, Nie Yan and the others arrived at the entrance of an imposing manor. Not only was this the most luxurious home in town, possessing a style that befitted a residence constructed in the marshland, it also stood atop a small hill, filled with vibrant, lush willows and other plant life as it overlooked the rest of the town. A small path cut across the hill. Despite its winds and curves, it led directly to the manor. All of the team members halted their steps and gazed at Nie Yan. "I'll go receive the quest," Nie Yan announced to the team and then walked over to the entrance gates. After pushing open the metal gate, he proceeded along the path and shortly arrived at the manor's doors. Then, he entered the building and walked straight past a luxurious-looking living room, through along a winding hallway, and into a dusky bedroom. Upon reaching his destination, he found an old man lying in bed, surrounded by numerous servants and townsfolk who stared at him with worried expressions. His complexion was sickly, and it looked like he was on his last breath. "Mayor Mondo was inflicted with the King Manticore's poison. If we don't find an antidote soon, he'll..." "Ross, stop speaking drivel. I'm sorry." "Sigh. It's fine. At this point, the only thing that can save the mayor's life is the King Manticore's eye." "System, you've arrived at Mayor Mondo's residence and accidentally overheard some discussion. The mayor has been poisoned by the King Manticore. The vile creatures of the marsh have taken many innocent lives. System, are you willing to save Mayor Mondo by slaying the King Manticore and retrieving its eye?" "Yes." "System, you speak out and agree to save the mayor's life." The townsfolk and servants cast a grateful gaze. "You've received their respect. Your influence in Nate has increased by 3. Players received 3 influence when accepting the Agmota Muddy Wetlands quest for the first time. Subsequent attempts would garner no further benefits. System, explore the Agmota Muddy Wetlands in search of the King Manticore. Please select a difficulty. Easy, normal, hard, expert, specialist. Specialist. System, you've selected specialist. All members will have their stats increased by 10%. Withdrawing from this instance is not possible. Once the quest was accepted, the team was not allowed to get into conflict with other players. In return, they received the protection of the town. So, if they were provoked by other players, the guards would come forward in their aid. After receiving the quest, Nie Yan walked out of Mayor Mondo's manor. If they completed the quest, they could return here to receive a certain reward. Seeing Nie Yan come out of the gates, Sleepy Fox walked forward to greet him. "Specialist, are you confident we can beat it?" "It should be fine," Nie Yan replied. More accurately, it should be fine as long as no accidents occurred. As usual, Nie Yan's habit of not explaining things gave Sleepy Fox a headache. He simply couldn't understand this person's way of thinking. In comparison, Dusk was much more confident about this run. Although Agmota Muddy Wetlands was several tiers higher than Treant Forest in terms of difficulty, he still held absolute faith in Nie Yan's skills. The teammates who were unaware of the circumstances also felt shocked. Why was it specialist? They all believed this had to be some sort of mistake. They had already run Agmota Muddy Wetlands 3 times but failed to clear it even once. In one of the runs, they had managed to reach the King Manticore, only to be defeated miserably shortly after. Their main tank possessed over 130 defense and over 360 health. Although these stats couldn't be considered the best, they were still top tier. In spite of this, the King Manticore demolished their frontline in a matter of seconds. Even now, the only reason they were willing to make another attempt was because their priests had recently learned Radiant Protection, a spell that could shield an ally from incoming damage. Yet Nie Yan, in all his overbearing arrogance, had actually decided to pick specialist. How could they not be incensed? It was fine if he wanted to court death, but why did he have to drag them along with him? Despite this, they had no choice but to swallow their indignation. The quest difficulty had already been selected, and there was no way to withdraw. Moreover, their guild leader, Sleepy Fox, hadn't voiced his opinion on the matter. Thus, they could only wait and see how this situation developed. Nie Yan and the others walked along the trail that cut through the marsh and advanced south. As dusk encroached, the scenery around them gradually grew darker. They encountered few players en route to the dungeon, so much of the journey was uneventful and even somewhat bleak. After several minutes, Nie Yan and company arrived at a checkpoint in the middle of the trail. Just ahead were 2 watchtowers, one erected on each side of the path, and stationed in each of them was a crossbow-carrying NPC guard. Beyond this point is the King Manticore's territory. This is a forbidden area, so please turn back, one of the guards called out. We're adventurers who wish to proceed to Agmota. We're seeking to slay the King Manticore and retrieve its eye in order to treat Mayor Mondo's poison, Nie Yan replied in a tone that was standard for advancing the quest. So it was like this. Brave adventurers, the King Manticore is a dangerous and vile creature. I advise you to bring items that can cure paralysis, forewarned the guard. The mayor's life is at stake, so I hope your mission ends in success. The 2 guards allowed Nie Yan and the rest of the team to pass. As soon as he stepped past the watchtowers, the entire team was transported inside the instance. On arrival, an intense stench of blood and decay assaulted their noses as it freely permeated the air. Numerous corpses scattered the bog, some were fresh while others had completely rotted away, leaving only skeletal remains behind. The temperature plummeted, steeply, turning the atmosphere to one of cold and gloom. Suffice to say, the environment inside the dungeon was noticeably different from the outside. Signs of death could be seen everywhere across this long stretch of marsh. Ahead of Nie Yan and the team was a small den. Manticores usually gathered in prides, so their dens often contained 10 to several dozen individuals. Some were tasked with hunting prey, and others stayed behind to rear the young. Prides were headed by an alpha manticore, a leader-class monster, while the rest of the pride consisted of females and the young. Manticores were monsters possessing the head and body of a lion and a scorpion's poisonous tail. If struck by the stinger at the end of their tails, the player would become poisoned and lose a certain amount of health each second. Furthermore, there was also a chance of paralysis. Therefore, if the player didn't bring anti-paralysis potions, they would end up maimed to death before the poison had any meaningful effect. For the most part, as long as the team's fighters made sure to cure their paralysis as soon they were inflicted with it, no problems should arise. How many manticores do you think are in that den? I already investigated. They number around 16, Nie Yan replied. Since he was already at the front of the group, he had taken the initiative to survey their surroundings. 16. Oh my god. When we ran it on easy or normal, the most we'd ever get was a group of 5 or 6. All of the team members wore expressions of dismay. Manticores, with their high health, were notoriously difficult to deal with. This held even truer for the alpha manticore who was several times more powerful than their normal counterparts. Even on lower difficulties, they often faced great peril whenever they encountered a group of 5 or 6 manticores. If they were careless for even a moment, their team would end up surrounded and killed. Yet that den had 16 of them. Even if they had received a 10% stat boost, it was still impossible for them to deal with so many manticores. Nie Yan activated Transcendent Insight to examine the pride. Alpha Manticore, Leader, Level 3. Health, 1830-1830. Manticore, Level 3. Health, 620-620. Although only one of the manticores was a leader class monster, since Nie Yan and the team had entered the dungeon on specialist, even the common mobs would have their health, defense, and other stats increased significantly, so if all of those manticores came charging over, the team would undoubtedly end up wiping in an instant. The manticores move as a group. Do you have any plans? Asked Sleepy Fox after he turned to Nie Yan. He had to admit, Nie Yan's use of the crossbow in Treant Forest was ingenious, but that kind of tactic might not necessarily work against these manticores. The slow-witted Treants simply weren't on the same level as manticores. If I entrusted this task to you, how would you deal with this? Replied Nie Yan with a question of his own. Sleepy Fox wrinkled his brows. He wasn't willing to show weakness in front of Nie Yan, so after pondering for a moment, he replied, I've got an idea. Despite there being so many manticores, he actually thought up a plan. It seems I've been underestimating him. Oh, how do you plan on clearing the den? Let's go with your plan first, and I'll follow along. Just tell me what I need to do, Nie Yan replied before retreating to the side. He was trying to think of a way to gain the team's trust. Otherwise, players might not follow his instructions correctly during tense situations. If that were to frequently occur, they'd have no hope of overcoming the King Manticore. In the event Sleepy Fox's plan failed to subjugate the Manticore and he acted afterwards, the team would naturally be more willing to accept his orders. On the flip side, if Sleepy Fox did actually succeed, he would be saved the effort of doing the work himself. Alright, Sleepy Fox thought for a while, then began arranging the members into formation. The foe was a pride of 16 manticores, so naturally, he was still somewhat nervous. After he was done, he faced Nie Yan and said, none of my teammates are comparable to you, so I'll have to trouble you with aggroing the manticores. Nie Yan inspected Sleepy Fox arrangements. The formation took advantage of the boulders and trees in the vicinity by positioning the frontliners in a choke point. The mages were safe, as they occupied the high ground. The priests were well hidden and stood in relatively safe spots in the rear, while the paladins were positioned directly behind the frontliners, ready to provide assistance at any time. It appeared Sleepy Fox did have some skill in arranging his troops. The current formation was capable of dealing enormous amounts of damage. Are you confident we can succeed? Nie Yan asked in a worried tone. Although the formation was formidable, in a direct confrontation, the end result would still be their defeat. Why was he so sure that this formation would hold up against so many manticores at once? Unless, maybe he had a hidden card of some sort. If so, Nie Yan was curious to see. After all, this was Holy Empire's elite team. How could they not have a few tricks up their sleeves? Sleepy Fox gave a confident nod. Alright, I'll aggro them over, Nie Yan replied. He then drew closer to the den, with crossbow in hand, and found a suitable vantage point to shoot from. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several bolts fired from the crossbow. 2 bolts struck trees at the far rear of the den, and a split second later, the third bolt landed on the manticore closest to them. The third bolt aggroed 3 manticores over to Nie Yan while the rest of the pride was momentarily distracted by the sounds in the rear. However, after noticing 3 of their members charging in the opposite direction, they also stormed towards him. Not bad. Sleepy Fox hardly held back on his praise. Nie Yan's movements were swift and agile, he had sharp senses, and he possessed techniques that were extremely unique and innovative. Sleepy Fox inwardly schemed. If he were to offer, would Nie Yan be willing to join his guild? Once Nie Yan became his subordinate, he would definitely receive a prominent position in Holy Empire. However, after getting more familiar with him, he vaguely sensed Nie Yan wasn't the sort of person who would agree to lodge under another person's roof. In other words, Nie Yan probably preferred to lead instead of being led. When Nie Yan returned, the 3 manticores also followed. Violent waves, block them. Sleepy Fox ordered. Unrestrained surging violent waves was the #1 fighter in Holy Empire, his role being the team's main tank. In the previous timeline, he was also considered a remarkable player. However, he and the other outstanding members were mostly overshadowed by the brilliance of their guild leader. One had to know, when Sleepy Fox retrieved the Chapter of Courage, he had eventually reached the apex and obtained the entire Holy Viridian set. From then on, only a scarce few players were able to rival him. As a consequence, many of the outstanding members serving under him ended up being overlooked. However, without an elite team supporting him in the shadows, how could a player like Sleepy Fox grow to be so powerful? Violent Wave's rampant surge stepped forward and intercepted one of the manticores. He opened with heroic strike followed by shield bash. As soon as they witnessed their companion being attacked, the other 2 manticores immediately switched targets and joined the fray. Against all 3 manticores, Violent Waves raised his golden tower shield and firmly defended against their assault. His movements were extremely nimble and adept, especially for a fighter. However, if he didn't at least possess this little bit of skill, how could he have received the role of main tank in Holy Empire's elite team? A line of damage values rose above Violent Waves as he endured the relentless onslaught of the manticores. Soon, a gentle radiance enveloped him, replenishing a large portion of his missing health. His health bar continued to fluctuate as the battle raged on. Though, ultimately, the priests weren't able to keep pace as his health fell progressively lower. It appeared even Holy Empire's best fighter wasn't able to endure against these fierce attacks. The rest of the frontliners, which included Sleepy Fox, rushed forward and entered the battle in order to alleviate some of the pressure. Remember to use anti-paralysis potions. Understood. Violent Waves replied. Meanwhile, the mages in the rear were emitting a brilliant radiance as magical energies coalesced. Some were still channeling high-level magic while others had already finished and were firing off their spells. Bang, bang, bang. Magic bombarded the manticores and instantly obliterated the one they first engaged. Nie Yan circled behind one of the 2 remaining manticores and assailed it with concussive blow followed by vital strike. -103. -123. Holy shit. What kind of damage is that? Many of the team members felt their minds turn to mush. Were those really the attacks of a thief? Why did they seem so much fiercer than some of the attacks of the warriors in the team? From their perspectives, warriors naturally had the higher attack because thieves accounted for it with high attack speed. This was common sense. So, when they saw Nie Yan deal so much damage, they were astonished. While dual-wielding daggers, Nie Yan possessed both high attack speed and high damage. This combination was simply too overpowered. Thud, thud. With that, the remaining 2 manticores collapsed on the ground. The entire team worked with quick efficiency, so even by Nie Yan's standards, he still had nothing to complain about. After the first 3 manticores were killed, the other 13 had finally arrived. All 6 frontliners, Sleepy Fox included, readied themselves to engage the manticores. Directly behind them were the paladins. Since they were a profession that wore plate armor, they could occasionally serve as frontliners as well. Moreover, paladins with good equipment possessed defenses no lower than a fighter's. Damn it, these manticores deal a lot of damage. Violent waves, try to hold off that alpha manticore, Sleepy Fox ordered. As their guild leader, even he felt incredibly nervous when he saw Violent Wave's health continuously fall lower and lower. Needless to say, the other team members weren't faring much better. The amount of damage these manticores could dish out exceeded Sleepy Fox's expectations. Even though there had been just 3 of them, they were barely able to cope with it. Yet now, there were 13 of them. Thankfully he placed their formation in a choke point, otherwise, if so many powerful manticores were allowed to freely get to their backline, he imagined the consequences would be disastrous. It was probably a bad idea to continue gauging a specialist dungeon by using their experiences on normal. Cold Maple, cast Scorching Meteor. Otherwise, it'll be too late, Sleepy Fox declared solemnly. The healers were under far too much pressure. Even the slightest mistake could lead to serious consequences. He didn't dare to dally any longer. He had to play all of the cards in his hand. Wait, what? Scorching Meteor. Templar magic. Why? Nie Yan wanted to stop him, but it was too late. That holy mage called Cold Maple had already taken out a golden-colored talisman and begun chanting the spell. Ah, what a waste. Why would you use Templar magic in this kind of place? Nie Yan felt quite annoyed. If he had known they had such a spell in their arsenal, he would have prevented them from using it until the boss. The King Manticore was the most dangerous when it reached critical health, so the burst damage of a spell like Scorching Meteor would have been perfect for such a situation. Not only would it have saved them much time and effort, it would have also prevented potential casualties. However, by now, it was too late. The spell had already begun channeling, even if it was cancelled, it would still go on cooldown. Out of the many classifications of magic, there were over several that were considered the strongest. They comprised humanity's Templar magic, giants' Kasat magic, beastmen's berserk magic, elves' lunar spirit magic, demons' black magic, undead's fate magic, and a few others. Furthermore, there were also powerful magics just a tier lower such as elemental temple magic, undead temple magic, and so on. Each one possessed cultural and regional characteristics and was tied rather closely to the religion of the players. There was no doubt that all of these magics were incredibly powerful. Templar magic was also divided into 16 ranks. Scorching Meteor was classified as the weakest rank 1 Templar magic. Make no mistake, just because it was the weakest Templar magic didn't mean it was actually weak. Among the spells available to the current player base, Scorching Meteor was an exceedingly formidable skill. Its cooldown was 2 days, and the requisites for casting it were notoriously harsh. The spell required a Templar talisman that needed to be prepared in advance, which meant inscribing and imbuing. It would take nearly an hour to inscribe a spell like Scorching Meteor onto a talisman. Then, for there to be sufficient energy to power the spell, the talisman needed to be imbued with mana. Even the most common rank 1 spells required at least 1,000 or more mana points. In other words, for a player like Cold Maple, he would have to drain at least 3 bars worth of mana to cast a spell. Moreover, after casting Scorching Meteor, the spell required 2 entire days for it to be cast again. So, it seemed quite obvious that this spell shouldn't be used rashly. Naturally, Templar magic wasn't easily obtainable. A single skill book could cost upwards of 1 gold or more. Moreover, just because someone had the money didn't mean it was necessarily purchasable. Sleepy Fox had ordered Cold Maple to cast the spell. The main reason was because the situation seemed desperate, but the other reason was because he wanted to show Nie Yan his power and wealth. After all, very few teams possessed spells as powerful as Templar magic. Under the ferocious assault of the Manticores, Sleepy Fox and the other frontliners were gradually being pushed back as they tried to buy as much time as possible. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. Scorching Meteor required 3 sets of syllables to invoke. Finally, the golden talisman in Cold Maple's hand emitted a dazzling brilliance, whereupon a giant, scorching sphere emerged in the sky and burst into countless white meteors that streaked toward the Manticores. Bang, bang, bang. The meteors fell like rain as they battered the earth below. -302, -321, -301, -310, -310. A stream of damage values rose into the sky. Each meteor blossomed into beautiful fireworks of light, resembling white lotuses as they bloomed into the open air. After the third wave of meteors, almost all of the Manticores were killed. The only one remaining was the Alpha Manticore, but the meteors continued to fall. Bang, bang, bang. After the 5th wave, even the Alpha Manticore was on its last legs. The frontliners charged forward, and due to it being severely weakened, the mages easily finished it off with another round of attacks. Were it not for Scorching Meteor, they would have had a very tough time dealing with the Alpha Manticore. Perhaps without it, their team would have even been wiped out. The area in front of them was littered with Manticore corpses. The several thieves in the team walked over and began retrieving and sorting the dropped items. So, what do you think of that spell? Sleepy Fox asked. He felt somewhat smug, but he didn't reveal it in his expression. After all, he believed there was a chance Nie Yan hadn't seen such a powerful spell before. He might have even broadened Nie Yan's horizons. Nie Yan forced out a smile. Why did you have to use Templar magic here? It's simply too wasteful, don't you think? If that had been your secret plan all along, what's going to happen when we encounter the next den? Nie Yan wasn't some newbie who just joined the game. His experiences far exceeded Sleepy Fox's wildest imaginations, so he hadn't been the least bit surprised, much less impressed, by a rank 1 Templar magic like Scorching Meteor. In fact, he was incredibly vexed and disappointed. Sleepy Fox using Templar magic here was complete overkill. By the time they encountered the next den, not only would they not have the spell as backup, they would be stuck with no way to advance. Sleepy Fox felt slightly embarrassed after listening to Nie Yan's comments. If there were another way, he also wouldn't have been willing to use Templar magic, but their previous situation had been dire. Furthermore, the other reason he decided to use the spell was because he wanted to impress Nie Yan. Unfortunately, he garnered the complete opposite reaction and criticism instead, with Nie Yan identifying the spell as Templar magic with just a single glance. Not only that, but Nie Yan seemed to know much more than him. Just who in the world was this person? But if we didn't use Scorching Meteor, the team would have definitely been wiped. How else are we supposed to deal with so many Manticores at once? Sleepy Fox asked. He didn't quite believe Nie Yan could clear such a large den of Manticores without the use of large-scale magic. We could have cleared it without wasting Scorching Meteor, but my method requires an extremely skilled thief, Nie Yan replied. Since he dared to bring them into a specialist dungeon, naturally, it meant he knew how to clear the dens. Spells like Scorching Meteor were only one-off since they couldn't be repeatedly cast during a run. Sleepy Fox didn't reply. Instead, he stayed taciturn and sunk into deep thought. If Nie Yan really could clear such a large den of manticores by relying solely on skill in this current group of players, wouldn't that mean Nie Yan was more capable of leading the team than him, their captain and guild leader? Alright, then let's try your way out, conceded Sleepy Fox, finally breaking his silence. He wasn't a narrow-minded person who only cared about his reputation. If there was someone more capable, he would readily submit. He admired those who possessed ability and talent. And in Holy Empire, players who were more talented than him in one aspect or another could be found everywhere, yet he still remained as the guild leader. Captain, a piece of gold equipment dropped. One of the members called out in a pleasantly surprised tone. What kind of equipment? Come here and show me, Sleepy Fox replied. Sleepy Fox, Nie Yan, and the others examined the piece of equipment. It belonged to the priest's divine blessing set. Don't get too excited yet. Out of all the current dungeons, Agmoda Muddy Wetlands on Specialist has the highest drop rate for top quality equipment, so one dropping here isn't all that strange. Just wait a bit, you'll be seeing much more equipment of this quality or higher the further we get into the run, Nie Yan said. He was quite accustomed to seeing equipment of this quality. After all, in comparison to legendary equipment, they were no different from other ordinary drops. As for how the team would decide who this piece of equipment went to had nothing to do with him, since by the end of the run, he would receive his promised share regardless. Beside being knowledgeable and experienced, Sleepy Fox sensed Nie Yan was also quite self-reliant. These types of people were the most difficult to recruit as subordinates since they didn't like being ordered around. It seemed roping Nie Yan into Holy Empire wasn't going to be as easy as he initially thought. Sleepy Fox gave the said item to one of the stronger priests, and with that, they then set out for the next area. Not much time passed before they encountered another den. This one was roughly the same size as the one from earlier which contained 17 manticores. Sleepy Fox turned Nie Yan and said, let's see your method now. Nie Yan nodded and scanned the surrounding terrain for a suitable location. Under his command, he and the other thieves in the team, numbered from 1 to 3, set out to their specified positions. These 4 soon arrived in their designated positions and took up a square formation. Then, Nie Yan proceeded to explain in detail what role each member would have. The manticores lazily roamed the area around their den, completely oblivious to the players who were lurking nearby and eyeing them like prey. Remember, don't tangle with them. Run away as soon as you see them aggro onto you. Don't dally either. They're too fast for you. If you're even a second too slow, you won't be able to get away, Nie Yan carefully reminded. After listening to these instructions, Sleepy Fox suddenly had a flash of insight. It seemed Nie Yan planned on splitting the manticores into more manageable groups. The only problem was the other thieves in the team were simply too slow. Pulling these manticores exceeded their abilities. Although these thieves were able to evade the manticores for a period of time, they definitely couldn't do it forever, and even then, it wouldn't be for that long. Eventually, they would get overtaken, and then they would be screwed. When the other thieves finished their preparations, Nie Yan announced through the intercom, once we begin, don't stray from my commands. The 3 thieves were completely focused. All of them took a deep breath when they saw Nie Yan take out his crossbow and aim at the alpha manticore. They're not all attacking together. Sleepy Fox was a bit taken by surprise. As Nie Yan peered through the sight, he lined up the target and fired. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 bolts flew through the air before striking the alpha manticore. Immediately, after being attacked, the manticore discovered the location of its assailant. It roared in indignation then pounced toward him. The numerous common manticores also followed closely from behind. Upon seeing this, Nie Yan turned tail and fled. He actually dared to take on all the aggro by himself. How courageous, Sleepy Fox thought. If Nie Yan didn't have complete confidence in his ability, there was no way he would even attempt to take on such a difficult task that was tantamount to throwing his life away. Number 3, attack the 3 manticores at the rear. Nie Yan yelled through the intercom. Number 3 didn't dare to idle any longer and immediately drew the string back on his short bow and shot out 3 arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows whistled in the air and hit their respective targets, 1 manticore each. Upon being attacked, the 3 manticores in the rear diverted their aggro, separated from the group, and began pursuing the thief with the short bow instead. The thief hastily retreated to the forces waiting at the sidelines and pulled the manticores along with him. Nie Yan was madly dashing through the bog, inwardly counting the seconds as they passed. 3, 2, 1, number 2, go for the next 3. Number 2 didn't delay and shot 3 arrows at the 3 rearmost manticores. Thus, another 3 were peeled off from the main group. Since the thieves would only pull 3 at a time, the frontliners didn't feel too much pressure and were able to easily hold them off. Therefore, the mages could freely fire their spells, requiring only 3 rounds to kill the manticores. Nie Yan ran like the wind as he continuously evaded the pursuit of the manticores. Thanks to his speed and agility making him as slippery as a loach, their attacks would always fail to hit their target. It appeared even if they were given all the time in the world, these manticores still wouldn't be able to touch a single hair on his head. While Nie Yan was distracting the main group, the 3 thieves took turns in aggroing a few manticores at a time. As they pulled 3 manticores off of the main group with each rotation, they gradually shaved down what was once a formidable pride. Spells fell like rain as the manticores dropped like flies. Nie Yan's method was undoubtedly a success. However, it could only be accomplished by a thief with excellent fleeing abilities and spatial awareness. If someone else were to attempt this strategy, they definitely wouldn't have the ability to pull it off and would only end up as food for the manticores. Damn, he's really fast. Sleepy Fox couldn't help but exclaim. He watched as Nie Yan made fools out of these manticores while running circles around them. Guild leader, who the hell is this guy? The members in the team couldn't help but wonder. Just where did their guild leader find such an obscenely overpowered thief? Shut up. Stop slacking. Sleepy Fox shouted. The chattering immediately stopped, and they immediately focused their attention back onto the incoming manticores, not daring to utter a single additional word. After several rounds, another wave was annihilated. Shit, I'm out of mana. Use a mana potion. On the 3rd wave, Sleepy Fox was shocked to discover that each time they had finished one wave, another thief would arrive with 3 manticores in tow. In neither a slow nor rushed pace, the next wave would always arrive in a timely manner. Sleepy Fox was left speechless by Nie Yan's impeccable timing. None of the players here were fools. They all understood how challenging of a task it was to evade such a large group of manticores. Their hearts were only filled with admiration, and they no longer dared to look down on him like they did when he arrived. Initially, none of the members were convinced Nie Yan would be able to guide them through Agmoda Muddy Wetlands. Now, however, they were convinced of his ability. Speaking truthfully, the pressure Nie Yan felt while evading these manticores was immense, but such actions were required for the sake of convincing the team of his ability, which was also why he refrained from using the items he purchased beforehand. The alpha manticore was much faster than its brethren, so despite the use of a haste scroll, it eventually closed the distance and leapt forward. As it pounced toward him, bearing its fangs and claws, Nie Yan suddenly dodge-rolled the fatal attack that was mere inches from taking off his head. A bright blue light trailed behind the alpha manticore as it swiped only thin air. In spite of its quick attack speed, Nie Yan had avoided the attack in a timely manner, resulting in its massive frame barreling past him. Nie Yan quickly recovered from the roll and fled in a different direction. This bold display of skill, where he was merely an inch away from death, left the onlookers endlessly shocked and excited. Nie Yan was truly a fearless person for daring to perform such a risky maneuver. Upon landing, the alpha manticore veered its body and then continued after Nie Yan. In order to keep buying more time for the rest of the team, Nie Yan deliberately ran in a zigzag pattern. Every 6 to 8 seconds, the 3 rearmost manticores pursuing Nie Yan would be peeled from the main group. The formidable group of manticores gradually dwindled until only the alpha manticore and an ordinary manticore remained. If not for the team members being there to personally witness it themselves, they would never believe a single thief could be capable of evading such a large pride of manticores for so long, especially one with an alpha manticore leading the chase. At this moment, no member in Sleepy Fox team dared to call his ability into question. They finally understood their captain taking the time to invite Nie Yan and even conceding leadership of the run to him wasn't without reason. A player of Nie Yan caliber was definitely deserving of such consideration. Despite there being no real evidence, Sleepy Fox surmised Nie Yan was quite possibly a member of a powerful team that must have already beaten AGMO to Muddy Wetlands on specialist difficulty before, otherwise, Nie Yan wouldn't be so familiar with luring such a large pride of manticores. Assuming this conjecture was true, didn't that signify the strength of Nie Yan's team had already reached a terrifying level? With each and every revelation, Nie Yan's origins were becoming more and more mysterious. Never in his wildest dreams would he think that Nie Yan was actually someone who had reincarnated into the past. Nie Yan did indeed beat AGMO to Muddy Wetlands on specialist difficulty, but that was in the previous timeline where walkthroughs for all low-level dungeons were widespread and publicly available. By then, the number of teams that had cleared the specialist dungeons were as numerous as the grains of sand on a beach shore. As Sleepy Fox pondered over this matter, he saw Nie Yan leading the remaining manticores over to them. Everyone, get ready for battle. Sleepy Fox hurriedly announced. The leader-class manticore was still going to be rather difficult to deal with. Violent Waves raised his shield and ran over to intercept the alpha manticore. Though, before he could reach Nie Yan, the alpha manticore suddenly pounced. Watch out! Several people cried out in alarm. Seeing as Nie Yan about to be killed, many members couldn't bear to watch any longer. It appeared, even after persisting for long, he was still going to fall at the final stretch. In that instant, as if he had grown eyes at the back of his head, Nie Yan suddenly pivoted his foot and dodged to the side. The abrupt change in direction resulted in the alpha manticore's claw harmlessly brushing past him. Sleepy Fox and a few other who witnessed the scene all broke out into a cold sweat. The attack had missed by just the tiniest fraction of an inch. However, it was this small gap, this line of demarcation, that represented the pinnacle of skill. Unlike the others, Nie Yan wore an expression of complete calm on his face despite having been just a hair's breadth away from death. He acted as if such a haggling situation was merely an everyday occurrence. Shield bash. Violent Waves rammed his shield into the alpha manticore and helped take aggro off of Nie Yan. Following immediately after were the numerous spells arriving from the rear line. Bang, bang, bang. They bombarded the alpha manticore's body as damage values rose above its head. Meanwhile, another fighter charged ahead and took the aggro of the other manticore, assuring it wouldn't attack anyone else. During all this, Nie Yan circled behind the alpha manticore and unleashed a chain of attacks. -67. -73. -78. The damage Nie Yan dealt was quite considerable, causing the alpha manticore's aggro to switch back to him. However, a moment later, Violent Waves let out an ear-piercing roar that carried an intimidating force. Demoralizing shout. The shout resulted in the alpha manticore immediately halting its movements. Then, in response, it turned back to Violent Waves and furiously started attacking him once more. Demoralizing shout was able to intimidate a monster for several seconds and interrupt their attack. At the same time, it was also able to attract aggro. This was the bread and butter within the toolkit fighters had at their disposal to pull monsters. Since the alpha manticore had become isolated, the battle was much easier and ended without much suspense. Under the constant barrage of spells, the alpha manticore was quickly, and simply, blasted into smithereens. After collapsing onto the ground, the alpha manticore dropped a piece of a silver equipment for paladins. Unfortunately, in a specialist dungeon, getting a silver equipment drop seemed a bit lackluster. They really could clear an entire manticore den without the need for scorching meteor. Completely amazed at this fact, Sleep Fox was now thoroughly convinced Nie Yan's skills were beyond exceptional. He was an incredibly talented player. Sleepy Fox really wanted to recruit him into the guild and even offered very generous conditions, but he was tactfully refused. Now, since it appeared Nie Yan becoming his subordinate was unrealistic, he decided the next best plan was to maintain a friendly relationship. Afterward, the team proceeded to clear over a dozen dens of similar size. Sleepy Fox was the first to reach level 7 while the other members followed in succession. Seeing everyone else level up, Nie Yan glanced at his experience bar. He was still 35% away from leveling up, so he wasn't far off either. During this period of time, where they cleared den after den, Sleepy Fox and his team acquired many good pieces of equipment. Among them was a pair of Thief Gold grade leg guards, strength +10, balance +6. It could be considered decent and was better than the ones he had currently equipped, so Nie Yan directly took it. With the events that had transpired, the other thieves in the team no longer had the courage to quibble with Nie Yan over it either. Regardless, by the end, the entire team had upgraded their gear in one way or another. Nie Yan calculated in his head. From this run alone, he would receive at least 10 or so silvers. Although it wasn't much, it was still better than nothing. Continuously employing the same tactics, Nie Yan and the team gradually approached the King Manticore's den, which was located at the center of the marsh. It was wide open space with many manticores roaming around with roughly 60 to 7 of them. If one looked into the distance, over 100 meters away, they would catch sight of a gigantic, golden-maned manticore wandering about. It was many times larger and significantly more muscular than the other manticores around it. This was the one and only King Manticore. If only we had scorching meteor for this boss, Sleepy Fox mumbled in embarrassment. He couldn't help but feel regret over wasting it in such a rash manner so early in the run. No worries, the area here is big enough that we can lure the manticores without attracting the attention of the others. The only difficult part is actually killing the King Manticore. It's Lord class, Nie Yan said. The boss easy and normal difficulty counterparts were sub-elites while the hard and expert ones were elites. Only in specialist would the players have to confront the Lord variant of the boss. Although the specialist counterpart was rather difficult to beat, the quality of the drop scaled accordingly with the increase in difficulty. Naturally, the kind of equipment that could be retrieved from this boss was on an entirely different level than ones from its lower difficulty counterparts. At the very least, an item of gold grade would drop, and occasionally, a dark gold item would drop as well. Besides equipment, the boss also frequently dropped special items such as gems, special crafting materials, and unique consumables. Still, if it weren't for your help, we would have never made it here, Sleepy Fox said. During the journey, many members started to view Nie Yan in a different light. Their gazes were still filled with a complicated emotion, but more than anything, they were feeling deep admiration. Now, they heeded his every word with almost absolute faith. His leadership had borne excellent results. The fact he was able to bring them to this point alone was already ample proof of his ability to command. People like Nie Yan were destined to become legends. Brother Nie, are you absolutely certain you don't wish to join our guild? Even among the other guilds, our holy empire is ranked quite highly. If Brother Nie is willing to join, then our treatment would be just as good as, if not better than, the other guilds. If that still isn't enticing enough, then how about you enter our guild as an honorary member for now? You won't even be obligated to do anything. All we'll ask is that you keep in contact with us. Sleepy Fox tried throwing out another one of his recruiting pitches. Nie Yan didn't bear any sort of emblem on his body, which meant he shouldn't be a member of any guild. This was rare for a player as skilled as Nie Yan, so he wasn't willing to give up just yet. That won't be necessary, Nie Yan lightly chuckled as he politely declined the offer. He understood that Sleepy Fox was simply trying to rope him into becoming involved with the guild. Once he was an honorary member, Sleepy Fox would gradually attempt to change his mind until he became a full-fledged member of Holy Empire. Although honorary membership would grant him many benefits, he knew there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. He didn't want to spend his time being a dog for some guild. Alright, then so be it, Sleepy Fox replied, clearly disappointed. However, if any opportunities arise in the future, we should look to cooperate again, Nie Yan added. This virtual world would birth countless legends of financial windfalls. More than just being a second world in name, this game turning into one would become a reality. It would be viewed by numerous figures as a new land of growth and opportunity. In his previous life, when Cao Shu was at the peak of his power, he had 5 large guilds at his beck and call and owned various businesses spread across Galore, Nisode, and Radiant City. Not only that, but the industries under his control were quite diverse as well, covering over 10 different markets. As a result, his assets in the virtual world were valued in the hundreds of billions. Nie Yan needed to become more powerful than Cao Shu, powerful enough to thoroughly crush him. He needed to become so powerful that Cao Shu would be forced to think twice before acting against him. Only then would his mind be at ease. Nie Yan wouldn't allow the events of his past life to repeat themselves in this one. This, however, was impossible to achieve alone, which was why he needed to gradually build up a network of reliable contacts. The person who currently stood before him, Sleepy Fox, was one such person who was worthy of developing a relationship with. Of course, I'd be glad to. Sleepy Fox believed Nie Yan was merely talking about running another dungeon together. Never did Sleepy Fox consider that he might have actually meant something else. However, Nie Yan didn't bother expanding upon this any further and instead turned his attention back to hunting down the manticores. 7 Knights, I want you to expand our coverage by scouting out the southeast. Be wary of the traps, especially the quagmires, Nie Yan said. 7 Knights showstopper was the weakest thief on the team, a handsome young man who had just turned 20. Currently he didn't amount to much in Sleepy Fox's eyes, but his talent and potential weren't bad. According to Nie Yan's past life, this man was to mature into the guild's #1 thief in the future. Though 7 Knights was very quiet and reserved, which made it hard to gauge his thoughts, he had a gentle personality, so Nie Yan had a good impression of him. Because of this, Nie Yan had subconsciously favored 7 Knights a bit more than the other thieves when issuing orders. Alright, replied 7 Knights. It was finally his turn to show off. After receiving Nie Yan's order, he quickly dashed toward the southeast without feeling even the slightest bit of hesitation. As someone who played the same profession, 7 Knights felt nothing but admiration for Nie Yan, even to the point of prostrating before him. What made him extremely happy was the fact that Nie Yan treated him quite politely despite not paying any attention to his companions, the other 2 thieves in the team. Once he began his designated task of scouting the southeast, a thought popped up in his head. When this run was over, he would definitely make sure to ask Nie Yan for some advice on playing a thief. Nie Yan was completely unaware this slight discrepancy in treatment had birthed great waves in 7 Knights' heart. Why scout the southeast? Sleepy Fox thought to himself, slightly puzzled. Logically speaking, since the King Manticore was right in front of them, shouldn't they just directly head for it instead of creating extra work for themselves by scouting the southeast? You'll find out why in a bit, Nie Yan said, as if he knew what Sleepy Fox was thinking. Several minutes later, 7 Knights spoke through the team intercom. I discovered an old lighthouse, but there are a few manticores guarding the area around the entrance. Good, climb the lighthouse and turn on the light at the very top. Use stealth to circle to the back and enter through the entrance there. Make sure those manticores don't detect you. Nie Yan ordered. 7 Knights was quite fast, and with his skills, avoiding those manticores shouldn't pose much of a challenge. Then, after another several minutes, a shabby lighthouse in the distance began emitting a little light. The light grew increasingly brighter until its radiance became so intense that it penetrated the dark fog of the marsh and arrived at Nie Yan and the team's location. Under the illumination of the lighthouse, the dark fog that shrouded the Agmo muddy wetlands surprisingly dispersed. The dark fog that once stifled everyone's mood had mostly cleared out right away. Sleepy Fox finally understood. This lighthouse was quite possibly the essential factor required in order to beat the King Manticore. You did well. Sleepy Fox praised 7 Knights. Upon hearing this, 7 Knights felt quite happy since their captain rarely praised his subordinates, but he was also fairly pleased because Nie Yan had given him the chance to display his skills. Alright, since the lighthouse is lit, let's proceed to the next step. There are 3 elite class manticores roaming the area near the King Manticore. We'll have to draw them out one at a time and then eliminate them, Nie Yan explained. This was one of the more difficult steps in clearing the dungeon on Specialist. It required a lot from the players, but he had a simple solution. Sleepy Fox felt as if his heart had skipped a beat. One had to know, even on hard and expert, only the final boss was an elite. Yet, on Specialist, not only did they have to deal with the King Manticore, a Lord-class monster, they had to contend with 3 elite Manticore as well. It could be seen rather clearly just how difficult dungeons on Specialist were. Thinking about what they were about to face, Sleepy Fox felt somewhat nervous and apprehensive. Even if they were able to kill the 3 elite Manticores, with what could be lying in wait for them, would it really be possible for them to beat the final boss? The only thing that was of some comfort was the fact that, despite this being a dungeon on Specialist, they had still been able to arrive at this point. Even if they wiped here, the number of items and pieces of equipment they had obtained so far would be able to make up for their losses. Since their losses were no longer an issue, they could commit everything to the final battle without fear. The entire team shared this resolve. So with this attitude, many of the members were prepared to go all out. These 3 elite manticores were the queens of this entire pride, so their strength also couldn't be looked down upon. Nie Yan and company proceeded to clear the area of all the common manticores. Afterward, the only monsters that remained were the 3 elite manticores and the king manticore. The only problem was that they were fairly close to one another. In this wide open patch of dry land in the center of the marsh, they would occasionally roam around in a leisurely manner, and at other times, they would lay on their stomachs and briefly rest. Everyone in the team was currently sitting down and resting under the cover of shrubbery. They were replenishing their health and mana. Only after they all fully recovered would they dare to finally engage one of the elite class manticores. During this time period, Nie Yan was the only one who wasn't recovering with the others. He was actually searching for a suitable spot to attack from. Nie Yan peered through his crossbow sight from behind the brush he was using for cover. After a short while, he lowered his gaze and shook his head. This place won't do either. With such thoughts in mind, he got up and moved to another area, only to repeat the same actions and move on yet again. What do you think he's doing? Dusk asked, flabbergasted, as he observed Nie Yan busily moving from one area to another. It was still too early to be aggroing the elites, wasn't it? Well, he shouldn't be looking for a vantage point, that's for sure. He hasn't been within firing range this entire time, Sleepy Fox replied. He was also rather curious as to what Nie Yan was up to. After all, it was impossible for a crossbow to hit from this far away. Nie Yan walked behind a tree and began gauging the distance. This should do. Finding a suitable spot, he raised his crossbow and fired in the direction of one of the elite manticores. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 bolts flew out in succession. Sleepy Fox was taken aback. Wait, are you really aggroing them? Isn't it still too early? We haven't even fully recovered yet. However, he suddenly recalled. Wait, that's not right. They're still out of his attack range. As expected, the bolts gradually lost momentum and slowly dropped until they eventually hit the ground. They had fallen just 10 meters short of the closest elite manticore and 13 away from the next closest. An elite manticore's detection range extended out to 10 meters. This knowledge was the result of compiling the numerous experiences of players who had run AGMO to muddy wetlands on specialist in Nie Yan's past life. Nie Yan just so happened to know of a little trick that made use of this information, and with his skills, he could easily pull it off even with his hands tied behind his back. Out of the 3 elite manticores roaming around, only the closest one heard the sound of the bolts hitting the ground. Thus, it was also the only one that moved towards the source with the intent of investigating. After walking 2 or 3 meters, it stopped in place and began scanning the surrounding area, yet it wasn't able to find anything, so it turned around and began to head back. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before it could take even a single step back, however, Nie Yan fired off another round of bolts which landed just 10 meters away from the elite manticore yet again. The manticore halted and resumed its search for the source of the sound, but it still couldn't find anything. Then, just when it was about to head back, another sound came from an area 10 more meters away. Nie Yan repeated this action several more times. Whenever the elite manticore was about to turn and leave, he would send 3 more bolts to a spot just barely within its detection range. Meanwhile, Nie Yan did his best to avoid being spotted by the manticore as he attracted its interest with crossbow bolts. In this fashion, the elite manticore was continuously drawn away all by its lonesome self. The distance between itself and the other manticores was growing increasingly wider with every repetition. Sleepy Fox and the other members were shocked as they watched this scene unfold before their very eyes. Never did they expect that Nie Yan would use such a method to draw out the elite manticore. If they continued like this, then it might actually be possible to kill the elite manticores and the king manticore individually, one after another. This method was something they could have never come up with on their own. Furthermore, it wasn't a tactic that just anyone could employ either. Nie Yan's timing and accuracy were both simply impeccable. Everyone, get into position. Since Brother Nie has revealed his skills, we mustn't show any weaknesses either, unless you want others to look down on us. Remember, you're the hand-picked elite of Holy Empire. Show some vigor. Who knows, perhaps today we really will be able to beat AGMO to muddy wetlands on specialist. Sleepy Fox stood tall and puffed up his chest. Seeing their captain stand up, the other members all followed suit, standing up one after another. Their eyes blazed with determination as they followed Sleepy Fox orders and began getting into formation. The final hurdle was to clear these 3 elite manticores and the Lord-class King Manticore, a hurdle so insurmountable that even Sleepy Fox originally felt they had no hope of succeeding. However, who would have thought that Nie Yan randomly moving about would actually cause such an utterly drastic change in their circumstances? Perhaps they really would be able to clear this dungeon. After being drawn out by Nie Yan, the lone elite manticore was well over 20 meters away from its companions. Nie Yan raised his crossbow and took aim once more. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 bolts flew out once again, but this time they actually hit the elite manticore. Upon being struck, the elite manticore immediately discovered Nie Yan's presence. The attack had enraged it, and after letting out a low growl, it pounced toward its aggressor. With that, Nie Yan turned around and fled towards the rest of the team. Everyone, prepare for battle. Just as Nie Yan spoke, he discovered Sleepy Fox and company were already in formation. Violent Waves raised his tower shield, charged forth, struck the elite manticore with heroic strike, and then followed with taunt in order to completely grab its aggro. Afterwards, he retreated back, raised his shield, and moved into a defensive stance. Now, the elite manticore's aggro was fully on Violent Waves. It raised its paw and furiously swiped at his shield with a force so tremendous that he was knocked back several steps. Minus 123 A damage value floated above his head. Such terrifying damage. Violent Waves only had 300 or so health. If the manticore managed to land a critical hit, then he'd be in immediate peril. Paladins, cast Repel Evil on Violent Waves. Nie Yan yelled. The elite manticore's claws were strengthened with a sinister magic that made their attacks deal enormous damage. Shortly after Nie Yan made the order, a shallow blue light enshrouded Violent Waves. Immediately, the damage he was receiving from the attacks fell by 30%. Only then did Sleepy Fox and the others discover that a paladin's Repel Evil was effective at reducing the elite manticore's damage. The effect was even better than the barrier spell. Furthermore, barrier could only absorb so much damage before breaking. Under the elite manticore's attacks, it would have shattered almost instantly. However, Repel Evil would last for 10 seconds regardless of the damage it reduced. After the 10 seconds were over, a different paladin could cast another Repel Evil. No wonder Nie Yan wanted to have at least 3 paladins with Repel Evil in the team. It was because 3 paladins would mean Repel Evil would have 100% uptime on the main tank as long as they took turns and cast it immediately after the previous one expired. With a significant portion of the damage being negated, the whole fight progressed in an orderly manner. Violent Waves was able to easily tank the Elite Manticore's attacks while the mages at the rear gradually chipped away at its health. The Elite Manticore opened its mouth and spewed a poisonous green mist in Violent Waves' face. Violent Waves, who was firmly blocking the Elite Manticore's attacks, suddenly found himself deprived of his vision, causing him to fumble and lose sight of his target. However, this didn't last more than a moment, and he was soon able to see clearly again. This was thanks to a priest who had cast Remove Blind in a timely manner. Having regained his vision, Violent Waves immediately discovered that the Elite Manticore was about to switch its aggro to someone else. If someone else were to pull aggro, the Elite Manticore would proceed to wreak havoc on the backline, which would most likely end up killing many of the mages. Demoralizing Shout. Violent Waves' use of Demoralizing Shout intimidated the Elite Manticore, forcing it to retreat several steps. After waiting to be healed some more, he charged forward and struck it with Shield Bash, pulling the Elite Manticore's aggro back onto him. He felt a cold sweat run down his forehead. If he had to wait even a second longer for the priest to cast Remove Blind, then the team would have most likely been wiped. Nie Yan's leadership gave rise to extremely important results. All of the frontliners tightly surrounded the Elite Manticore and let loose every attack skill they had. Nie Yan also circled behind it and unleashed a flurry of skills. The sound of explosions endlessly rang out as the Elite Manticore was bombarded with spells, sending damage values rising up into the air one after another. When the Elite Manticore's health fell below 5%, its fur transformed into a bright red that dazzled the eyes. It was about to go berserk. Shadow Priest, root him in place now. Immobilize. The Elite Manticore's movement suddenly halted as it froze in place for a brief moment. Immobilize lasted for no more than a second, but its effects were quite obvious. Magic rained down on the Elite Manticore as its health fell to 3%. When it entered a berserk state, its attack power increased threefold. Being the one who had to deal with this increase, Violent Waves felt immense pressure as he tried his best to endure its assault while the priests cast Lesser Heal with reckless abandon as they struggled just to keep him alive. Noticing the situation turn dire, Nie Yan flicked his wrist as a pouch of flash powder emerged in his hand and then lobbed it at the Elite Manticore. Poof! The pouch exploded and scattered white powder into the air. This fine powder was akin to thousands of tiny needles as it released a blinding radiance that pierced into the Elite Manticore's eyes. The members of the team were also affected by the flash powder, but to a much lesser extent, unlike the Elite Manticore that had lost all vision. The pouch of powder was something Nie Yan had purchased prior from Trembling Milo. This item was able to release an intense flash of light that could momentarily blind the enemy for several seconds. The player could then take advantage of this time by either fleeing or attacking their opponent. Although the item cost a pretty penny, it was nevertheless extremely useful. Keep attacking, don't slow down, Nie Yan yelled. The team had been taken aback and confused by the sudden burst of light. However, they soon regained their wits when they realized Nie Yan was the one who caused it. The enemy was completely blinded and helpless to retaliate, so they were able to freely let loose an even more ferocious barrage of magic and attacks at the Elite Manticore. After a final round of spells, the Elite Manticore uttered one last, mournful roar before collapsing to the ground. It wasn't reasonable to say the Elite Manticore was the most dangerous when its health fell below 5%, but due to the crowd control effects of the flash powder and immobilize, it was basically rendered harmless, allowing it to be easily slain. On the other hand, under normal circumstances, an encounter with an Elite Manticore definitely wouldn't have ended so pleasantly. What sort of item dropped? Nie Yan asked Sleepy Fox. Sleepy Fox walked over to the Elite Manticore's corpse and picked up the dropped item. It was a thief's dagger, and not only that, it was dark gold grade as well. Blood Pact Dark Gold. Requirement, level 0. Properties, attack 23 to 26, dexterity plus 11, critical plus 12, lifesteal 3%. Attack speed, 2.3. Weight, 3 pounds. User restriction, thief, can be equipped by all factions. It's a thief's dagger. Sleepy Fox shared the dagger's information with Nie Yan. As soon as the information window popped up, Nie Yan examined the dagger. Its properties weren't bad for a level 0 weapon, and the attack was only slightly lower than his level 5 gold dagger, Assassin's Decree. Furthermore, the additional lifesteal and critical rate placed it a bit higher than Assassin's Decree overall and much higher than his horn dagger. I can finally switch out my dagger. This blood pact that they found in Agmoda Muddy Wetlands on Specialist was probably one of the best level 0 daggers possible. I want this dagger, said Nie Yan as he stared at Sleepy Fox. When such an amazing dagger appeared, all of the thieves in the team gazed at it covetously. Of course, from the moment Nie Yan opened his mouth, they knew it would be impossible for them to obtain it, but speaking truthfully, this wasn't all too surprising. There was no way Nie Yan would be willing to pass on a weapon like Blood Pact. Sleepy Fox didn't bicker and willingly handed Blood Pact over. After all, Nie Yan had been the one guiding them through this specialist dungeon this whole time. If it weren't for him, they would have never been able to reach this point. Yet, besides a pair of leg guards, Nie Yan had never taken anything else up until now, which left Sleepy Fox feeling slightly embarrassed. Taking all this into consideration, naturally, this dark gold dagger would go to Nie Yan. Upon receiving the item, Nie Yan promptly replaced the horn dagger in his hand with Blood Pact, which in turn improved his damage significantly. Furthermore, he estimated that he would be able to farm the complete Black Blood set in the next few days. When that time came around, his gear would be upgraded another level. By utilizing the same tactic, Nie Yan lured the other two Elite Manticores to the team one after another where they were swiftly dealt with. 2 decent pieces of equipment dropped from their corpses as well. However, Nie Yan voluntarily passed on them since they weren't thief items. Oh right, what were those pouches you threw at the Elite Manticore's eyes? Sleepy Fox couldn't hold back his curiosity any longer and finally asked. This question also prompted Dusk, Flying Stone, and the rest of the team members to turn their attention to Nie Yan as well. That strange pouch really was a useful item. Blinding an enemy in the middle of combat could achieve amazing results, especially during crucial moments. Flash Powder, it's a special item, but it's only effective against enemies level 10 or lower. Do you have any more remaining? In fact, I actually do, but I only have 9 pouches left, Nie Yan replied after pondering for a brief moment. Since Sleepy Fox and his team had already seen the item, he felt there was no harm in revealing it to them. Is this item really rare? I'll buy 2 pouches for a silver each. How does that sound? Sleepy Fox offered. Whether it was used against other players or against monsters, this queer item would likely show surprisingly good results. Hence, even if he bought them for a silver each, he still didn't consider it very expensive. Nie Yan's eyes brightened after hearing these words. Given that Sleepy Fox was really willing to purchase the flash powder for 1 silver per pouch, then it was certain even more players would be willing to pay a high price as well. Trembling Milo was a hidden NPC, and at present, no other players had yet to discover him. If he were to return to the shop and purchase a large quantity of flash powder, web scrolls, and cheap transformation scrolls and then sell them on the marketplace, he would undoubtedly earn a fortune. At least until the average player base surpassed level 10, items like the ones found in Trembling Milo's house would all be extremely useful. How about we put this off until later? Let's clear the dungeon first, Nie Yan replied. Once they were out of the dungeon, he could list some of these items for sale and observe how the market would react. Alright, if you have any extra in storage, please sell a bit more to me, Sleepy Fox said. For a guild as large as his, spending a few silvers wasn't really a problem. Besides, after witnessing flash powder's effects in person, he really wanted to get his hands on some for himself. Now the only monster that remained was the boss. Whether they cleared the quest, which involved saving the mayor, would also be determined by the outcome of this final battle. Calling this King Manticore much stronger than its easy and normal counterparts would be a gross understatement. So as the team prepared to face off against this behemoth of a boss, many of the members, as well as Sleepy Fox, were filled with fear and apprehension. This would be their first encounter with a Lord-class monster that was actually within their level range. With this thought running through their minds, the surrounding team members were all somewhat tense. Although they had been able to miraculously reach this point due to Nie Yan's leadership, when facing against absolute strength, they couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. Paladins, be ready to cast Repel Evil once the duration times out. Priests, constantly take note of Violent Wave's health while managing your mana properly as well. When facing the King Manticore, there are certain to be casualties. Other players can die, but the only member on this team who absolutely cannot die is Violent Waves. If he ends up dead, the entire team will also end up wiping. Therefore, I want the priests to only focus their healing on Violent Waves. Other frontliners, if your health gets low, immediately disengage from the battle because no priests will be able to heal you. You're only going to be able to heal yourselves once you're out of combat. Shadow Priest, hold on to your immobilize. I'll tell you to cast it when the time arrives. Having reached this point, Nie Yan began gradually informing everyone of their individual roles in the battle. All of the team members committed their full attention, not daring to overlook even a single detail. As for the minor things, I've explained those as well. In the end, the King Manticore is simply like that, so there's nothing for you all to get so nervous over, Nie Yan said in a casual tone. After hearing such a statement, Sleepy Fox, Dusk, Flying Stone, and all the other team members looked at each other and forced out a smile. Perhaps the only player in the game who could utter such words was Nie Yan. One had to know, the boss in front of them was a genuine Lord-class monster. Nie Yan scanned his surroundings. Eventually, his eyes came across a nearby area that was flourishing with shrubbery, a place most suitable for facing the King Manticore. As such, he ordered the members of his team to set up their formation over there. Everyone ready? If so, then I'm going to pull, asked Nie Yan as he turned to face his team. We're good to go. Nie Yan raised his crossbow of blood and took aim at the King Manticore. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 bolts flew through the air and directly struck the boss. The King Manticore discovered Nie Yan nigh instantly and pounced toward him with incredible speed. Seeing this, Nie Yan hastily dashed toward the location of his team, continuously firing off his crossbow as he fled. The King Manticore increased its speed, steadily closing the gap between it and Nie Yan. Nie Yan only needed to take a single glance at the fearsome beast pursuing him from behind to understand that whoever was unlucky enough to suffer one of its attacks would undoubtedly die. Even Violent Waves wouldn't be able to endure repeated strikes from the King Manticore. If it could build up enough momentum during its charge, then even a fighter with 500 health and 150 defense would be easily dispatched with a single swipe of its paw. Violent Waves hadn't the slightest idea of just how dangerous the King Manticore was right now. He raised his shield and came forward with the intent of intercepting the beast after Nie Yan passed by. When it was just 30 meters away, Nie Yan brought out a sheep transformation scroll and bit his thumb, then used the blood to activate the magic dwelling inside. A strange magical energy spilled out of the scroll and into the surrounding area. By now, the distance between the King Manticore and Nie Yan had shortened to just 20 meters. Once the sheep transformation scroll's channeling time of 2 seconds was up, the scroll suddenly emitted a dazzling radiance as countless magical runes flew out into the sky and began revolving in midair. Then, poof, the scroll exploded and vanished without a trace. As the scroll disappeared, a bright light fell down upon the King Manticore, enshrouding it. Then, all of a sudden, the gigantic beast began to shrink until it was reduced to the size of a small sheep. Realizing that the situation had changed, the King Manticore attempted to halt its charge, but the sudden change in body mass, coupled with the momentum that it had built up from its earlier charge, made it difficult. It placed its newly acquired hooves firmly on the ground and awkwardly slid forward until poof, the King Manticore transformed, regaining its original appearance just 2 fleeting seconds after becoming a sheep. The sheep transformation magic inside the scroll could transform ordinary monsters into sheep for 10 seconds. During this time, if the player were to attack the transformed monster, then the spell would be cancelled prematurely. However, since the King Manticore had a high resistance against transformation magic, the spell's effects would last for no more than 2 seconds. By the time the King Manticore had returned to its original form, its charging speed had been drastically reduced. And Nie Yan didn't plan on giving it the opportunity to build its momentum back up either as he pulled out another scroll. Web scroll. Suddenly, a gigantic cobweb appeared out of nowhere and fell on top of the King Manticore, trapping it. The massive beast roared angrily as it thrashed about underneath the web. Though the web was quite strong, the King Manticore was even stronger, and it broke free just a moment later. Though the web didn't last long, it had still done its job by trapping the King Manticore, if even for a moment. Although it hadn't received any injuries, its previous speed had vanished without a trace. Nie Yan's 2 scrolls had neutralized the most crucial, most ferocious, and most powerful strike from the King Manticore and, in doing so, had averted the imminent catastrophe that was about to befall the team. At this point, the King Manticore had reached Violent Waves, who had been waiting to engage it with his shield raised. He opted to get the first strike in by fiercely bashing the beast with his shield. Immediately after, 2 spells, Repel Evil and Radiant Barrier, were cast on him by a paladin and a priest respectively. Taunt. Violent Waves quickly used the skill to draw the King Manticore's aggro onto himself. Enraged by the taunts of the pest, the King Manticore roared as it raised its giant paws and swiped at him twice. -150. -152. After seeing the damage values float above their teammate's head, the other team members suddenly realized that the King Manticore on Specialist wasn't as terrifying as they had imagined. After all, the first time they encountered the King Manticore on Easy, Violent Waves had been sent to an early grave with just its first strike. Of course, this was due to many reasons. The first being that they had allowed the King Manticore to build up enough momentum in its charge, thereby significantly increasing the destructive force of its attack. Under such circumstances, a critical strike was very likely to occur as well. The second reason was because they had never cast Repel Evil while fighting the King Manticore, a spell which was extremely effective at restraining its killing power. The third reason was because the equipment Violent Waves wore at that time wasn't nearly as good as his current gear. The fourth and final reason was that most of the team members were around level 3, so they didn't have Radiant Barrier which could absorb some of the damage. Yet, right now, Violent Waves was able to endure the King Manticore's attacks without much difficulty even though it was a Lord-class monster. Thanks to the constant healing of the priests, his situation was stable, at least for the moment. At this very moment, Sleepy Fox had an epiphany. It was only now that he realized why Nie Yan had used the sheep transformation scroll and the web scroll earlier. The actions which seemed silly and pointless actually had an underlying meaning. It was all for the sake of dispelling the team's fears which had been left behind from their previous encounters. Only, Nie Yan never said it outright. Perhaps the Lord-class King Manticore really isn't as terrifying as we imagined, Sleepy Fox thought as he stared at Nie Yan's back. If they had a thief in their team as capable as Nie Yan, then any dungeon would become easy. Spells arced through the air and battered the King Manticore's body as they lit up the sky like a brilliant display of fireworks. Meanwhile, Nie Yan circled behind the King Manticore and unleashed a flurry of attacks, each hit dealing at least 70 to 80 damage. Out of all the frontliners currently fighting alongside him, not a single one was able to match his damage. Those fighters, berserkers, and paladins would only deal 40 to 50 damage at most. It didn't come as much of a surprise to him though. After all, not only were his equipment and weapons decent, but his stats were also greatly bolstered thanks to the chapter of courage. Not to mention, thieves already possessed innately high attack speed. This, when paired with the fact that he also gained an additional 30% attack when striking an enemy from behind, was probably why he had the highest damage output among all the frontliners. It was even higher than some of the mages in the rear. As it suffered the team's fierce assault, the King Manticore's health gradually fell lower and lower. 80%, 70%, 60%. Due to his ridiculous damage, the King Manticore suddenly showed signs of aggroing onto him, so Nie Yan immediately stopped his attacks and retreated. Demoralizing shout. Miss. The King Manticore had the potential to ignore a fighter's demoralizing shout. And of course, exactly at this moment, it had ignored Violent Waves' demoralizing shout. Violent Waves cried out in alarm. If he couldn't keep its aggro, the consequences would be absolutely disastrous. Before Violent Waves could get in another attack to pull back its aggro, the King Manticore abruptly switched targets and knocked the nearby warrior and thief. It raised its sharp claws and swiped down with a trail light following behind the attack. A thief and berserker were instantly killed by the attack and sent to the graveyard. At the same time, it attacked another fighter, who, after receiving the attack, was only left with a sliver of health as he hurriedly retreated. Violent Waves finally intervened and struck the King Manticore with assault followed by Heroic Strike. Heroic Strike was the most common offensive skill used by fighters. Its damage was average, but it also had the effect of generating additional aggro. Despite being hit by Violent Waves' Heroic Strike, the King Manticore still seemed unwilling to pay attention to this hard-to-chew bone of a player and began pursuing Nie Yan instead. Out of all the bugs it had to deal with, Nie Yan's attacks were the most painful, and he also dealt the highest damage. So once the King Manticore saw Nie Yan was nearby, it immediately pounced toward him. In response to the King Manticore charging toward him, Nie Yan retrieved a pouch of flash powder and lobbed it at the King Manticore. Poof! The glittering white powder scattered in the air and released a radiance so intense it almost burned and blinded the King Manticore's eyes. After being struck by the flash powder, the King Manticore thrashed about on the ground. Nie Yan seized this brief opening and quickly retreated several steps. Then, he took out a web scroll and activated it, trapping the King Manticore long enough for Violent Waves to arrive, who struck it several times with his shield and then subsequently used taunt. Throughout this string of events, the mages in the team had adjusted their positions, but even then, they never stopped firing spells. Magic constantly bombarded the King Manticore without end. Similar to how sheep transformation and web's effects were reduced by its magic resistance, the King Manticore was merely affected for a short while. When it regained its vision, its attention was once again on the closest enemy to it, Violent Waves. Nie Yan's response to such an unforeseen event could be considered satisfactory. The King Manticore opened its maw and breathed out a black poisonous mist which enveloped Violent Waves. Remove blind and dispel on the double. Just as Nie Yan spoke, the light from a remove blind spell enveloped Violent Waves. The priests followed up on this with dispel to clear the noxious gas, but only after the spell was cast 3 times did it finally disperse. These priests only possessed a lesser version of the dispel spell, which was why the effects weren't as powerful, and why it took 3 casts to fully expel the King Manticore's poison. Even so, this was already considered quite good at this point in the game. Although a small incident had occurred, the entire team was able to quickly adapt to whatever was thrown at them instead of falling into chaos thanks to Nie Yan's leadership. Be careful of the stinger on the tip of the King Manticore's tail. Violent Waves, drink an anti-paralysis potion. Nie Yan orders were both effective and timely. His ability at commanding the team was so great that Sleepy Fox estimated that, if they were able to defeat the King Manticore, Nie Yan's contribution for the quest would be, at the very minimum, 70% or higher. The only player who was no longer affected by the poisonous mist was Violent Waves. The surrounding 5 or 6 frontliners had all been debuffed with the blind status. Unfortunately, the priests didn't have the leisure to cure them, so they had no choice but to hastily retreat and patiently wait for the debuff to expire on the sidelines. Do any of you paladins have Purify? If you do, use it on the King Manticore. Nie Yan's eyes swept over the paladins, but none of them replied. So be it. I can't expect them to have all the rare skills. As the battle progressed, the King Manticore's health gradually fell below 5%, whereupon its fur transformed into a shade of bright red. Though this was expected, all of the team members felt their hearts sink. The elite Manticores were already frightening enough when they became berserk. Just how terrifying would the Lord-class King Manticore become when it entered a berserk state? The King Manticore's power was rapidly rising as its eyes became bloodshot and filled with murderous intent. Shadow Priest, cast Immobilize now. Nie Yan yelled. Thanks to the prior experiences with the 3 elite Manticores, the Shadow Priest already began channeling the spell as soon as he saw the King Manticore's fur turn red, so once Nie Yan gave the order, he was able to cast Immobilize on it right away. The King Manticore suddenly halted as if it had been forcibly bound by an invisible energy. Throw everything you have at it. Nie Yan yelled. He also circled behind and unleashed every skill in his arsenal on the King Manticore. Assassinate, Lacerate, Vital Strike. Once all the mages heard Nie Yan, they unloaded their most powerful, highest mana-consuming spells on the boss such as Scorching Flame Explosion, Radiant Judgment, and so on. The king manticore was only momentarily paralyzed and recovered almost immediately. Poof. However, a pouch of flash powder subsequently struck it in the eye and deprived it of its vision. Thus, it could only blindly thrash about in the hope of striking the players. Yet this crude tactic seemed effective as the king manticore's sharp claws streaked across 3 unlucky players who happened to be too close, instantly killing them. They promptly turned into streaks of light and disappeared from the map. A berserk attack that dealt 300% damage. No player would be able to survive if they were struck by such. The king manticore blindly attacked everything in its surroundings. Though, once the effects wore off, another perfectly timed pouch of flash powder exploded in front of its eyes, blinding it yet again. During such a crucial moment, Nie Yan definitely wouldn't be stingy with flash powder. Frontliners, quickly retreat, Nie Yan yelled. He evaded the blindly attacking king manticore. After being deprived of its sight by the flash powder, it let out a rage-filled roar, but sadly had no targets to attack. Just as it began regaining its sight, Nie Yan robbed it of its vision once more by lobbing another pouch of flash powder at its eyes. During this time, the king manticore's health had fallen to 2%. It angrily roared as a constant barrage of magic rained down on its body. Despite being blinded, none of the team members dared to approach the boss. Its violent rage and frenzied attacks were incredibly terrifying. Occasionally, several unlucky players would end up cornered by the king manticore and killed in an instant without any suspense. However, Nie Yan remained the only player who hadn't retreated. He had to carefully maintain the distance between himself and the king manticore in order to be in range to throw another pouch of flash powder once the previous one wore off. He needed to stay close to the king manticore, but not so close that he'd end up swatted to death. After having thrown 3 pouches of flash powder, Nie Yan quickly retreated and retrieved a sheep transformation scroll from his bag. The flash powder would no longer be effective on the king manticore after being used 3 times in a row. Mages, stop attacking. Anyone who needs to restore their mana, drink your mana potions now. As soon as Nie Yan spoke, all of the mages immediately stopped firing their spells. None of them doubted his orders. Even those who were in the middle of chanting their spells stopped. Poof! The giant king manticore transformed into a sheep. The transformation could buy the mages some much-needed time to replenish their mana and allow their spells to come off cooldown. As soon as those 2 seconds passed, the king manticore promptly returned to its original form, and the mages resumed firing their spells. The transformation spell lost its effect. The king manticore would become immune to sheep transformation and web just like how flash powder had lost its effectiveness when it was used too often. Nie Yan no longer had any cards up his sleeves to restrict the boss movements. Although the king manticore only had 1% of its health remaining, its attacks were too powerful. In this berserk state, even violent waves wouldn't be able to withstand a single strike, let alone any other members in the team. Mages, spread out quickly. Don't stop firing your spells. How many of you survive will solely depend on luck, Nie Yan said. At this point in time, the low-health boss would instantly kill any player unlucky enough to cross its path. Whoever it aggroed onto would be in immediate peril as well. Fortunately, it only had less than 1% health remaining. Under the constant barrage of magic, the king manticore would fall in 15 seconds at most. No matter what occurred, Nie Yan believed they could drag this battle out for at least 15 seconds. During which, the king manticore would only be able to kill 3 players in the worst-case scenario. The king manticore locked onto a nearby paladin who immediately panicked upon noticing he had taken aggro. He turned tail and began fleeing for his life, but how could he possibly outrun the berserk boss? The king manticore instantly overtook him and killed him with a single swipe of its paw. Then it turned its head to the next target, which of course was Nie Yan. God damn it. Why is it me, you stupid overgrown cat? Without a moment's hesitation, Nie Yan crushed a basic haste scroll and began sprinting towards an area that was full of shrubbery, hoping to use the terrain to elude the boss. Despite the speed boost from the scroll, the king manticore still managed to quickly close the distance and pounce at him. As soon as Nie Yan saw the king manticore mid-pounce, he activated his ring of woven silk and shot out a web line towards a nearby tree, instantly pulling himself in another direction. By the time the king manticore slammed into the ground and changed directions to continue its pursuit, Nie Yan had already run quite a far distance away. However, the berserk king manticore quickly caught up to him once again. Once it neared his back, it raised its gigantic paws and swiped down. It seemed this was going to be the final moment before Nie Yan was killed. Nie Yan dodged to the side as the king manticore's claws streaked down, barely missing his chest. As the claws almost grazed him, Nie Yan shifted to the king manticore's flank and struck it with a concussive blow. The attack momentarily stunned the king manticore, leaving it unable to retaliate. Of course, during this period, the mages had never stopped casting their spells. Magic had been constantly bombarding the king manticore's body throughout this entire course of events. Using this opportunity he had created with concussive blow, Nie Yan jumped back and hastily retreated. Bang, bang, bang. A final round of spells struck the king manticore and shaved away its last bit of remaining health. At long last, it collapsed to the ground, having been drained of all of its health. Nie Yan sighed a breath of deep relief. He had almost been turned into mincemeat by the king manticore's final attack. Fortunately, he had good reaction speed and managed to dodge in time. In accordance with the king manticore's death, a bright radiance enveloped Nie Yan. The kill had given him enough experience to not only reach level 7 but also filled his experience bar by 36%. The king manticore dropped 4 items, a single scroll, a level 0 dark gold chestplate, and 2 fortune gems. Making sure to leave nothing behind, Nie Yan also stripped the king manticore's body for materials. System, you've obtained king manticore's eyes. Gather a plus 35 experience. It's finally done. Now let's return and hand in the quest. Also, according to our agreement, this unknown transfer scroll will go to me, Nie Yan said. The reason he was willing to run Agmo to muddy swamplands was mostly for this scroll. The unknown transfer scroll only needed 2 seconds to channel. Once activated, it would instantly teleport the user 200 to 1,000 meters away from their original location. With this, he would be able to retrieve his second chapter from the Book of Order. We've already taken too much. You used up a lot of flash powder and scrolls during that fight, didn't you? I'm sure they weren't cheap. So here, these fortune gems should go to you as well, Sleepy Fox said. He already felt extremely satisfied after obtaining the Dark Gold Fighter's chestplate, so he didn't mind passing on the fortune gems since they weren't worth much in comparison. Nie Yan thought for a moment and said, if you insist, then it would be rude of me to refuse, before accepting the fortune gems. After all, although he already had a few in his possession, he could always use more to upgrade his gear. Social Valley opens tomorrow. Do you want to run it together? Asked Sleepy Fox as he looked at Nie Yan. Nie Yan shook his head and replied, no, I'm not really interested right now, but we'll see in the future. Ah, alright then, since Nie Yan wasn't willing, Sleepy Fox couldn't really force him. Thus, all he could do was sigh and lament over the fact that he couldn't bring such an exceptional thief with him to the new dungeon. With the new dungeon opening, Nie Yan definitely didn't want to attract too much attention to himself. Otherwise, he might really end up arousing the suspicion of others. They would wonder if he was a game master. How else would he already know how to beat a new dungeon that just opened? Having completed the dungeon, Nie Yan led Sleepy Fox and the rest of the team back to Nate by taking a shortcut through some thickets. When they arrived back at the mayor's residence, Nie Yan entered the mansion by himself, and as he stepped into the mayor's room, a cutscene began playing. You hand over the King Manticore's eyes to one of the town's residents, Ross, who in turn cries out in surprise and elation. Oh, thank the heavens. This is too unbelievable. Are these really the King Manticore's eyes? The mayor can be saved. Ross takes the King Manticore's eyes and grinds them into a fine powder before feeding it to the mayor, alleviating the poison in his body. You have earned the respect of Nate's inhabitants. System, the influence of all team members in Nate has increased by 6. System, for your contribution in the team, you have earned 2,200 reward points. System, Holy Empire has earned 3,300 honor. System, you have received 23,000 experience points and 12 silvers. Specialist dungeons always gave out generous rewards. The AI system in the game would evaluate each member's performance during the run and distribute their rewards accordingly. Although Nie Yan's contribution was undoubtedly the highest among the team, the other members received ample compensation as well. Nie Yan glanced at his experience bar, level 7 and 76% of the way filled, and he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, I'm leveling so quickly. He already surpassed Sleepy Fox, who after receiving the quest rewards was only at 62%. There were still 30 minutes until the servers shut down. Since Nie Yan wanted to get a few things done before then, he quickly traded 2 flash powders to Sleepy Fox for a silver each and said, alright, I'll be taking my leave first then. Alright, let's contact each other some other time. Oh, wait, other than the flash powder, do you have any more of those sheep transformation scrolls and web scrolls? If so, would you be willing to sell some to me? Sleepy Fox asked. Sorry, I don't have any more on me, but I can mail you some when I resupply. It's fine if you just give me 3 silver per scroll, Nie Yan replied. Nie Yan certainly didn't plan on selling these scrolls for such a low price when listing them on the marketplace. Deal. Sleepy Fox readily agreed. Sheep transformation scrolls and web scrolls were extremely useful. Let alone 3 silver per scroll, he would still be willing if it were 4 or even 5 silver. The rewards from this dungeon run were rather decent, especially since Nie Yan was able to obtain the unknown transfer scroll. In his eyes, this was tantamount to receiving a ticket for a free chapter from the Book of Order. Sleepy Fox was quite puzzled about one thing. Why did Nie Yan seem so uninterested in everything except for the unknown transfer scroll? To the best of his knowledge, the item didn't have much use outside of certain situations. However, as curious as he might be, he knew better than to pry into another person's business. Finished, the silhouette of Nie Yan's back gradually disappeared within the busy streets. Guild leader, he wasn't willing to join our guild. Dusk asked. He happened to overhear Nie Yan and Sleepy Fox discussing this topic in private, but he didn't learn about any of the specifics. Sigh. No, he wasn't willing. I even offered him a position as an honorary officer in the guild too. It was a role with minimum restrictions yet he still declined. He probably thinks our little temple is too small to host a deity like him. Ah, what a pity. I wonder how high he'll be able to climb in the future. Sleepy Fox's expression turned serious. We definitely shouldn't make an enemy out of him. Yeah, it is a pity, Dusk sighed in agreement. If a player like Nie Yan were to join their guild, their influence and achievements would undoubtedly soar to new heights. Flying Stone, who happened to be standing nearby, was left dumbstruck when he eavesdropped on their conversation. Sleepy Fox was actually willing to make him an honorary officer in Holy Empire. It must be understood, this was actually one of the highest ranking positions in the guild which only answered to the guild leader, yet Nie Yan was surprisingly uninterested. He couldn't help but feel a sense of great pity for Nie Yan. Truthfully, when speaking for himself, he didn't have any high aspirations in terms of climbing the guild's ladder. He felt membership as an honorary officer in Holy Empire was already quite terrific. 7 Knights also happened to overhear the conversation, and he inwardly sighed. Now this was truly a thief at the pinnacle. Just how long would it take for him to finally reach Nie Yan's level where the guild leader would attach such importance to him? Nie Yan on the other hand certainly didn't feel a great sense of loss over passing up the opportunity. He casually passed through Nate's transfer point and teleported back to Kalor where he proceeded to Trembling Milo's house to purchase 26 pouches of flash powder, 30 web scrolls, and 30 sheep transformation scrolls. Finished acquiring merchandise, he sent a few of each to Sleepy Fox through the mail, then continued to the auction house. There were quite a few players still roaming around the auction house, so he started looking around for a spot to set up his stall. Scanning the area, he finally found one and sat down, but only a moment later, he suddenly received a call. Nie Yan, it's me, Yao Yao. Where are you right now? She happened to notice Nie Yan was currently in Kalor on her friend's list, which was why she called him and asked. I'm at the auction house. Ah, what a surprise Tilda, I'm there as well. Wait, I see you. I'm right over here. Come over and meet me. Yao Yao had stood up and began looking around. Eventually, her eyes came across Nie Yan who happened to be sitting by a corner. She began jumping up and down, waving for him to come over. Yao Yao resembled a snow lotus in bloom in her pure white robes. Her sweet, pleasant smile was able to put any man's heart at ease. Such a cheerful, beautiful young lady couldn't help but attract the attention of onlookers. The surrounding crowd completely froze in place as they were rendered dumbstruck by her brilliant smile. Noticing the peculiar gazes of the crowd, Yao Yao finally realized how much attention she was attracting. In response, she stuck out her tongue at Nie Yan and hastily sat back down. Nie Yan couldn't help but force out a wry smile when such a scene played out before him. He got up from his corner and began walking over to Yao Yao. When he finally reached her side, he noticed that sitting next to her were 2 other girls, both around 19 years old. One of the 2 was an elementalist, and her appearance could be considered beautiful. She wore heavy makeup, revealing robes, and radiated a somewhat seductive charm. Nie Yan, however, didn't find these types of girls particularly attractive. The other girl was a priest who resembled a pretty daughter from a humble background. Her lovely appearance gave the impression that she was naturally agreeable and pleasant, the kind who would leave others with a good opinion after a single glance. Nie Yan activated Transcendent Insight. The elementalist was named Fei Yan Liushui, humble charm of flowing water, while the priest was named Moonchild. When he sat down with Yao Yao and the girls, Nie Yan sensed the jealous gazes filled with murderous intent of the players in the crowd piercing through his back, so he couldn't help but bitterly smile. There was an expression known as femme fatale. This was an example of such. These 2 are my classmates. She's called Fei Yan, and this is Moonchild. They're extremely beautiful, so try not to fall for them. Teased Yao Yao as she pointed at the two girls by her side and introduced them with a coy smile. Yao Yao, the only beauty here is you. Moonchild pulled Yao Yao's arm and had a very gentle smile on her face. Nice to meet you, Nie Yan greeted Fei Yan, Liushui and Moonchild. Hello, Moonchild smiled and greeted back with a gentle nod. Oh, so this is the guy you've been talking about. He looks a little frail and weak, plus he isn't nearly as handsome as little Rui. Besides, we don't even know if he's as good a player as you've been telling us. Fei Yan gave Nie Yan an uncaring glance as she uttered in an unkind tone. Her blatant rudeness made Nie Yan wrinkle his brows. Fei Yan, Moonchild berated her friend, then looked to Nie Yan apologetically and said, I'm really sorry. Please don't mind her. She's actually a good person at heart. Nie Yan just smiled at Moonchild and nodded his head. Although he felt slighted, it wasn't worth his time to get into a squabble with such a girl. Nie Yan, I'm really sorry. Fei Yan is a classmate of ours and wanted to come as well. To be honest, I'm not too fond of her, but since Moonchild didn't want to be rude, we let her tag along. Moonchild is a good friend of mine, but one of her quirks is that she doesn't want to offend anyone. If it were only me, Fei Yan would be long gone, Yao Yao whispered to Nie Yan, seemingly seething with anger. Haha, when it comes to these kinds of people, it's best to just ignore them, Nie Yan replied. With this in mind, Nie Yan no longer paid any heed to Fei Yan. He instead directed his attention to Yao Yao and Moonchild and said, I need to sell a few things here first, I'll chat more once I'm done. Alright, go ahead, replied Moonchild as she smiled. Her gentle expression could easily melt any man's heart. Nie Yan sat down nearby and began focusing on his own business. When Fei Yan noticed that Nie Yan was purposefully ignoring her, she became so mad that her gums itched and her blood boiled. The four sat in a spot across from the auction house. Moonchild and Yao Yao were giggling and gossiping in hushed tones. Occasionally, Fei Yan would interject with a few comments of her own, usually fawning over their appearance. When near these two, she could only serve as a part of the background to highlight their beauty. It's the truth. He really is a skilled expert. Yao Yao turned her head and nudged Nie Yan. Tell them, you are an expert, right? Really? Moonchild asked in a somewhat doubtful tone. She just couldn't imagine it. Nie Yan lightly chuckled and modestly replied, I'm only so-so. Do you think you're as skilled as our little Rui? Please, stop overestimating yourself. Little Rui has always liked Yao Yao. Don't think you have even the slightest chance with her. You're far from being worthy, Fei Yan commented in a harsh, mocking tone while barely glancing at him. It was as though she believed it was beneath her to look at Nie Yan for too long. Nie Yan couldn't be bothered to pay attention to this girl's stereotypical words. He reached into his bag and grabbed 3 pouches of flash powder, 2 web scrolls, and 2 sheep transformation scrolls, listing them all up for auction. He set 1 silver as the starting price for the flash powders while the web scrolls and sheep transformation scrolls were 4 silver each. Although the little he had in his bag wouldn't have much effect on the marketplace, he hoped that, by selling them at a high price, he would be able to profit more in the long run. Even though it would sell relatively slowly, he would be able to earn quite a bit and would avoid arousing too much suspicion at the same time. The last thing he wanted was to draw attention to them by suddenly flooding the market with these rare items. Nie Yan's lack of response quickly bored Fei Yan, so she scoffed and soon turned her gaze elsewhere. The purpose of placing these items in the auction house was to gauge the market's response. Consumables that could sell for such a high price were few in number. Furthermore, they would only be bought by the players who were well off. In the end, this was just a test to see if these players were actually willing to spend the money. Just moments after Nie Yan listed these items for auction, someone already increased the bid on one of the items. In fact, a bidding frenzy erupted for all 3. However, this wasn't all too surprising. At this stage in the game, there weren't many mage players who were able to create scrolls. Not to mention, the majority of mages chose not to learn spell scribing, so the more widely available scrolls only came from NPC shops. Unfortunately, they all contained low-level spells like Fireball and would cost an arm and a leg to purchase. Control spells such as Sheep Transformation and Web were extremely rare in scroll form. After all, these spells could practically guarantee victory when fighting other players, which was why they were considered so useful. Aside from that, the scrolls were also great lifesavers since they could be used to flee when encountering a dangerous situation. Besides, to those rich players, a few silvers was merely pocket change. Therefore, the bids on the scrolls only gradually climbed higher and higher. At the very end of the bidding war, each pouch of flash powder sold for 2 silvers while the sheep transformation scrolls and web scrolls sold for around 5 silvers per scroll. For being so early in the game's life, selling at these prices was terrific. Nie Yan had once again earned a sizable profit. Sure enough, the ocean of game knowledge he had amassed from his past life was an ocean of wealth as well. Nie Yan's items caused a great stir in the auction house. Many players were secretly inquiring about them. Just who in the world was actually able to create sheep transformation scrolls and web scrolls? At the same time, many others were inquiring about the flash powder as well. With how well they sold, he continued emptying his bag of flash powder, sheep transformation scrolls, and web scrolls. Naturally, the more money he earned the better. Yao Yao, look at this eroding fire staff that little Rui gave me as a present. It's a silver weapon that boosts intelligence by 6 and magic damage by 7. What do you think? Fei Yan took out the staff and waved it around with the intention of showing it off. Since the game had barely been open for 2 weeks, a silver staff could be considered an amazing weapon, let alone one that increased intelligence and damage as well. My staff is silver as well, but its properties aren't as good as yours, Yao Yao replied frankly. She didn't display much envy in her tone or expression. You know, if you asked little Rui for one, he'd definitely give you an even better staff. He's had a crush on you for so long, so shouldn't you respond by now? Fei Yan stared at Yao Yao and asked. Nie Yan overheard their conversation. It seemed Fei Yan had been bribed to be a mouthpiece. The person Nie Yan cared for the most in his heart was Xie Yao. In spite of that, although his affection for Yao Yao wasn't etched deeply into his heart, he still cared for her greatly. Fei Yan had treated him rudely despite being a friend of an acquaintance. And at the same time, she was also constantly trying to pair Yao Yao up with another guy right in front of him. Even Buddha had limits to what he could tolerate. When he saw the bored expression on Yao Yao's face, he suddenly understood this wasn't a one-time event. Yao Yao, I have an extra staff laying around. It would go to waste sitting in my bag, so why don't I give it to you as a present instead? Nie Yan interrupted when he noticed Fei Yan was about to urge her on some more. Hey, brat. Don't you know interrupting people in the middle of their conversation is incredibly rude? It's better if you leave that garbage inside your bag instead of trying to present it as a gift. It'll save you from some embarrassment. Fei Yan said in a disdainful manner. Well, do you realize when others aren't interested in hearing you talk, it's incredibly rude to chatter on like a squawking hen? Nie Yan replied, showing no trace of politeness in his tone. You. What kind of staff? Show it to me. Yao Yao intentionally ignored Fei Yan's earlier ramblings. Nie Yan took out the staff of moonlight worship and handed it to Yao Yao. This is my gift to you. No need to be shy. Ah tilde. This is a gold staff. Yao Yao exclaimed. She clearly understood just how valuable a gold-grade staff was at present. Yao Yao, let me see. What gold staff? Moonchild asked in a doubtful tone. Yao Yao shared the staff of moonlight worship's properties with the two other girls. Moonchild stared at Nie Yan in shock. She didn't believe Nie Yan would actually give away a gold-grade staff. However, Fei Yan's reaction was even more amusing to behold. Her complexion paled, and her expression immediately turned incredibly ugly. If this staff of moonlight worship was trash, then what did the staff in her hand count as? Nie Yan, I'm really angry with you. What do you mean? It would go to waste sitting in my bag, so why don't I give it to you as a present? It seems you're tossing it away like it's actually trash. However, I really do like this present. Thank you, Yao Yao said with a faint smile, but then she sent him a whisper. I know you're only putting on an act to shut that annoying person up, but I really do like this staff. Is it possible for me to keep it? I'm willing to pay in installments. No need. I actually am giving it to you as a gift. It's just a staff, after all. From Nie Yan's point of view, the gold staff wasn't really worth much. It became even more negligible when compared to their friendship. Nie Yan, do you think you're some kind of rich young master? This is a gold-grade staff. How would it be alright if I didn't pay for it? Nie Yan laughed. He understood her personality and knew full well just how stubborn she could get. Fine, you win. You can pay in installments. Just give me a silver every month until you pay it back in full. How does that sound? Good. Then that's settled. Only idiots would act politely with a rich money bag like you. After getting her way, Yao Yao revealed a triumphant expression on her face before finally giving way to a charming smile. Nie Yan forced out a smile. Oh, then you're telling me you're not being foolish right now. Moonchild and Fei Yan were shocked beyond belief when they saw Yao Yao had actually accepted the gift. They both understood Yao Yao's disposition as she generally never took gifts from others, especially from males. Even on her birthday, she would only accept simple things like birthday cards. Today though, she actually accepted a gift, and from a male no less. There was definitely a hidden story behind this. Yao Yao, what's your relationship with this person? Moonchild whispered. He's a good friend of mine, Yao Yao replied with a somewhat guilty conscience. Really? Just a good friend tilde? Moonchild asked in a mischievous tone. The expression on her face showed that she didn't believe her friend in the slightest. Really? He's just a friend. Afraid Moonchild would continue down this line of questioning, Yao Yao decided to put up a bold front and expressed herself clearly. While her impression of Nie Yan was undeniably favorable, it certainly wasn't to the extent of love or anything deep like that. What Yao Yao was unaware of, however, was the special place she held in Nie Yan's heart. Although he buried the events of his past life deep within the recesses of his mind, memories and emotions like those weren't so easily erased. Alright, if you say he's only a good friend, then that's fine too, Moonchild giggled. She seemed to have caught on to something. Moonchild, Yao Yao, I have some business to take care of, so I'll be taking my leave now. Fei Yan was feeling quite bored since she was being ignored by Nie Yan, and Yao Yao and Moonchild were chatting in private, so she decided to get up and say goodbye. Fei Yan, take care. Moonchild waved her farewell. Yao Yao acted a bit cold and detached, simply acknowledging that she was leaving. Meanwhile, Nie Yan completely disregarded her existence. This cold shoulder treatment only served to infuriate Fei Yan even more, and by the time she left, she was seething with venomous hatred. Following Fei Yan's departure, the group continued to chat for a brief while, during which even the girls sold a few items of their own as well. Nie Yan, we're going to head off here. Big sis Yu Land Blue Feather is trying to get some last-minute leveling in, and she wants us to hurry over, Yao Yao said after checking the new messages in her chat. No problem. Let's chat some other time then, Nie Yan replied before waving them goodbye. Afterwards, he checked his system notifications. System, your flash powder X1 has sold for 2 silver, 10 copper. System, your flash powder X1 has sold for 2 silver, 5 copper. System, your sheep transformation scroll X1 has sold for 5 silver, 20 copper. The money in Nie Yan's bag rapidly piled up. Only by limiting the flash powder, web scrolls, and sheep transformation scrolls he placed on the auction house, would he able to sell them for a sufficiently high price. Although unique items appeared in the auction house all the time, they were often so expensive that only a few players would be willing to buy them. On the other hand, if he sold too many of them, it would gradually lead to oversaturation. Several minutes prior to the servers shutting down, Nie Yan had sold 8 pouches of flash powder, 6 web scrolls, and 5 sheep transformation scrolls, earning him around 50 silver. During this time, he also visited several small towns to purchase bat teeth, only to discover that not many players were willing to sell to him. It appeared the information about blacksmith Cade purchasing bat teeth had somehow been leaked, so all the players were selling their bat teeth to Cade instead. Since there's no more money to be made, so be it. I found 2 other ways to earn money anyway. For the time being, he could earn money by selling flash powder, web scrolls, and sheep transformation scrolls. Then, when the price and demand for black phenol soared, he would gradually distribute his supply of that into the marketplace as well. Before Nie Yan went offline, he once again emptied the marketplace of all black phenol recipes, and the alchemy ingredients required to craft black phenol. After taking note of his stock, he counted 800 bottles of black phenol, 3,200 black phenol alchemy ingredients, and 220 black phenol recipes. Due to his crazy purchasing, the marketplace was nearly devoid of black phenol, which resulted in their price increasing. However, since there was no one competing with him to purchase these items, the price didn't rise by much. Therefore, he was still able to purchase everything relatively cheap. These black phenol recipes were the most crucial part of his plans. The amount in his possession was already enough to influence the market for black phenol for some time to come. In his past life, before Social Valley opened, the price of these recipes weren't expensive at all. However, after the dungeon was released, many alchemists started to notice the growing demand for black phenol and rushed to purchase the recipes in order to enter that market. Even then, the quantity of black phenol produced was far from meeting the demand of the countless teams running the dungeon. As a consequence, the price of black phenol and its recipes clambered up accordingly. Yet, at present, all of the recipes on the market had unexpectedly disappeared. In other words, the market suddenly lost over 220 alchemists who could produce a steady supply of black phenol. With such a sudden shortage in supply during a time of high demand, the price of black phenol was certain to soar much higher than it did in his past life. In this fashion, Nie Yan was almost guaranteed to make a killing off the monopoly he would hold on the black phenol market. Plus, 2 weeks after Social Valley opens, a new level 5 dungeon called Medusa's Lair would be released. The guilds who wanted to get an advantage over others would definitely seize the opportunity to enter the dungeon and get a head start. In this instance, the monsters possessed attacks that could petrify their enemies, so when the dungeon is added in, the demand for consumables and equipment that could prevent or resist petrification would definitely increase. From this point forward, he would slowly stockpile items and equipment with such properties. Nie Yan glanced at his inventory. He currently had 63 silvers to his name. In the early stages of the game, this was already quite terrific, especially considering he was only level 7. In the game's present state, a single silver could buy a lot. Even the most expensive gold-grade equipment was no more than 30 to 40 silvers. Having obtained so many items, Nie Yan tidied up his bag and personal storage, which currently contained rows upon rows of black phenol, recipes, and ingredients. After neatly organizing them, it was a rather spectacular sight to behold. The personal storage offered 200 slots of space for free. Any additional space would require the player to pay rent, 1 copper a day for every 200 slots. Nie Yan had rented over 5,000 additional slots to store all his items, which amounted to 25 coppers a day. However, by now, he had already accumulated so much wealth that this little amount of money was practically negligible to him. After finishing all his business in-game, Nie Yan finally logged off, just as the servers were about to shut down. When he took off the game helmet, he left his room and headed to his kitchen. There, he took a tube of nutrition tonic out of the fridge and sat near the dinner table. As he drank the tube, he let his eyes wander over his shabby room. From the aged walls to the old chandelier that had collected dust and grease, they all gave him a sense of familiarity and comfort. He hadn't received any news from his parents in quite a while now. Thankfully, he already knew the truth and the reason for their disappearance, so he no longer blamed them. For the sake of securing a better life for their family, they were braving great dangers and risking their lives. What right did he have to criticize or fault them? If his parents took the risk of contacting him, what would certainly await them was death. Thus, he could only suppress his emotions and patiently wait for news of their return. After finishing the nutrition tonic, Nie Yan proceeded with his daily training, improving his strength, agility, and reaction speed. Wearing the helmets also had another beneficial effect. During the night, they would send electrical signals through the body, stimulating the nerves, nurturing cells, and allowing the muscles to always be in an active growing state, and the results of a day's training wouldn't disappear even after a night's rest. In other words, 1 day of exercise in the present was the equivalent to 10 days of exercise for a person in the past. More recently, his training method was efficient, and his body's nutritional needs were taken care of as well. So in these past few days, he had experienced a substantial growth in muscle. His stature was rapidly growing as well, becoming robust and tall. 18 years old was a time of growth for a person's body, and at present, his body was transforming by the day. Bam, 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 a hard knocking sound came from the front door. Nie Yan listened carefully. The soundproofing on the house door wasn't great, so from the messy sound of footsteps, he determined there were at least 5 or 6 people outside the door. That kid isn't home. A hoarse voice passed through the door and entered Nie Yan's ears. Nie Yan wrinkled his brows upon hearing this voice, and anger began bubbling forth from inside him. The voice belonged to his first uncle from his mother's side, a person he loathed with a burning passion. When his parents had borrowed money from relatives and friends, his uncle had been the stingiest. Later on, when his father started a successful business, they used the fact that they had lent him money as leverage to coerce him into giving them a 20% stake, turning his father's own business into a family one. They took money but never worked to earn it back and constantly misappropriated the company's funds. Thankfully, Nie Yan's father had always been strict and caught on quickly, preventing the situation from worsening. Though, after the business began expanding into conviction, a crisis suddenly emerged. Initially, his father only allowed 30% of the shares to be sold in order to safeguard the company from any mergers or acquisitions. Yet it was these exact friends and relatives cooperating with Cao Shu, backstabbing his father, that led to him losing control of the company. In the end, his father became clinically depressed and was eventually forced to bow out from managing the business. After traveling back to the past, although the hatred he felt for Cao Shu remained deep-rooted in his very being, it had nevertheless diminished significantly. This world had always been one where the strong preyed upon the weak. If his family didn't have the strength to defend themselves, granted even if Cao Shu didn't make a move, some other big shot would have acquired his father's business instead. Taking this into consideration, the people Nie Yan resented the most were the friends and relatives who betrayed his father. Backstabbed by his close friends and relatives. There was nothing else that contributed more to his father falling into deep depression. Bam, bam, bam. The knocking on the door changed into heavy pounding, and he could easily sense the anger behind these sounds. Nie Yan walked over to the door and opened it, whereupon 5 familiar faces entered his eyes. Oh, what a surprise. Uncles, aunties, you all came. Mr. Lin, you're here as well. One Nie Yan swept over his relatives as his expression filled with an increasing amount of derision and contempt with each passing moment. When his gaze finally fell upon a middle-aged man in the back, however, there was actually a hint of respect that lit up in his eyes. Nie Yan could roughly guess why his relatives had come knocking at the door. After all, his parents had borrowed quite a sum of money from numerous friends and family. It was within expectations that these 4 showed up at his doorstep, demanding repayment. However, Mr. Lin's arrival was rather unexpected and puzzling. Lin Yao was his father's old friend from the army. When their family had been in dire straits, he had been one of the few people who never abandoned them. Even during the betrayal at his father's company, he hadn't been present. From what Nie Yan could remember, Mr. Lin was a man who didn't speak much but attached great importance to friendship. When they were in the army together, Mr. Lin had even taken a bullet for his father, which left him crippled to this day. Their family definitely owed a lot to Mr. Lin. After a moment, Nie Yan recalled that Mr. Lin had lent $160,000 to his father, which took a heavy toll on his finances. Nie Yan found it hard to imagine what sort of promise his father made to convince his relatives and friends to loan him so much money. If he didn't know any better, he would assume these people had gambling problems. Truthfully speaking, if his father succeeded, they would earn a huge sum of money, but if his father failed, they would receive nothing in return. Mr. Lin averted his gaze when Nie Yan's eyes fell on him. Then, he stared back at Nie Yan with a slightly apologetic look and said, "Little Yan, I was dragged over here." Nie Yan was also quick to catch on. After lending $160,000 to his father, Mr. Lin probably wasn't doing too well financially. In all likelihood, Mr. Lin only came because he was unable to resist the pressure from first uncle and the other relatives. In his heart, Nie Yan didn't blame him either. First uncle and the rest sighed a breath of relief when Nie Yan answered the door. Nie Yan wore an expression of ridicule on his face. He gazed at his several relatives, smiling and said, "Uncles, aunties, you didn't think that I had run off, right? Well, who knows? Your parents borrowed so much money from us. If by any chance you ran off, then who would we go to?" Uttered first uncle's wife in an unkind tone. Her grating, high-pitched voice was already somewhat painful to listen to, but at the moment, it became even more unbearable. Every one of his relatives forced themselves into his house. If I wanted to run, I would have done so a long time ago, Nie Yan sneered. Brat, how dare you speak to us in such a tone? Stop wasting our time and call your parents up. Leveraging his seniority, first Uncle Luoming spoke with unrestrained arrogance. My parents are currently busy and can't be bothered to speak to you lot. If there's nothing else, I suggest you go home. Nie Yan then turned to Mr. Lin and said, Uncle Lin, I'll do my best to pay back the money my family owes you as soon as possible. I know your family is in a difficult place right now. I'm so sorry we're causing you and your family so much trouble. Uncle Lin shook his head in response. Waving his hands, he said, don't worry about it. Although we aren't in the best of circumstances, we're not in the worst either. Granted, even if I don't have any money, I can still beg old Lu to lend me some. Your father and I are friends who would die for each other. Even if your father can't pay back the money, I wouldn't hound his son over it. Nie Yan was quite touched by Mr. Li's sincere words. Sometimes the saying, blood is thicker than water, simply wasn't true. The discrepancy between Mr. Lin and his relatives was like black and white. The money my family owes will be repaid in full. My parents have been gone for how long now? Yet you all act like they stole your money and ran away, Nie Yan criticized as he coldly eyed his relatives. When did you become such a presumptuous brat? Make a phone call to your parents right now. First uncle's palm came flying towards Nie Yan's face. His first uncle had an incredibly short temper and would always beat and scold him at the first sign of perceived disrespect. Nie Yan was very afraid of him when he was younger, but at present, he didn't fear his first uncle in the slightest. Nie Yan reached out and grabbed his first uncle's arm, stopping the attempted slap midway. He shot a cold glance at his first uncle and growled, I already told you. My parents are too busy to bother with you lot. You aren't welcome here, so I suggest you get out. Brat, who allowed you to speak? First uncle still wanted to rely on his seniority to beat and scold Nie Yan, but when he tried pulling back his arm, he discovered his nephew's hand was like an iron claw, firmly clasping it in place. No matter how he struggled, he was unable to break free, leaving his heart dumbfounded. Just when did his nephew grow to be so strong? Only then did he notice that his nephew was taller and more robust than he remembered. Nie Yan was almost 5'9" and was no longer the frail and thin child he knew from the past. He soon noticed Nie Yan's grip becoming stronger and stronger, causing him to start sweating from the pain which in turn made his face turn bright red, but he was unwilling to back down to a child. Husband, what's wrong? Nie Yan, let go of him. He's your first uncle, you impudent brat. First uncle's wife scolded in a high-pitched shriek after realizing her husband was overpowered. How much interest did my parents promise you? Nie Yan asked, paying no attention to his aunt's words. He swept his gaze over the three relatives in front of him before releasing his first uncle's arm. Having finally regained control of his arm, Uncle Luoming sighed in relief as he rubbed his arm. 10% a month. First uncle's wife replied. She looked like she had been injected with chicken blood as her expression was so distorted even her face looked like it was twisted. 10% a month. In other words, his family had to pay back 10% interest every month. Not to mention, it was compound interest, which meant they had to pay back more on top of what they already owed in the previous months. His relatives were basically no different from loan sharks. When she brought up this matter, each and every one of his relatives revealed rotten expressions. Old Lu and I told your father he didn't need to pay any interest, Mr. Lin explained to Nie Yan. His gaze then happened to fall onto Luoming's arm where he saw something unbelievable. The area Nie Yan grabbed had bruised and turned a deep shade of purple. Though it wasn't much, he did know a fair bit about Luoming's strength. He wasn't some martial artist, but he still exercised regularly, and he was considerably strong for the average person. Yet Nie Yan, who was no more than a child, had taken full control over Luoming, rendering him helpless. The power required for such a feat was unimaginable. Uncle Lin, the money will be returned to you soon, rest assured. As for aunties and uncles, you'll get your money back and not a penny less. Even if my parents cannot pay it back, I'll do it in their stead. Nie Yan stared at his several snobbish relatives, his tone turning increasingly cold. He wouldn't allow his father to end up the same way as his past life, neither would he allow his relatives to get their grubby hands on his father's business. He would force upon these relatives a life of eternal remorse. Taking away all their possible means, he would leave them destitute with no hope of ever escaping the abyss he would leave them in. Only by taking care of them in such a manner would these people have no chance of nipping back at his father's heels. Nie Yan would exact revenge on the sins they committed and make them suffer as he had. His heart had grown much colder in the final years of his past life. You rotten punk. Your parents owe so much money. Even if we sold you off, do you really think you'd somehow pay it back? Uncle Luoming's wife sneered. Unlike his wife, however, Uncle Luoming's prior arrogance had vanished almost entirely. He couldn't help but notice that the atmosphere around his nephew was completely different from the past. He no longer dared to treat Nie Yan like a child he could easily push around. Little Yan, have you been training recently? Come, let your Uncle Lin see how much you've grown. This recent development made Mr. Lin feel happy and rekindled his desire for a good fight. Seeing his old comrade's son finally grow up was also one of the things he desired to witness in his life. Mr. Lin pushed past Luoming and Nie Yan's other relatives. Although the space in the house was a little narrow, it was still more than sufficient for sparring. In fact, a narrow space would actually better reflect the abilities of both fighters. Uncle Luoming and the others all stared at Mr. Lin with bewildered looks on their faces. Just what in the world was Lin Ya planning to do? Yes, Nie Yan nodded his head. He felt great respect towards Mr. Lin, but even more so a deep sense of shame. In his past life, due to their relation with the Nie household, Mr. Lin and his family were targeted and fell into poverty. Mr. Lin suddenly threw a fist at Nie Yan. Nie Yan put up a horizontal guard with his left arm and retaliated with a strong sidekick. His leg produced a faint whistling as it flew towards Mr. Lin's chest. Nice kick, Mr. Lin said, pleasantly surprised. He leaned to the side, dodging the kick, and then closed in with an elbow strike. Nie Yan hastily got out of the way and returned with a powerful roundhouse kick. Mr. Lin raised his arm to block. Bang! The strength of the kick forced him several steps back, regaining his balance only after supporting himself on a nearby desk. The great force that he had just been inflicted with shocked him, but the joy he felt at experiencing Nie Yan's growth firsthand greatly surpassed his alarm. He heartily laughed and said, not bad. Come, let's go again. They had several more exchanges, but the outcome of the battle still could not be determined. Luoming and the other relatives were filled with astonishment as the spectacular scene unfolded before their eyes. Lin Ya was an army veteran, and his ability in martial arts wasn't anything to scoff at. Even 6 grown men normally wouldn't be his match, yet Nie Yan had managed to last this long against him. Not to mention he was able to fight on par with Lin Ya the entire time. The fact that he could manage such a feat was simply just too inconceivable. Bang, Nie Yan and Mr. Lin both retreated several steps. Little Yan, you've been learning martial arts, right? Not bad. Uncle Lin is already old, so I can't compare with you youngsters, Mr. Lin praised without restraint. He was happy for his old comrade. With Nie Yan's ability, as long as his academics weren't too bad, getting into the #1 military academy wouldn't be a problem. They might even take the initiative to recruit him. I've only learned a little. Uncle Lin, you might be old, but you haven't grown weak at all. Being too modest isn't good either. So, have you thought about what you want to do for university? Mr. Lin nervously asked. No, I haven't, Nie Yan shook his head and replied. He still hadn't considered this matter. After all, that was still over a year away. Apply for the #1 military academy then. I have an old army buddy working as a combat instructor there. I can ask him to put in a word for you. Besides, your talent is an additional reassurance. Your academics shouldn't be a problem either. Back then, your father had barely failed to get in, and it became one of the biggest regrets in his life, but you'll surely pass. Next year in January, the academy is hosting exams for special enrollment students. You must definitely apply then, Uncle Lin exclaimed. Nie Yan solemnly nodded. In his past life, he wasn't able to pass the exam for the military academy. His father had been disappointed in him for a long time because of this matter. In addition, the moment his father received the results of that exam, he seemed to have aged several years. In this life, Nie Yan would definitely succeed his father's dream. Hearing the words, #1 military academy, Luo Ming snapped back to reality. His nephew's recent show of ability frightened him. Nie Yan was actually able to beat an army veteran who'd been through several wars. 2 years ago, old Lia's son had passed the entrance exam for the academy. Yet every year he came back, he'd still be put in his place by Lin Ya. Taking this into consideration, Nie Yan entering the military academy shouldn't be a problem. Just what kind of place was the #1 military academy? It was the nation's top university specialized in nurturing talented individuals. So long as one passed the entrance exam, they would receive a scholarship which granted them a minimum of $60,000 each year. In addition, once they enrolled, they would at least receive the rank of a company officer. Every person's performance in exams directly correlated to their military ranks. Some people, after graduating the academy, would be regiment officers or higher. As the proverb goes, citizens should not oppose officials. If Nie Yan really was able to succeed and graduate from the military academy, who knows if he might hold resentment in his heart over today's matters. Luo Ming and the others felt their scalps go numb when they saw Nie Yan's ice-cold expression. Luo Ming, I'm thinking if little Yan passes the entrance exams for the military academy, paying back those loans won't be a problem, correct? Lin Ya said to Luo Ming. If they continued to hound Nie Yan and affected his frame of mind and studies, Lin Ya was thinking it might be necessary that he teach these people a lesson. This shouldn't be a problem, right? Lin Ya said in a menacing tone, causing Luo Ming to shrink back. Nie Yan's other relatives also no longer dared to speak so harshly to him anymore. Little Yan, try your best. If you enter the military academy, Auntie will be happy and proud, Nie Yan's paternal aunt said with an embarrassed yet obviously fake smile. Yes, Little Yan, do try your best. We'll be taking our leave first, then. Nie Yan didn't reply but simply stared at them with frosty eyes. Only now, after hearing that he could potentially enter the academy, did these 4 snobbish lowlives begin putting on friendly airs in front of him. However, there was still a 0% chance that he would forgive them. Having said so, Nie Yan's relatives awkwardly left the house one after another. Lin Ya on the other hand stayed a while longer to chat with Nie Yan to give him some words of encouragement. Little Yan, do your best. You must succeed in entering the academy. If there's anything troubling you, just tell your Uncle Lin. So long as you get into the academy, all your problems will vanish without a trace. If you do, you'll turn your parents' lives around as well. Work hard. Uncle Lin will be taking his leave now, Lin Ya said. Thanks, Uncle Lin, Nie Yan nodded. What Lin Ya didn't know was that his family's prospects would turn around before he even graduated high school. Once his parents returned, their financial circumstances would take a significant turn for the better. After Lin Ya left, Nie Yan didn't leave the house for the whole day. Instead, he stayed at home, studying hard and relearning everything that he had forgotten. After coming back to the past, he wasn't willing to live through his days muddle-headed. He would work hard to take full control of his fate. After seeing his relatives' reactions today, it only further solidified his belief that only by becoming strong would those petty, despicable people fear him and stay far away. Otherwise, he would be harassed by them to no end. The next day, Nie Yan logged on and made his usual runs of emptying the marketplace of all black phenol recipes, and the other various materials. After finishing his business, he went to kill the field bosses that had respawned, Gato the Lion King and the Ogre Devourer. By repeating what he did the previous day, he was able to kill them effortlessly, but those 2 weaklings were stingy and only dropped 3 pieces of gold-grade equipment and 1 fortune gem. Thankfully, one of them happened to be a set item he wanted, Black Blood Gloves, Resilience +7, Dexterity +12. The other 2 pieces of equipment were for a priest and a paladin, though Nie Yan didn't plan to sell them since he wasn't lacking in money. In the future, he would have a steady flow of income arriving in his pockets. He would rather let them rot in his storage than put them on the marketplace lest they enter an enemy's hands. On the other hand, if an acquaintance wanted to purchase them, then he would think it over. Not long after logging in, an announcement entered his ears, Social Valley had opened. This incredibly exciting news caused countless guilds to rush over so they could get a head start in the new dungeon. The first team to succeed in clearing a new dungeon would receive additional rewards and honor. Not to mention, since Social Valley was the final level 3 dungeon, the equipment drop there would be the best. These benefits spurred numerous guild leaders into attempting Social Valley with their elite members. Though the price of pioneering was wrought with bitterness and difficulty, some teams still advanced dauntlessly. Yet, in the end, the overwhelming majority would fail to even reach the boss, falling victim to the extremely potent poison of the common mobs. A hallucinogenic poison that applied the fear status debuff and robbed the player of all movement ability. Presently, the only cure for it was black phenol. Shortly after Social Valley's opening, the demand for black phenol magnified countless times over. All of a sudden, it became the hottest selling item in the marketplace. Social Valley was situated inside of a wide, open prairie. Today, the normally tranquil fields were bustling with activity as various teams from notable guilds dotted the entire region. Among the teams gathered in the prairie, a group of Azure Falling Sky members were discussing a certain matter regarding the quantity of black phenol in the marketplace. This is really odd. Logically speaking, since we were one of the very first guilds to enter the dungeon, you'd think we'd be one of the first groups to snag all the black phenol in the marketplace, but when our members in the city arrived at the auction house, all of the black phenol suddenly vanished, and we were only able to purchase 3 bottles. Just which guild was able to move faster than us? Captain Clear Sky, we've already ordered our alchemists to put down what they're doing and concentrate on producing black phenol. The person these guild members addressed as Clear Sky was a paladin with the appearance of a man in his mid-20s. His tall stature, standing at almost 6'3", was clad in unadorned ash-gray armor. The solemn expression on his face and imposing pressure he emanated left the other members feeling stifled and tense. As the star player of Azure Falling Sky, one of the nation's top 10 gaming organizations, Clear Sky's name was well known to the gamers of China. How long will our supply of black phenol last us for? Clear Sky asked. Someone was a step ahead of them and purchased all of the black phenol in the auction house. Thus, he could only look towards other methods. If we use them sparingly, we can still do another run of the dungeon. How many of our alchemists have learned how to concoct black phenol? Only one, the guild member embarrassedly replied. Clear Sky's expression became even more gloomy. If their supply of black phenol couldn't keep up, then some other guild would get the first clear for Social Valley, which meant their rankings might fall by several places again. For a large gaming organization like them, falling 1 or 2 spots meant significant financial losses. However, this type of development wasn't only happening to them. In fact, aside from Azure Falling Sky, Victorious Return, Holy Empire, Brilliant Mother Earth, Atlantis, and almost all the other large guilds were in similar dilemmas. The market was entirely devoid of black phenol, and their own alchemists couldn't produce enough to keep up with the guild's needs. The guilds preparing to enter Social Valley numbered over 60. And the same problem was perplexing all of them. Captain Sleepy Fox, what are we going to do? Without any black phenol, we won't be able to run Social Valley. We'll end up falling behind the other guilds. I heard someone found a piece of gold equipment for warriors in a recent run, Dusk said in a gloomy tone. He felt their situation was the most tragic. There wasn't a single alchemist in the entire guild who could concoct black phenol, nor did they have any in the guild's treasury. Give me the list of drops for Social Valley, Sleepy Fox ordered, his tone somewhat jittery. Warriors Primal Wind and Tenacious Metal sets, Elementalist Scorching Flame Burst set, and a bunch of non-set equipment. Dusk handed over the list to Sleepy Fox, but then, Nie Yan popped in his mind, and he quickly added, this is only the list for easy. No one knows what specialist drops yet. Tenacious Metal set. No, this won't do. We must obtain that set. As for the black phenol, first try and find an alchemist who knows how to concoct it. If that won't do, just contact the other guilds and offer to buy some for a high price. Where do black phenol recipes and the required materials to concoct them drop? Sleepy Fox scanned over the other team members. Celadon Tides Valley, but the drop rates are pretty terrible. We can go there, but we won't obtain much. Silent Gulf and Black Charred Islands also have them. Are there any other areas? Sleepy Fox asked. Not that we know of. Tell some of our members to head over to those areas to farm. I refuse to believe this shortage will hold us back. The other guilds have probably thought up something similar. They'll be sending their forces to those areas as well. We won't be able to obtain very much if we're forced to share with too many players. Sigh. Doesn't matter. We'll just have to take what we can get, Sleepy Fox replied. As predicted, various guilds shifted their manpower to gathering black phenol recipes and the materials required for concocting it. Many teams soon departed the prairies in droves, and the bustling fields once more returned to their previous tranquil state. Recently, Kalor became even more lively, bustling with noise and activity. Many players were advertising on the streets, purchasing black pennel. 25 copper per bottle, 10 silver for a recipe. These prices had already surpassed the ones in his past life by more than 10 times over. Due to Nie Yan regularly cleaning the auction house out of all black phenol and related items for the past several days, the shortage in supply had grown even wider. As a result, the spike in prices rose even more sharply in this timeline. Even though others were offering generous amounts to purchase these items, very few players were willing to part with them. Yet the buying frenzy was just beginning. Players possessing large quantities of black phenol quickly caught on and began hoarding their stock, waiting for the prices to swell even more. Thus, the already depleted supply of black phenol only dwindled further. After checking the market price, Nie Yan knew it would inflate even more. Right now it was a seller's market, a state of affairs that would last for at least 10 more days, so he was perfectly willing to bide his time. After all, he had complete control of the market. Nie Yan checked his bag. With the unknown transfer scroll, he would be able to retrieve another chapter from the Book of Order. However, before he planned to set off, a certain matter popped in his mind. Before he headed for the second chapter, he would need to complete this task first. This matter was similarly dangerous, but the reward was simply too enticing. Nie Yan headed to the NPC shop and purchased a large quantity of consumables. Then, he proceeded to the auction house to resupply on high-quality crossbow bolts, as well as purchasing a great deal of silk cloth, which he crafted into combat bandages. Furthermore, he bought some black garbs which had the property of hiding his appearance. Nie Yan's destination was a level 10 zone, so the flash powder, web scrolls, and sheep transformation scrolls wouldn't be of any use, but he kept some in his bag anyways just in case. Once he finished his preparations, he headed for the transfer area. Along the way there, he came across countless players looking to purchase black phenol, which only further confirmed his speculations. The various guilds were extremely desperate. It seemed his choice of investing into this market early on was clearly a correct one. Nie Yan suddenly had a thought. Holy Empire should be feeling immense pressure in trying to secure a supply of black phenol. If he called up Sleepy Fox and lent him a hand right now. Knowing his personality, if anything were to occur in the future, Sleepy Fox would certainly make sure to repay the favor. Selling a portion of his supply to Holy Empire would be immensely beneficial for both sides. Not only would he obtain short-term benefits, but when the other guilds see Holy Empire reaping rewards from exploring the dungeon, they would undoubtedly turn green with envy, serving only to inflate the price of black phenol to even more ludicrous levels. In short, Nie Yan would be able to earn a large profit, make Sleepy Fox owe him a favor, and raise the price of black phenol simultaneously. This was killing 3 birds with 1 stone. How's it going? Are your runs going smoothly? Sigh. Please don't remind me. We wiped on the first run. Dealing with the werewolves' poison is just too difficult without black phenol. We barely made any progress. That aside, the equipment drops are pretty decent. Not only does the boss have a chance to drop dark gold equipment, even the common mobs have a chance of dropping gold equipment. Why? Are you interested in joining? Sleepy Fox didn't miss a beat and made use of this opportunity to try and recruit Nie Yan. Nah, not really, but I do happen to have some black phenol on me. I'm wondering if you're interested. Black phenol. How much do you have? Sleepy Fox asked. He couldn't help but get excited. Was Nie Yan unaware of just how many players were madly scouring for black phenol right now? 30 bottles, 1 recipe, and 60 raw materials. Give me an offer, Nie Yan replied. So much. Sleepy Fox sucked in a breath of cold air. He thought Nie Yan would have 10 bottles to offer at most, but 30. It would be more than enough for them to not have to worry about their supply of black phenol, even if only for a short while. Too much for you. No. Definitely not too much, Sleepy Fox hastily replied. He felt he'd really be shooting himself in the foot if he allowed Nie Yan to sell these items to someone else. Brother Nie, Sleepy Fox, will definitely remember this favor. If anything comes up in the future, don't hesitate to let me know. To Sleepy Fox, it was almost inconceivable how Nie Yan had managed to get his hands on so many, especially when there was such fierce competition over a low supply. Just what wasn't this person capable of? Then let's get straight to the point. What's your offer? Nie Yan said. 30 silver, Sleepy Fox answered, his tone slightly embarrassed. Although his offer was already a little higher than the current market price, who knew just how high the prices would rise over the course of the next few days. Though, in truth, 30 silvers was his absolute limit. The daily costs of maintaining a guild weren't cheap. Thus, he couldn't afford to spend too much money. Holy Empire might be a large guild, but it didn't have much in the way of expendable income. How about this? I need a few items, but I'm too lazy to go looking for them myself. How about you have some of your subordinates collect them for me? I'm looking for the skill books for 2 active skills, Backstab and Eviscerate, and 5 passive skills, Power of the Barbarian, Primal Strength, Strength Amplification, Strength of the Restless, and Power of the Warlock. If you find these for me, you won't need to pay money for the black phenol. The value of these skills books roughly covered the costs of the black phenol along with its recipe and materials. As for how much exactly, he couldn't be bothered to calculate. The first 2 should be simple, but why do you need so many strength-boosting skill books? Sleepy Fox asked in bewilderment. Sorry, that's a secret. Alright, it's going to be a little difficult, but it's doable. After all, they're still relatively common skill books, Sleepy Fox said. The passive skills Nie Yan was looking for were decent, capable of permanently increasing one's strength as long as they were equipped. However, they couldn't be improved, took up a skill slot, and were quite expensive, so few players found them worthwhile. That's fine, so I guess it's a deal then. I'll mail you the items. Alright, I'll send over 30 silver first as collateral. You can return the money to me when I collect the skill books, Sleepy Fox said after thinking for a moment. That's fine too, Nie Yan replied. He placed the items into the mailbox beside the transfer point and wrote Sleepy Fox as the recipient. System, Blade Dancer has deposited 30 silver into your storage. I've sent the money over, Sleepy Fox said. Yeah, I just received it. I'm a little busy, so let's talk some other time. Shortly after hanging up the call, Nie Yan put on the black garbs, concealing his entire appearance, and then stepped into the transfer point. System, confirm your destination. Transfer to Plague Canyon, Tasoyi Village. Cost, 2 silver. Yes. Since the location of the town was so remote, the transfer fee ended up being a total of 2 silver. The scenery shifted and, by the time Nie Yan opened his eyes, he was no longer surrounded by the towering walls of Kalor, but rather, a plethora of dense thickets and plant life. However, this place was more than just forest, it was actually a town. Numerous houses had been built into the trunks of trees in the area, many of them looking weathered and shabby, the result of enduring the elements for countless decades. After stepping out of the transfer point, a man in worn, ash-gray robes who was carrying an archaic staff brushed past Nie Yan. He could be best described as haggard and approaching old age. From the indistinct patterns inscribed into his robes, Nie Yan could tell this aged fellow was an NPC arcane mage. The old man shot Nie Yan an unfriendly glance and began radiating a strange arcane aura. Nie Yan hastily bowed his head and made his way forward. Tasoyi was an odd little village. Translated from the ancient common language, its name meant unfriendly sins. According to the legend surrounding the village, God condemned the residents of the town to eternal sickness by spreading a plague. Moreover, the NPCs here were not only unwelcoming to strangers, but were also notorious for being incredibly difficult to interact with. It was to the point where even a single word greeting from a player to an NPC would incite such an outrage in the village that the player would be lucky to get off with just being expelled, lest they be attacked. Though he looked so unremarkable and frail that even a gentle breeze could knock him over, this old man was really a level 30 elite NPC. In fact, no resident of this town was below level 30. Therefore, from Nie Yan's perspective as a mere level 7, this town was an extremely dangerous place. Nie Yan knew it was imperative that he protect himself in such a perilous location. As he walked through the village, Nie Yan encountered various NPCs with unique appearances. He kept his head low, appearance hidden behind black garbs, and hurriedly walked past them. When he arrived at the village entrance, he raised his head to look at a quaint cabin built atop a nearby tree. In his past life, many players liked shopping at that place since it sold many useful goods. However, with his current financial capital, Nie Yan still lacked the qualifications to frequent this location. Without uttering a word, Nie Yan silently exited the village. He followed along the winding and twisting path and headed into depths of the forest. System, you've discovered Plague Forest. Dull, decaying trees dotted Plague Forest. Here, neither greenie nor life could be seen in the dreary forest. The oppressive atmosphere here, combined with the dense plant growth, would easily leave players claustrophobic. The inhabitants of this forest were all extremely dangerous, each and every one of them exceeding level 30. To Nie Yan, at his current level, they were unparalleled existences. Nie Yan stealthily advanced through the forest. The trees here hid the sky and covered the earth. Few rays of light pierced through the gaps between the forest canopy, and the ones that did only left behind mottled reflections on the forest floor. The lighting was dim, and the stale atmosphere was stifling. Upon arriving in this forest, Nie Yan's mind became extremely focused. When he heard the slightest of rustles, he raised his head and looked at an area between 2 trees off in the distance. Spread across several large trees was a giant spiderweb. There, a giant blood-red spider was sprawled on top of it, quietly lying in ambush while awaiting its next meal. That was the level 30 leader class monster, Tempered Blood Spider. Even the faintest sounds would alert these highly sensitive spiders to the presence of nearby prey. Nie Yan quietly departed the area and ducked into the maze of trees. After several more detours around other dangerous monsters, Nie Yan eventually came across an area littered with towering stacks of stone and boulders, almost as if it was a forest itself. Under the erosion of wind and rain, these stones had become extremely smooth and round. It's over there. Nie Yan became even more cautious as he neared his destination. He passed through the dense underbrush, neared one of the stone stacks, and then hid behind it for cover. The sound of heavy, turbid breathing traveled between the scattered stacks and entered Nie Yan's ears. As he carefully went over to investigate, an enormous, scaly body, lying flat on the ground, entered his sight. It was a Gaia monitor. Nie Yan knew he would be encountering this fellow even before arriving at this location. This 5-meter-long lizard hidden between the piles of rocks was covered in sharp spikes, making it almost indistinguishable from an ancient dinosaur. As he looked elsewhere, he spotted a small cave well hidden among some boulders. If one didn't observe carefully, it would be rather easy to overlook. From where he stood, he was unable to see deeper inside the cave. I'll need to get past this lizard first. Entering the cave without alerting the Gaia monitor wasn't going to be a simple task. By habit, Nie Yan inspected the Gaia monitor with Transcendent Insight. Gaia monitor elite level. Although Transcendent Insight failed to gather anything significant due to the level discrepancy, Nie Yan dimly recalled the Gaia monitor was an elite monster that was at least level 30. Even the slightest graze from such a high-level monster would undoubtedly mean his death. Fortunately, this Gaia monitor wouldn't stay in this area for too long. That being the case, Nie Yan patiently waited. After 20 minutes, the Gaia monitor finally began to move. It lazily rose to its feet, then stumbled over to a nearby boulder. As it perched itself at the top, its massive tail smashed into another boulder which happened to be quite close to where Nie Yan was hiding. Boom! A large explosion echoed out as the boulder instantly turned to rubble, sending debris flying in every direction. Ha! 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 Unfortunately, several of the fragments struck Nie Yan as well. -23, -27, -26. Yet he didn't dare to budge an inch lest the Gaia monitor discover his presence. The Gaia monitor lowered its head and scanned over the mess of rocks and boulders. Nie Yan felt his heart skip a beat. He remained motionless as he hid behind the cover of the rock pile, praying the Gaia monitor wouldn't notice his presence. Only after what seemed like an eternity did the Gaia monitor, having not found anything strange, languidly crawl off toward another area. Once it had moved far enough away, Nie Yan at long last breathed a sigh of relief. Good. It didn't notice me. At the sight of its silhouette disappearing into the distance, he finally dared to venture out and head for the cave. After arriving at the cave's entrance, Nie Yan felt a cold wind blowing from deep within the cave's cavity. As he went inside, he noticed a slight dampness in the air as well as the walls that were full of deep scratches, presumably left behind by the Gaia monitor. This cave was its nest. Every 2 hours it would leave the area to sunbathe near some distant cliffs for 5 minutes or so. With Nie Yan's current gear and level, even if the Gaia monitor laid motionless and allowed him to shoot at it with reckless abandon, the damage he dealt would be entirely negated by its base regeneration. Were it not for the fact that Nie Yan knew the Gaia monitor would leave its nest for some time, he would have never dared to come to this place. As Nie Yan gradually explored deeper, the surroundings became increasingly dim until light no longer shined inside the cave. It was pitch black. He wasn't even able to see his own hands. Thus, he could only rely on his other senses to guide him through his search. Fortunately, aside from the Gaia monitor, no other monsters inhabited this cave. Nie Yan's time was limited. If the Gaia monitor caught wind of an unknown scent after returning, it would immediately rush inside the cave to tear the intruder into shreds. After 3 minutes of exploring, Nie Yan still hadn't reached the end, though he discovered a faint glow being emitted from deeper within the cave. Is that a chest? Nie Yan couldn't help but get excited and hastily head towards the source of the glow. When Nie Yan explored this area in his past life, this chest had long been opened by another player, so he had been unaware of its existence until now. In this life, however, since he was the first player to arrive in this cave, he also became the first to discover this chest. This was quite the pleasant surprise. As expected, shortly after Nie Yan arrived at the corner of the cave, he found a shimmering silver treasure chest. Full of anticipation, he quickly examined it, and to his relief it wasn't locked. If it had been a level 30 locked chest, he would have no hope whatsoever of opening it. Treasure chests were divided into 2 categories, normal chests and locked chests. Any player, regardless of profession or level, could open and retrieve the contents of the former. The latter, however, required a skill or key of the corresponding level. Nie Yan squatted and started opening the chest. System, opening treasure chest. Estimated completion, 10%. 30%. Click. The chest was opened. Nie Yan put his inside hand inside the chest and felt around until he found something, whereupon he took out 2 items before hastily examining the first one. Dark pendant, silver. Requirements, 20 strength, 30 dexterity. Properties, strength +7, night vision +3. Weight, 0.1 pounds. Restrictions, none. Nie Yan's heartbeat sped up a little as he stared at the pendant. It turned out to be an accessory that increased night vision. Not only that, but he was even able to wear it right away. Thanks to his gear being good, he had long met the pendant's strength and dexterity requirements. The moment he equipped the pendant, Nie Yan's range of vision increased significantly, so much so that he could even vaguely make out the walls of the cave, but even then, it was still extremely limited. At this stage of the game though, it could already be considered quite good. Nie Yan then inspected the second item. Thunderbolt Blaze Intermediate Scroll. Requirements, 30 intelligence, set of incantation gestures, set of invocation syllables. Description, deals 200 damage in a 20-meter radius every second for 15 seconds. Restrictions, human, thief, paladin, warrior. The second item was a rare intermediate scroll, which was fairly expensive even when the average level of the player base was around 30 to 40. Their drop rates were abysmal, not to mention they were one use only. As such, they came to be categorized as too good to use among the ordinary players. For Nie Yan to find this scroll now was tantamount to finding a priceless treasure. Its usefulness even exceeded the dark pendants. The requirement for activating the scroll could be met by switching to gear that increased intelligence. Then, he could simply switch back to his old gear when he finished using the scroll. Done with inspecting his newly acquired loot, Nie Yan stored the Thunderbolt Blaze scroll in his bag then proceeded deeper into the cave. After walking for several minutes, Nie Yan found another treasure chest, a golden one at that. Unfortunately, the celebrations ended there because it was locked. A level 30 gold treasure chest required at least the intermediate lockpicking skill to open. So for the time being, Nie Yan had no way of opening it. Truthfully speaking, Nie Yan was already able to learn lockpicking when he reached level 5, but he had not because of the skill's high demand amongst the player base. Even after visiting the auction house several times, he had still been unable to find the skill book for sale, and although it could be farmed, the drop rate was 1 in 10,000. Wasting several days for a single skill book just wasn't worth the effort, so he had no choice but to put off learning lockpicking for another time. Nie Yan felt a deep sense of regret as he unwillingly departed the area. After traveling a little further in, he suddenly felt vibrations in the ground. Shit, this isn't good. The Gaia monitor is back. The sound of heavy, lumbering footsteps soon followed, echoing along the cave walls before entering Nie Yan's ears. Knowing he couldn't dally any longer, Nie Yan relied on his limited vision and madly sprinted towards the depths of the cave. After half a minute, he saw traces of light as the howling of wind blew into the cave. He had finally found the exit. Nie Yan sped up his pace and soon arrived at the end of the cave where he halted his footsteps. Just ahead was an overhanging precipice. Now standing at the edge, strong winds howled as they blew past his face. The drop down was in excess of several hundred meters. This mountain looked as if it had been split down the middle with another cliff face straight across from him while a valley lay beneath him at bottom of the rift. As he gazed down, he could see the lush forest growing below. Nie Yan quickly gauged how far he was from the opposite cliff face. Where the gap was the widest, he would have to cover over 100 meters to get to the other side. In the narrow regions, however, he would only need to cover a roughly 50-meter distance. Fortunately, where he stood now happened to be the closest to the opposite cliff wall. The only reason he came to this location was for the sake of reaching that cliff wall before him. With his present abilities, if he wanted to reach there, the only method available to him was this. Nie Yan carefully scanned the opposite cliff wall but didn't find anything staying. The vibrations he felt from the Gaia monitor were progressively becoming stronger, which meant he didn't have much more time. He needed to act before it arrived. There's no point in hesitating any longer. Making it to the other side shouldn't be a problem anyway. Nie Yan thought. He prepared to make a running leap and backed up approximately 10 meters. Before making the jump, he familiarized himself with the surroundings to ensure that he wouldn't trip. Though he didn't have long since a large silhouette was rapidly approaching from behind. Nie Yan hastily activated a haste scroll before breaking into a sprint. He gained more and more momentum as he neared the cliff. By this time, the Gaia monitor had finally arrived at the cave exit and lunged forward in pursuit. Even within the confines of the narrow cave tunnel, it was still rather fast. Its roar was akin to claps of thunder as it rushed at the intruder from the rear. Nie Yan had already reached his fastest speed, the distance between him and the cliff quickly shortening. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. After arriving at the edge of the cliff, he leapt forward and shot into the air like an artillery shell as he flew towards the opposite side. The strong winds howled past his ears, blowing into his face, but strangely, Nie Yan sensed that something had followed from behind and jumped off the cliff alongside him. Presumably, it was the Gaia monitor. Nie Yan began rapidly descending as he flew toward the opposite cliff face. If this kind of trajectory was drawn on a graph, it would resemble a concave down parabola. Nie Yan would continuously near the opposite cliff in this motion until he crashed into the opposite cliff or fell to his death. After falling about 100 meters, Nie Yan was quite close to the cliff wall. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the Featherfall Jewel's ability and gradually slowed his descent until he was floating just like a feather. As he attempted to find a place to land, Nie Yan quickly scanned over the cliff and spotted a cluster of vines near a cave about 10 meters away. Over there. Nie Yan shot a web line from his ring of woven silk at the cluster and firmly stuck to it. Now suspended over the cliff wall, Nie Yan slowly pulled himself up. His right hand grasped onto the vines, and he was left half dangling in the air. System, you've discovered Raindal. Nie Yan had arrived in Raindal, a towering mountain peak. High and steep rock walls surrounded him. As he looked up at the peak of the mountain, he recalled certain legends that said the temple of Raindal was located above, though he had never went there himself. After being used, the ring of woven silk's ability went on cooldown. Nie Yan estimated the distance between himself and the cave. It was roughly 5 meters away. He only needed to wait for the ring of woven silk's ability to come off cooldown, then he would be able to get over there. In his past life, when Nie Yan heard someone had arrived here using only the ring of woven silk and Featherfall Jewel, he thought it was inconceivable. However, now, after experiencing it firsthand, it really wasn't all that far-fetched. 20 seconds later, the ring of woven silk's ability finally came off cooldown. Nie Yan shot out another web line, whereupon it stuck onto a shrub near the cave's entrance. He pulled on it to make sure the line was secure, then grabbed hold and began climbing upward. Once one of his hands grabbed onto the ledge of the cave, he swung his leg upward and rolled inside. After entering, Nie Yan discovered there was molten lava flowing within. Although the cave was small, it still contained its own little world. Numerous stalactites hung down from the cave ceiling, forming a unique landscape. Scorching hot gases bubbled from the depths of the mountain. According to the information from his past life, there was a level 60 elite fire elemental sleeping at its core. If Nie Yan were to enter the area, he would inevitably disturb it, though his goal for coming here was anything but that. After all, he had better things to do than throwing his life away. Nie Yan carefully inspected his surroundings, making sure not to overlook even a single inch. His movements were extremely cautious. He didn't dare to make the slightest sound, for fear that he might alert the fire elemental sleeping in the depths. Eventually, his search led him to a hidden cranny. There, past volcanic fumes and smoke that obscured his vision, he found a small shabby chest tucked tightly behind a boulder. The chest was made of wood and plank. Through the passing of centuries, the wood had long decomposed and become riddled with holes. Yet the fact it hadn't broken down entirely in this harsh environment was the most surprising. It appeared rather ordinary, lacking the elegant designs of its silver and gold counterparts. The only feature worth paying particular attention to was the fire immunity rune engraved on the wood. Although the ancient character appeared simple, it was exactly such an inconspicuous rune that isolated the chest from the fire elements in this cavern and ensured its integrity. If my guess is correct, this should be it. Nie Yan knelt down and then opened the chest. He fished around for a while and eventually pulled out a ring. Crawler ring, unidentified. The crawler ring. Alongside the silk spinner ring 1, these two rings were essential for any player who wanted to be considered top tier. Nie Yan used transcendent insight to appraise the crawler ring's properties. Crawler ring bronze unique accessory. Requirements, level 0. Properties, enables the user to stick to walls and similar surfaces for 10 minutes. Cooldown, 1 hour. Weight, 0.05 pounds. Restrictions, can be equipped by all factions. The crawler ring, similar to the silk spinner ring, was a unique accessory that aided the player in traversing difficult obstacles. Why had he risked life and death by passing through a level 30 zone and sneaking into the Gaia monitor's nest? It was precisely for the sake of obtaining this ring. Now that Nie Yan had both rings, there were no longer any obstacles that could hinder his path. Filled with expectations, he equipped the crawler ring. After obtaining the item he desired, he thought for a moment. He could simply teleport out of here with a return scroll, but awakening the fire elemental wasn't a risk he was willing to take. The effects of the scroll's activation might alert the fire element of his presence. As he retraced his steps, he was able to hear a rather rhythmic snoring coming from the depths of the cavern, sending forth a wave of hot air with every breath. He quietly arrived back at the cavern's entrance. There, he activated the crawler ring's ability and immediately felt a strange suction force coming from his palms. Both hands stuck firmly to the surface of the rock as he began to descend the cliff. If one were to spot him from afar, he would resemble a spider as he clung closely to the rock face. He was able to move quickly and easily as if he were treading on level ground. For him, these steep, perilous cliffs were no longer a problem. While searching for a suitable stopping point as he made his descent, he eventually came across a ledge he could stand on. There, he would be able to free up both his hands to use a return scroll. The bottom seems like a level 20-ish zone. There are quite a few leader-class monsters there as well. Nie Yan stared at the monsters in the valley below, then glanced back at the Thunderbolt Blaze scroll in his bag before having an inkling of an idea. Considering his level and gear, it was too difficult, bordering on nigh impossible, for him to deal with even a single level 20 monster, but that wasn't the case with the Thunderbolt Blaze scroll, as the rare intermediate scroll had the ability to kill monsters over level 20. Unfortunately, Nie Yan didn't possess sufficient intelligence to cast the spell, but that could be easily remedied by finding a couple pieces of equipment in the marketplace. Thus, he set aside the thought for now and activated the return scroll. The scroll flashed, and a teleportation circle appeared beneath his feet. 20 seconds later, the circle pulsed with a brilliant light and he was teleported back to Kalor. After exiting the transfer area, he walked along Kalor Main Street. He saw players everywhere, advertising that they were purchasing black phenol for 25 copper a bottle, though it was evident no one was willing to sell. At present, the bottles of black phenol were like hotcakes. All the guilds were fighting for them, so who would be willing to sell to these middlemen? 26 copper. 30 copper. 32 copper. Many guilds were trying to one-up their competition by offering even higher prices for black phenol. Though, in the end, players were still unwilling to sell, leaving these guilds wide-eyed and shocked. Some guilds would simply station their members at the auction house for the day. Occasionally, alchemists who could create black phenol would toss a few bottles up for auction, instantly spurring those guild members into a frenzy as they fought over it. The most a bottle had sold for in the auction house was 50 copper. In this timeline, the black phenol shortage had arrived sooner, was much fiercer, and was even more terrifying. The overwhelming majority of the guilds were all temporarily at a loss as to how to cope with these circumstances. With the prices of black phenol skyrocketing to such a degree, the profits these guilds were able to earn from running Social Valley was minimal. Despite this, it was necessary that they continue running the dungeon, since a list of all the equipment that could be obtained from Social Valley as well as their drop rates had already been released on Conviction's official website. Obtaining the warrior equipment that dropped from the werewolves was absolutely essential for the growth of their teams. The experience earned from killing the mobs was high as well. The only problem was that it was just too hard. There had already been several dozen attempts at the dungeon, yet no team was even close to beating it. At this rate, just how many bottles of black phenol would be consumed in the end? Perhaps, at this time, the only guild that was able to run Social Valley without encountering such issues was Holy Empire. Thanks to Nie Yan providing their guild with so many supplies, they had enough black phenol to freely run the dungeon for some time to come. When Nie Yan saw that the marketplace's black phenol shortage had become so fierce and the prices had catapulted so much in such a short period of time, even he felt considerably taken aback. He believed the players would at least have a little in stock and that the guilds would dispatch their members to gather materials. Yet in the span of a few hours, just as the shortage was only beginning, the price of black phenol had already risen to such a terrifying state. Nevertheless, Nie Yan also understood that this price was also probably the limit. Any higher and those guilds would be losing money every time they ran the dungeon. Of course, who in their right mind would be willing to do that? I guess it's about time for me to dump my stock into the marketplace. Nie Yan placed 10 bottles of black phenol on the auction house, whereupon a fervor of bidding immediately started on them. The bids continuously rose until they all gradually stopped at around 50 copper. With all 10 bottles sold, his earnings were rather decent. Afterwards, he listed another 10 bottles up for sale. Sure enough, they were all fought over until there were none left. He proceeded to dump small batches of black phenol into the auction house and an unbroken cycle of selling persisted for quite a while. News of black phenol being dumped into the marketplace quickly traveled to the leaders of the various guilds and caused all of them to assemble at the auction house. Nie Yan walked along the auction house's main auditorium and eventually settled in a seat in the furthest row back. His eyes scanned across the entire place. There were several very familiar faces, all of them belonging to the top brass of the various major guilds. It was obvious the black phenol shortage had been an unceasing headache for them. Sitting not far from him were two other players discussing a topic quietly, though it was still within earshot for him. It seems the entire player base is concerned about black phenol right now. Say, who do you think still has so many bottles to sell? That person consistently puts up batches of 10 as soon as their last one is sold. It seems they aren't planning to dump all of their supply at once. They sure are crafty. Selling all of them at once probably won't net as much of a profit. Only by selling it slowly and whetting the appetites of those large guilds can they sell at such a high price. One bottle for 50 coppers, such a price is bordering on a scam. They're earning money like crazy. Too bad the person hid their name when listing the black phenol up for auction. No one knows who they are. When Nie Yan heard these whispering murmurs, his mouth curved into a faint smile. This was the time for him to earn big. Due to the fact that he really had too much black phenol in his storage, if he didn't get rid of it quickly and allow the guilds to gather their own steady supply, his own stock might end up going to waste. Nie Yan spent his time like this in the auction house, just leisurely loitering around. For the time being, he didn't kill monsters or try to level up. His mind was simply relaxing and being carefree. In a market with such high demand, his supply of black phenol sold particularly well. The guilds that managed to purchase some already began resuming their exploration of Social Valley, leaving the ones who hadn't feeling incredibly pressured. Granted, even though they knew they were being ripped off, progressing through the new dungeon still needed to happen, didn't it? Although the black phenol was only being sold in small batches, many guilds didn't have alchemists who could create it. For fear that the current batch might be the last, they couldn't help but purchase a few just in case. Under the pressure of the market's high demand, the price of black phenol consistently remained high. The hysteria over black phenol caused money to pour in from all sides, as the funds in Nie Yan's bag piled higher and higher. After selling over 500 bottles, he paused to calculate his earnings. He had earned roughly 2.5 gold so far from black phenol alone. Alongside the profits from the raw materials, flash powder, sheep transformation scrolls, and web scrolls, he now had a total of 16 gold in his bag. In the next 6 or 7 days, all of the earnings made by the several dozen guilds running Social Valley would end up falling into his pockets. In this early stage of the game, such a frightening sum of money would cause a person to sigh in admiration to no end. Not to mention, he still had 300 more bottles of black phenol, 220 recipes, and an enormous amount of raw materials to sell. It was the recipes that were the real moneymakers. The selling price of a single recipe had already skyrocketed to over 20 silver. Furthermore, it was still going in an upward trend. Nie Yan still didn't need to be in a rush to get rid of his recipes. After selling all of the black phenol and raw materials first, he could decide then what he would sell the recipes for. With his pockets being 16 gold richer, he instantly became extravagantly rich. Even for those large guilds, they would at most have no more than 3 or 4 gold. Beginner players all required money. The average players didn't even have enough money to use for themselves, so why would they donate it to their guild? After all, most of them were new recruits, so for the time being, they didn't hold much loyalty or feel a strong sense of belonging to their guilds. Therefore, most guild leaders would be trying to rack their brains over the problematic matter of raising funds. They could only ask their loyal members, those who had been members in other games, to draw up some funding. However, if they scraped the bottom of the barrel too hard and those subordinates silently grew resentful, this would also negatively influence the guild's growth. Now that he had money, Nie Yan couldn't allow it to rot in his hands. He would turn his present capital into even more money. That was the sensible way of doing things. As soon as these thoughts ran through his mind, he recalled that he could buy property and land. At this moment, the game company was already starting to sell the land in Kalor. Some residences on the border streets of the city were torn down in order to make way for player-constructed shops. Every important section of land on the main streets was currently up for sale. However, Chief Administrator Tellis, the person in charge of selling the land, was actually quite free from any workload. The main hall in his building was practically empty. The reason he had no customers was because the price of a single plot of land was at least 1 gold, while the plots that were in relatively good areas for building shops were valued at several dozen gold. Namely, even those large guilds would be incapable of taking out such a large sum of money to purchase such a plot of land. As for those cheap plots selling for 1 or 2 gold, they were located in less than preferable places that most players disliked, so no one was willing to purchase them, while land in relatively good locations they couldn't afford. Thus, most players who were rich enough to purchase land could only give up on the thought for the time being. Though, in the near future, many of the large guilds would have much more capital to spend. The in-game economy would flourish even more, and every good plot of land would be fought over wildly by the various guilds. This was where the future was headed. Every guild was unceasingly accumulating their finances in preparation to expand. If a person bought a plot of land, it didn't matter if they opened their own shop or leased it to others to collect rent, they were all decent options. With so much money in his pockets, Nie Yan only had to leave 1 or 2 gold for his own personal use, and it would cover his daily expenses for quite a while. By using the remaining funds to purchase a plot of land, not only would he able to keep it, it would also rise in value. Who would have anything against that? Virtual real estate was the same as real estate in the real world. They both possessed value. Kalor downtown area was presently located in the southern district of the city, neighboring the mercenary guild. Most of the NPC shops in the city were concentrated in this area, and it was also where the auction house was located, making the area the central hub for business and player activity. As of right now, the NPC shops in the area only sold goods that would satisfy low-level players. In the future, these shops would gradually be replaced by crafting professions that could meet the demands of higher-level players who required more advanced goods and equipment. Of course, this shift in the economy would bring about changes in the structure of commerce in the city as well. Also to note was the fact that the game developers would eventually place the real-world currency exchange center in the east, causing Kalor downtown area to slowly shift to that region of the city. Business in the south would gradually thin out until the only entity that could draw players in was the mercenary guild. Currently, the plots in Kalor southern district were priced at a minimum of 10 gold. A few were even valued at up to 30 to 40 gold, whereas the ones in the eastern region would only fetch 1 or 2, some for even less. However, in 2 to 3 months, the average value of these relatively cheap plots in the east would rise by at least tenfold and several hundred for the ones in prime locations. In the next 10 years, they would skyrocket to even more frightening levels. Yet, at present, the entire region was a slum, to the extent where there wasn't a single modern building in sight. Leaving the auction house, Nie Yan headed for the administrator's office located in the heart of the business hub. After walking for several minutes, he soon approached his destination as a towering white spire came into view. Typical of Viridian architecture, the stone walls were full of exquisite carvings and then further reinforced with mana, resulting in a faint azure glow emitting from their surface. If one inspected more closely, they would see a row of orchids hanging from the building's balcony, allowing their fragrant scent to drift down to the streets below. Upon arriving at the doorstep, Nie Yan entered the building and saw floors so immaculate and smooth they revealed his own reflection. The more than 10-meter high ceiling would leave anyone awed at the expansiveness of this place. Additionally, various colorful pieces of artwork were painted across it, free for guests to enjoy during their stay. As soon as he stepped through the doors, an elderly man walked over to greet him. He wore a deep black, well-ironed military uniform that carried golden epaulets at the shoulders. Despite his age, he still appeared full of vigor and possessed an aura that was both dignified and domineering. Chief Administrator Tellis, I've come to purchase some land. I'm happy that you've decided to take up residence in Kalor. We welcome any customer who wishes to open up a shop. We especially offer the best services to those who abide by the law. Please, come with me, Chief Administrator Tellis said before heading into his office. Nie Yan had come here before in his past life, though it was already far too late by then. Even the most remote plots of land were valued at over several thousand to upwards of tens of thousands of gold. It was also during this period that Kalor came to be known as the City of Gold. Any piece of it was worth quite a bit of money. Even the most ordinary storefronts could earn a player a significant sum. Within conviction, merchants became so rich and powerful that they possessed no less if not more influence than the top-tier players. In contrast, he had been powerless and could only leave the chief administrator's office empty-handed while filled with regret. However, in this lifetime, he would be able to obtain a vast number of extremely valuable storefronts for dirt cheap prices before most players were even paying attention to the virtual real estate market. Dear customer, which storefront would you like to purchase? Chief Administrator Tellis inquired, pointing towards a holographic model of the city on his desk. All properties available for purchase were marked, and even their individual prices were clearly displayed. Nie Yan stared at the eastern region of the city. Presently, there were over 20 properties available. The most expensive ones were 2 gold while the cheapest were 50 silver. A few of them were properties that were considered prime real estate in his past life. One of the locations was even near the yet-to-be-built currency exchange center. The market value of that property had been well over several tens of thousands of gold. While in the real world, it became even more invaluable. Yet, placed right before his very eyes, such a matchless location was only being sold for 2 gold. No other fact caused his heart to beat as wildly as this. I would like the storefront over here, Nie Yan said, pointing to the property near the yet-to-be-built currency exchange center. In the moment that he spoke, his heart began racing in his chest and he felt an intense excitement that was almost impossible to suppress. He barely held himself back from shouting out in joy. This investment of 2 gold would create unlimited possibilities for him in the future. He handed over the money to Chief Administrator Tellis, and without missing a beat, the Chief Administrator handed back a title deed for the property, which came in the appearance of a scroll. This thin, somewhat ancient scroll served as a legal document in the virtual world. The contract language and terms in this document were the same as the ones in reality and bore the same protection by the law. After the first transaction, Nie Yan proceeded to purchase 11 more properties in prime real estate locations. 2 of them were especially large, occupying an enormous area of land that made it perfect for building a towering auction house. He hoped to make it the most prosperous place in the entire eastern district. Nie Yan glanced at his bag. After purchasing the rights to so many properties, he was only left with 2 gold. In any world, the best way of earning money wasn't to set up a commercial enterprise but rather to invest with impeccable foresight. By using money to create more money, he would achieve the goal of expanding his capital. Being reborn had given him many opportunities that he had missed out on in his past life. Kalor would become the Viridian Empire's most flourishing city in the future, while these 12 properties would become the most profitable. Even if he didn't open his own shop and only rented them out, he would still rake in tremendous sums of money. System: for purchasing 5 or more properties in the city, your influence in Kalor has increased by 5. The boost in influence would be helpful to him when doing business in and around every part of the city. When a player's influence reached 30, even if their name was marked in red, they would still be able to freely walk the streets of the city and enjoy the protection of the guards. When purchasing goods from the NPC shops, they wouldn't dare to price gouge the player as they pleased, simply for the fact that influence represented status in the city. Right after killing another player, he would still be able to parade himself ostentatiously around the streets. Just how wonderful of a situation was that? Though with his low-key nature, he absolutely wouldn't commit such an attention-seeking act. In the future, when you open a shop, you'll have to pay 1% of your profits every month as income tax. It is also necessary that you improve your shop within the next 2 months. Furthermore, you will have to pay 0.05% of your shop's value as property tax. The most you can be behind on your payments is 3 months. Failure to repay your debts within that time limit will result in the Viridian Empire seizing your property, as per stated in your contract. Do you wish to make any further inquiries? Chief Administrator Tellis asked. No, that'll be fine, Nie Yan replied. In comparison to the benefits these properties would bring him, these taxes could be completely disregarded considering how immaterial they were. After completing the transaction, he stored the deeds away, then stared at the model of the city. He could see piles of gold overflowing from these properties as they towered over the eastern region of Kalor. Now, he simply had to wait for the eventual expansion of the region. Having finished his business, Nie Yan left the building with a sense of satisfaction. Even if he stagnated and did nothing from now on, the slowly appreciating properties almost ensured his future earnings would satisfy his expenses for a long time to come. Naturally, he wouldn't become complacent after acquiring these deeds. The grand oceans allowed the fish to leap, and the vast skies allowed the birds to fly. He still had much more business to take care of. Nie Yan headed back to the auction house. Aside from the black phenol and materials, he also placed a batch of flash powder, web scrolls, and cheap transformation scrolls up for auction as well. Though, the majority of the money he earned would be used to purchase things that might spike in value later on. For example, right now he was focused on gathering consumables that cured petrification and equipment that increased spirit for the upcoming dungeon, Medusa's Lair. He also purchased several fortune gems in addition to the 15 he already had in his possession. For him, selling these gems or sitting on them while waiting for their value to rise wasn't worth his time. That meant the best course of action was to use them to strengthen his equipment right now. Only then could he get the most out of them. After thinking about what he should upgrade, the dark gold dagger, Blood Pact, popped into his mind. Now that he thought about it, it was probably the best piece of gear out of all the equipment that was currently in his possession. Although it was a level 0 dagger, it was still dark gold grade. It certainly wasn't lacking in attack, but the most significant aspect was that it boasted a fairly rare property, lifesteal. If he were able to raise this dagger's attack, then it would become even more perfect. However, most players felt that using fortune gems on a level 0 weapon was too much of a waste. After all, these gems cost 5 silver each. At the very least, many would wait until they reached the mid-30s, when leveling became much slower, to use such an expensive item, but Nie Yan didn't have any such apprehensions. He had no shortage of money-making schemes to use in the future. Thus, if he really wanted to upgrade his equipment again, he could simply purchase more fortune gems at the auction house. All elite or lord monsters over level 5 had a chance of dropping them. Usually, ordinary players who got their hands on some often couldn't bear to use it for themselves, so they would place them up for sale on the auction house, making it so the market would never run out. Aside from increasing the success rate of socketing gems, a fortune gem 1 could also raise a weapon's attack by 10 and a piece of armor's defense by 15. These bonuses were enough to make many players go crazy. The caveat was that the success rate would fall depending on the number of upgrades. For the first 5 stages, the success rate was 60%. If it was successful, then all was fine, but upon failure, the piece of equipment would lose an upgrade stage. From stage 6 to 10, the success rate would fall to 50%, and upon failure, 5 stages would be lost. From the 11th to the 15th stage, the success rate remained 50%, but all upgrades would be lost upon failure. As for the final stages, stage 16 to 20, each successive upgrade would provide the piece of equipment with an additional, formidable skill. Any piece of equipment that had been upgraded 20 times were existences that were as rare as legendary grade equipment. When upgrading a piece of equipment, each additional gem would increase the success rate by a certain amount. The concept of upgrading equipment with fortune gems was often the bane of players with gambling addictions. Those who were lucky would be able to raise several stages with only a few gems, thus creating an invaluable piece of equipment. In contrast, there were also some incredibly unfortunate fools, who, when falling prey to a moment of weakness, would try their luck only to lose over 10 upgrades all at once. No matter what, upgrading with fortune gems was an activity only for the rich. Ordinary players definitely wouldn't dare to do so, or more accurately, they couldn't afford to do so. Not only did Nie Yan have 15 fortune gems, he also possessed Pandora's Box 1, which had the ability to influence success rate. Thus, he was itching to give it a try. Besides, for the first 10 stages, there was no chance of losing all upgrades. After confirming his decision, he placed Blood Pact and 1 fortune gem into Pandora's box. The dagger glowed with a blood red aura while beside it was a gem that emitted a dazzling radiance. System, do you wish to upgrade this piece of equipment? Nie Yan gazed fixedly at Conviction's clock. He calculated whether the time was on an even cycle or an odd cycle as he watched the passing seconds, his pupils reflecting each successive digit. Now. Nie Yan confirmed the upgrade. System, upgrade successful. Blood Pact right pointing arrow Blood Pact +1. My luck's pretty good. He examined the properties of the improved Blood Pact. Blood Pact +1 dark gold. Requirements, level 1. Properties, attack 33 to 36, dexterity +11, critical +12, lifesteal 3%. Attack speed, 2.3. Weight, 3 pounds. Restrictions, thief, can be equipped by all factions. The upgrade was a success, resulting in Blood Pack's attack increasing by 10 and its level requirement being raised by 1. As such, its attack was now better than some level 5 gold daggers. Nie Yan was far from being satisfied with just a single upgrade. He placed Blood Pack back into Pandora's box along with another fortune gem and tried to upgrade it again. If the game time was on an even cycle, then his success rate would be increased to around 80%. System, upgrade successful. Blood Pack plus 1 right pointing arrow Blood Pack plus 2. Nie Yan examined Blood Pack's new properties. Blood Pack plus 2 dark gold. Requirements, level 2. Properties, attack 43 to 46, dexterity plus 11, critical plus 12, lifesteal 3%. Attack speed, 2.3. Weight, 3 pounds. Restrictions, thief, can be equipped by all factions. Even with this, Nie Yan still wasn't completely satisfied. He retrieved another fortune gem, placed it inside Pandora's box, and continued upgrading. After clicking confirm, the gem began radiating brighter and brighter until, poof. The gem burst into ashes. He felt his heart sink. The probability of failing was only 20%, yet he had just failed on only his second attempt. It seemed even Pandora's box couldn't help him with his innately poor luck. System, upgrade failed. Blood Pack plus 2 right pointing arrow Blood Pack plus 1. However, he wouldn't allow this setback to discourage him. The price of a fortune gem alone might be enough to frighten most players, but Nie Yan wasn't most players. Such a trivial sum wouldn't be able to affect him. Failing this time meant losing 10 silver, a loss he was entirely willing to bear. System, upgrade successful. Blood Pack plus 1 right pointing arrow Blood Pack plus 2. System, upgrade successful. Blood Pack plus 2 right pointing arrow Blood Pack plus 3. System, upgrade successful. Blood Pack plus 3 right pointing arrow Blood Pack plus 4. System, upgrade failed. Blood Pack plus 4 right pointing arrow Blood Pack plus 3. Even with an 80% success rate, he still ended up failing 2 times before finally reaching his initial target. Lady Luck just didn't seem to be on his side. In total, it took him 9 gems to advance Blood Pack to the 5th stage. As he took it out of the box to examine, he noticed a slight change in its appearance. It seemed to shine more brilliantly than before. Blood Pack plus 5 dark gold. Requirements, level 5. Properties, attack 73 to 76, dexterity plus 11, critical plus 12, lifesteal 3%. Attack speed, 2.3. Weight, 3 pounds. Restrictions, thief, can be equipped by all factions. Blood Pack at its 5th stage already possessed an attack that was far beyond the vast majority of weapons in the game, even surpassing level 10 dark gold weapons by a good margin. He still had 8 fortune gems remaining in his inventory, so getting Blood Pack to the 6th stage probably wouldn't be too much of a problem. According to how the upgrade system worked, getting the dagger to the 7th stage would be worthwhile. It was only when upgrading to the 8th or 9th stage that the stakes began to rise, as a single failure from stage 6 and onwards would drop the weapon back to the 5th stage. As for getting a piece of equipment to stage 10 or higher, only those who possessed incredibly good luck or were filthy rich would dare to make the attempt. Nie Yan placed Blood Pack back into Pandora's box along with another fortune gem. His chances of upgrading the dagger to the 6th stage was 70%. This could already be considered fairly high, since, without the aid of the box, it was usually 50%. In the game's current state, a stage 7 piece of equipment was as rare as a Keelin horn or phoenix feather. As Blood Pack emitted a bright red aura from inside Pandora's box, Nie Yan found it difficult to calm his nerves. After all, this might be the creation of the game's first stage 6 or 7 weapon. He couldn't help but be nervous. With a 70% success rate, I might as well give it a shot. Nie Yan clenched his teeth and hit confirm. The gem began shining brilliantly. Then, with a final flash of light, its essence was transferred to the dagger. Nie Yan felt as if an explosion had gone off in his mind as he watched this occur before his very eyes. The upgrade was a success. After the golden radiance slowly dispersed, only the dagger remained in Pandora's box. A bedeviling crimson aura spread out as if to bask the world in its glorious presence. A stage 6 dagger. Awesome. The next step was to get the dagger to stage 7, a task which made even Nie Yan quiver under the pressure. A 70% chance of success was indeed quite high, but that still meant there was a 30% chance of failure. It was precisely this fact that made him extremely tense. After careful deliberation, he decided to give it a shot and placed another fortune gem inside Pandora's box. He clenched his teeth and hit upgrade. It has to succeed. Although it wouldn't be too much of a loss to him if he failed, he was still losing money. System, do you wish to upgrade Blood Pack plus 6? Yes. He steeled himself and hit confirm on the system prompt. The visual effects started playing, ending once more with a flash of golden light. It was a success. A wave of relief and happiness washed over Nie Yan. Apparently all of his bad luck had been used up in the previous 2 failures, as the dagger was successfully upgraded to the 7th stage without a hitch. My luck's pretty good. He examined the properties of the improved Blood Pact. Blood Pact plus 7 dark gold. Requirements, level 7. Properties, attack 93 to 96, dexterity plus 11, critical plus 12, lifesteal 3%. Attack speed, 2.3. Weight, 3 pounds. Restrictions, thief, can be equipped by all factions. He had been relatively lucky this time around. With this, Blood Pack now possessed almost 100 attack, nearly rivaling even some level 15 weapons. A fortune gem was quite a costly thing. There were very few, if any, players who would be as crazy as Nie Yan and attempt to upgrade a piece of equipment to the 7th stage. Even the leaders of the largest guilds wouldn't dare to test their luck. At the very least, they would be extremely prudent by taking their equipment to a jewel crafter for the upgrade. In the entire game, there was probably no one else who had such a high success rate in upgrading equipment like Nie Yan. Any other player would likely need to spend, at the very least, twice as many fortune gems to upgrade a piece of equipment to the 7th stage. Blood Pact was now as brilliant as a ruby and surrounded by a pulsing, blood-red aura that seemed to emit a murderous intent. Even if he hid the visual effects on the dagger, anyone could see with just a glance that it was out of the ordinary. Attempting to upgrade the dagger to the 8th stage would be slightly risky. This was because if he failed, it would fall back to stage 5. Aside from Blood Pact, Nie Yan also used 2 fortune gems to upgrade his other dagger, Assassin's Decree, to stage 2, raising its attack by 20. Assassin's Decree Gold secondary weapon. Requirements, level 7. Properties, attack 46 to 49, strength plus 16, accuracy plus 12. Attack speed, 2.5. Weight, 3 pounds. Restrictions, can be equipped by all factions. Assassin's Decree was merely a gold-grade weapon, so its stats weren't that great in comparison. He was only using it for now until he found a suitable replacement, which would be pretty soon, so it wasn't worthwhile to upgrade it any further. Nie Yan checked his status page. While wielding these two top-tier daggers, his attack leapt to 176. Most of the thieves who were currently level 7 had an attack of around 100, so this was already terrific. In fact, it was practically blasphemous for a player to have such stats. At this point in the game, the quality of his gear would most likely make any honest, hardworking player froth at the mouth from rage. Having finished buying properties and upgrading his gear, Nie Yan returned to the auction house and listed another batch of raw materials and black phenol for sale. Then, he opened the auction house's catalog and searched for equipable gear that boosted intelligence. However, it seemed there were fairly few pieces of equipment that matched such criteria in the market, though this was unsurprising. After all, what would a thief do with intelligence? The players who obtained such equipment would probably throw it in a recycler to be broken down into raw materials. After searching for what seemed like half a day, he felt exasperated. He still wasn't able to find a single piece of equipment. If I can't find any here, don't tell me I have to go farming for them myself. Just how many years will that take? Thunderbolt Blaze was an intermediate scroll that required 30 intelligence to cast. An intermediate scroll was still rather rare among the current player base, but after everyone raised their levels, just about any average Joe would have one or two of these scrolls for emergency use. So, if he sat on the scroll for too long, its usefulness would diminish. Unfortunately, even the rarest of items today would become common commodities over time. He wanted to make use of the Thunderbolt Blaze scroll, but he didn't have sufficient intelligence nor could he find the equipment to alleviate this issue. Just what was he going to do? While racking his brains over this problem, Sleepy Fox suddenly popped into his mind. Nie Yan didn't know if Sleepy Fox had any equipment that increased intelligence, but it was possible that he had some lying around. After all, for a guild as large as Holy Empire, picking up one or two pieces of thief equipment that increased intelligence was quite common. Even those pieces of equipment that no one would use wouldn't be so easily discarded. Any sensible guild would use these items to pad the treasury. Just in case it actually did have some use, it could be easily retrieved when needed. You there? Nie Yan sent Sleepy Fox a message. Yeah, I'm there. We've already found the skill books for the 5 passive skills you wanted. As for the 2 active skills, we're out of luck for the time being, but we should be able to get them in the afternoon, Sleepy Fox said apologetically. Thanks to the large quantity of black phenol and materials Nie Yan provided them, Holy Empire was able to get an advantage over the other guilds in running Social Valley. Although their team had yet to meet the boss, as they were still stuck on fighting the common mobs, the profits were nevertheless astonishing. They were able to obtain quite a few decent pieces of equipment. The experience wasn't bad either. A single werewolf provided 800 experience, so their leveling was much faster than killing mobs outside. Considering all the benefits Nie Yan provided him, he felt ashamed that they were still unable to fulfill a simple request. At this time, the skill books Nie Yan was looking for, Backstab and Eviscerate, were fairly rare drops. Even a large guild such as Holy Empire would only be able to obtain a few in a single day. The demand for these skills was simply too high. As for those 5 passive skills, although relatively uncommon as well, they weren't expensive or highly sought after by most players. Therefore, they were quite easy to find. Truthfully, Sleepy Fox was rather puzzled as to why a thief like Nie Yan would want to learn so many strength-increasing skills. What was the point of filling up so many skill slots right now? Those skills would eventually be forgotten anyway. Wasn't he just wasting money at this point? Though, after thinking about it, Sleepy Fox recalled that Nie Yan was perhaps the richest solo player he had met so far, so why would he care about losing some pocket change? No worries, there's no rush. Just hold on to those skill books for now. I actually contacted you for something else. Do you have any skill books or equipment lying around that I can wear, ones that increase intelligence? Nie Yan replied. Intelligence. For a thief? Sleepy Fox asked in a flabbergasted manner. Yep, thief equipment or skills that increase intelligence. I'd prefer if it was equipment, Nie Yan said. If he had to learn a skill for the sake of increasing intelligence, when he had no more skill slots, he would have no choice but to erase it to make space. At least with equipment, he'd still be able to recoup some of his losses. We should have some lying around. I'll tell one of my subordinates to search through and check, Sleepy Fox replied, as he became ever more baffled. While it was somewhat understandable for thief to want items that raised their strength, just why in the world would one ever need intelligence? Was it possible that Nie Yan had picked up a piece of equipment that had an intelligence requirement? Nie Yan patiently waited for Sleepy Fox's reply. So, after checking, we've got a pair of boots with +7 intelligence, leather armor with +8 intelligence, a pair of gloves with +7 intelligence, and 2 skill books, Farsight and Comprehension, which raise intelligence by 9 and 6 respectively. That's all we found, Sleepy Fox said. It's enough. Let me borrow the boots, leather armor, and gloves for a while. As for the Comprehension skill book, name a price. No need. It's not anything valuable, so feel free to take them all, Sleepy Fox replied. Thief equipment that increased intelligence wasn't worth very much. Even if they placed these pieces of equipment in the auction house for a low price, it didn't mean someone would necessarily buy them. Usually, they would simply sit in the treasury until enough of them piled up to be thrown into the recycler all at once. Thanks. I'll return them later. Just send them through the mail, Nie Yan said. If all these pieces of equipment were sold in the marketplace, the profit earned still wouldn't amount to a single silver. The player would be lucky to receive 50 copper. Sleepy Fox would never be willing to collect payment on such items, and Nie Yan didn't care to force him either. All right, Sleepy Fox said. He believed Nie Yan definitely had a good reason for borrowing all these pieces of equipment that increased intelligence. However, since Nie Yan didn't tell him, he wouldn't ask too many questions. After a while, Nie Yan headed to his personal storage and retrieved the items that he had asked for. Altogether there were 4 items that increased intelligence, 3 of which were pieces of equipment while the 4th was a skill book. On top of his base stats, these 4 items raised his intelligence past 30 points, enabling him to meet the requirements to cast the Thunderbolt Blaze scroll. Nie Yan headed to the transfer point and proceeded to Tasoi village. Retracing the steps of his last visit, he traversed Plague Forest, the Gaia Monitor's nest, and eventually arrived back at the overhanging cliff. The cold wind, that originated from the desolate tundra of the north, whistled through the ravine. Although it would inevitably warm up during its journey here, currently the chilling nip still persisted. As Nie Yan stood at the edge of the cliff, he stared at the dense forest canopy below. The ravine was the central region of the Plague Canyon and also where Windlitter herb, a primary ingredient required to manufacture intermediate anti-paralysis potions, grew in abundance. At the peak of its demand during Nie Yan's past life, this alchemy ingredient had sold for up to 17 silver per plant. Moreover, since the mob density in the zone was relatively high and mostly consisted of quilled kobolds, a mob that was very slow and possessed no long-range attacks, it became a favorite training ground among mages who had reached level 20. The only inconvenience was that it was quite tedious to get to this zone. In order to do so, players would need to detour around a large mountain range. Usually, most players would set out on this journey by horseback. However, since Nie Yan didn't have a mount, who knows just how much time he would waste if he were to actually walk the entire distance. Thus, the best option available was to take a shortcut by jumping off this cliff. Naturally, this was only possible thanks to the Featherfall Jewel's ability, otherwise, the fall would undoubtedly mean certain death. Nie Yan finally jumped off the cliff. The wind whistled past his ears as he rapidly descended into the ravine below. Falling from several hundred meters high was still considerably exhilarating. After dropping over 200 meters, his descending velocity was still constantly increasing. Soon, the air resistance made it difficult for him to keep his eyes open. As the ground drew closer and closer, he hastily activated the Featherfall Jewel's ability. Almost immediately, his falling speed slowed down to a crawl. Nie Yan adjusted his position accordingly and searched for a suitable location to land at. Eventually, after finding an opening in the canopy, he safely came into contact with the ground. Nie Yan didn't immediately take action but scanned the surrounding with his eyes instead. The area he landed in was a small meadow, roughly 50 meters in size, that thankfully happened to be beside the rock face. This spot should be fine, Nie Yan thought. The topography in this meadow was quite suitable for his plan. He also quickly discovered many windleader herbs in the area. This was clearly an area that wasn't frequented by other players, as the plant was freely growing everywhere in his surroundings. Unfortunately, his gathering skill hadn't yet reached the required level to harvest them. Eventually, a quilled kobold wandered into the meadow. This monster was a bipedal, dumpy porcupine that only reached half a person's height. They wielded small wooden clubs studded with wolf teeth. Their backs were covered in sharp, ash-gray quills, which provided them with an extremely strong physical defense, and even enabled them to reflect some damage. However, not only were they especially slow, they were also vulnerable to magic, which made them easy targets for mages. This one, for example, upon discovering Nie Yan's presence, emitted an odd, high-pitched squeak before charging straight at him. Nie Yan instantly used Transcendent Insight to examine the quilled kobold. Quilled kobold, level 23. Health, 1,300. A level 23 quilled kobold's health and defense were both frighteningly high. Nie Yan retrieved his crossbow and shot 3 bolts at the approaching quilled kobold. -10, -11, -10, 3 damage values rose above its head. However, as a level 23 monster, its health regeneration was astonishingly high. Thus, the damage Nie Yan had dealt was quickly negated as its health had already recovered back to full. Nie Yan activated Swift Retreat. With his movement speed increased by 30%, he was able to easily put a large distance between himself and the quilled kobold. After assessing its speed, he became well aware of the situation. As long as he didn't allow the kobold to get too close, he would be in no danger whatsoever. Nie Yan proceeded to run deeper into the forest and began to draw the aggro of other monsters. Whenever he came across a quilled kobold wandering around, he would fire a few bolts at it as he passed by. After being attacked, they would immediately pursue him while flailing their clubs. In this fashion, he continued to aggro more monsters while maintaining an optimal distance that wasn't too close nor too far away from the monsters. As he led the angry monsters on a chase around the forest, the mob began to resemble a train with Nie Yan as the conductor. Starting with only one quilled kobold, more and more joined the chase, until the size of the mob had exceeded 20. Eventually, he led the entire mob of kobolds back to the meadow he had originally landed at. Having gotten the kobolds where he wanted them, he accelerated his pace and quickly left their line of sight. Afterwards, the kobolds de-aggroed and returned to an idle state. As such, this group of 50 to 60 of these quilled kobolds had flooded this open area. There were around 50 to 60 of them. Luckily for Nie Yan, it was unlikely that this group would disperse and wander out of the area anytime soon. Nie Yan ran off to another region of the forest and continued to aggro monsters with his crossbow. Before 10 minutes had even passed, he had gathered another mob of a similar size behind him. However, unlike the previous group, several of the kobolds in this group were comparatively larger and faster than the rest. Nonetheless, since there were so many ordinary kobolds packed around them, obstructing their movements, they were unable to have any significant impact on the chase. He once again used Transcendent Insight to examine one of these larger kobolds. Quilled Kobold Leader, level 25. Health, 2,100. They were leader-class monsters that possessed significantly higher health. In normal circumstances, he would never dare to tangle with these leader-class kobolds. However, at present, even they were his prey. Soon, he brought over the group of kobolds to the meadow, before breaking off their aggro by moving out of their line of sight. Now, together with the previous group, this already crowded place started to become congested. Nie Yan's corralling of the kobolds to the meadow progressed smoothly. After half an hour, he had managed to lead 4 more large groups of kobolds into the area. This small meadow was now thoroughly crowded with over 300 quilled kobolds, a number that would leave anyone completely speechless. Finally finished. A faint smile could be seen on Nie Yan's face as he stared at the group of kobolds in this meadow. The final step would be to reap the rewards of all his efforts. He nimbly evaded the attacks of the kobolds as he made his way toward the rock face, then he activated the crawler rings ability. An attractive force immediately emerged from both his hands, and using this attractive force, he began to quickly climb up the rock face. After reaching an appropriate height, he found a suitable ledge to stand on. As he firmly stood on the ledge, he looked down upon the meadow and saw the quilled kobolds everywhere. If he waited too much longer, all these monsters would begin to disperse. Nie Yan switched out some of his gear with the 3 pieces of equipment that increased intelligence, then retrieved the Thunderbolt Blaze scroll and activated it. System, do you wish to cast Thunderbolt Blaze? Yes. System, casting Thunderbolt Blaze scroll. As he began to read the words on the scroll aloud, a succession of hard-to-pronounce invocation syllables left his mouth. Casting this scroll required a set of syllables and gestures. In other words, it would require 10 seconds to cast. The scroll in his hands gave him the feeling as if it was a giant sphere of fire, raging and ready to combust. It was time, the Thunderbolt Blaze scroll was activating. The fire elements in the atmosphere frantically converged, making the surrounding atmosphere increasingly hot as waves of scorching air rose up into the sky. It seemed as if some type of otherworldly destructive power was being awakened, ready to rain destruction upon wherever it was summoned. Clouds of flames, that resembled the beautiful shade of red from a sunset, began to pulsate in the sky. Yet such a dazzling existence represented utter destruction. Thunderbolt Blaze was an area of effect magic that called down a storm of flames upon the enemy and could only be learned by an elementalist. It was also a rank 1 magic from the Elemental Palace, which meant that its destructive power this early in the game was astonishingly powerful. It could even deal decent damage to monsters over level 30, so there was no need to talk about these quilled kobolds that were only slightly over level 20. The crowd of kobolds apparently sensed the danger and began to grow restless. Before long they began to disperse in every direction. In life and death battles in his past life, he had learned that 10 seconds was a very long time. Many things could occur in 10 seconds. In fact, magic could still be easily interrupted by an enemy when it was mid-cast. It was also enough time for a thief to erupt with a fervor of skills, dishing out their entire combo which could kill a mage on the spot. However, in this current situation, 10 seconds was actually quite short. By the time the quilled kobolds reacted to the danger, it was already too late. From the start, 10 seconds was never enough time for them to safely flee from the meadow. Nie Yan aimed in an area where the kobolds were the most concentrated. Thunderbolt blaze. The blazing cloud began to congeal in the sky, before it rained down flames on the entire area. A frightening torrent of fire. Boom, boom, boom. Spheres of flames bombarded the quilled kobolds, causing sparks of fire to fly everywhere as the kobolds let out mournful cries. It resembled a scene straight out of the apocalypse. Wave after wave of fire rained down, pushing all of the quilled kobolds in a 20-meter radius down to the ground with so much force that they weren't even able to lift their heads up. In the midst of this fiery hell, a vast cloud of damage values, -200, -200, -200, rose into the air every second and blotted out everything else. Just how spectacular of a sight was this? Even the tanky leader-class kobolds were unable to endure such terrifying damage. Nearly 10 full waves of flames rained down upon the area in the spell's 15-second duration, leaving all off the quilled kobolds fully roasted. In the most concentrated area of the spell, the quilled kobolds resembled harvested wheat as they toppled over by the dozens. System, you have successfully slain a quilted kobold. Plus 1,800% experience for killing a monster above your level. You have received 5,290 experience points. System, you have successfully slain a quilted kobold. Plus 1,800% experience for killing a monster above your level. You have received 5,290 experience points. While all this was happening, Nie Yan looked at his experience bar. It was filling up at a frightening rate. 56%, 67%, 83%. Ding, dong, the crisp sound of the system prompt echoed out. He had leveled up to level 8. However, it didn't end here. His experience bar was still continuing to fill up at the same alarming rate. 12%, 56%, 73%. System, you have successfully slain a quilted kobold leader. Plus 2,800% experience for killing a monster above your level. You have received 25,290 experience points. System, you have successfully slain a quilted kobold leader. Plus 2,800% experience for killing a monster above your level. You have received 25,290 experience points. Nie Yan noticed his experience had yet again reached 100%. A brilliant radiance enveloped him while the melodious jingle played again. Another level up. Now he was level 9, yet the experience bar still didn't stop. Only when it reached 56% did it finally come to a complete stop. What a frightening amount of experience. Nie Yan had only been level 7 while these quilled kobolds were all level 20 or higher. Hence, the experience multiplier was quite astonishing. As such, on top of their base experience, he had received experience equal to at least 18 times the base experience, so the amount of experience he had received for each kobold was excessive beyond reason. The incredible amount of experience caused Nie Yan to go from level 7 directly to level 9. Not only that, but he was also more than halfway to level 10. If Sleepy Fox were there to witness Nie Yan's astonishing leveling speed, he would probably faint from shock. Nie Yan suppressed his excitement as he examined the destruction left behind by Thunderbolt Blaze. After a short while, the remnants of the spell had already slowly begun to scatter. The most havoc was done to the central region, which was now a complete mess. There were kobold corpses scattered all over the place while the earth was charred black. Quite a few of the corpses even sparkled with light, which was a clear sign that items had been dropped by these kobolds upon their deaths. Thunderbolt Blaze only affected everything in a 20-meter radius, so there were still quite a few kobolds who had survived because they were outside of the spell's range. However, they all had long scattered and fled due to the terrifying might of the spell. Thus, he would be able to safely retrieve the items that had dropped from the corpses. Nie Yan leapt off the ledge, descending the rock face, and proceeded to collect his spoils of war. From the leader-class kobolds, he obtained 5 pieces of silver-grade equipment, each one for a different profession: warrior, thief, mage, paladin, and priest, but they were only for level 20s. By the time he reached that level, how could mere silver-grade equipment possibly catch his eye? He threw the equipment into his bag, before beginning to collect the money that dropped from the kobolds. Confirming that he hadn't missed anything, he began tallying his profits, 12 silver, which was a considerable sum. Nonetheless, the main purpose of this trip had been to quickly increase his level. With that accomplished, he put his normal equipment back on and threw the intelligence-increasing equipment into his bag, then retrieved a return scroll. 20 seconds later, a brilliant radiance enveloped him as he was transferred back to the city. Before doing anything else, he checked the leaderboard rankings. Currently, the rank 1 player was also no higher than level 9, the same as him. The vast majority of players had yet to surpass level 5. Seeing this, Nie Yan no longer felt the need to rush and raise his level. At least at the moment, his main priority was retrieving the second chapter from the Book of Order. Suddenly, he received a call. Boss, I. What? Speak up. The materials you gave me, I ended up using them all for concocting, only, Bird stammered nervously. Oh, so what were the results? You can probably make back 3 silvers. I'm really sorry. It's just that my success rate is really low, Bird responded in a rather embarrassed tone. He understood full well that the alchemy ingredients Nie Yan had provided were worth at least 10 silver. After diligently practicing, he had managed to burn through this supply in less than a day. Yet despite his earnest efforts, he couldn't even recoup a third of the costs. No matter how rich his boss might be, Bird feared that such incompetence wouldn't be tolerated by anyone. Head to the Alchemist Guild. I'll meet you by the entrance. Nie Yan sucked in a cold breath of air after hearing Bird's results. Even incompetence should have its limits. Wasn't this guy's success rate a bit too low? If he had given the same amount of materials to any other alchemist, although it would be unlikely to earn a large profit, at least he wouldn't be making a loss. Just why were most of these material going to waste when they entered Bird's hands? Alright, uneasiness had long crept upon Bird, as he even bordered on complete despair. It seemed this time around Nie Yan was probably going to fire him. Bird impatiently paced back and forth in front of the Alchemist Guild's entrance. Nie Yan had only just asked him to meet up, but he was already jumping to conclusions. He was definitely going to be given the boot. Various alchemists entered and exited the alchemist guild. Although their attires were varied, the vast majority had silver moon badges on their chests, a symbol of an apprentice alchemist. Occasionally, one or two junior alchemists wearing a gold moon badge could be seen as well. When one of these players passed by, an expression of envy could be seen on Bird's face. At this point in time, the gold badge on their chest represented a noble status. Within a guild, these alchemists were highly valued because the pills, potions, tonics, and other concoctions they could prepare were extremely vital for the guild's growth. Generally, a large quantity of alchemy materials would be provided to an apprentice alchemist upon joining a guild, but in exchange, they received none of the profits from their concoctions. In essence, they would serve as nothing more than free labor. On the other hand, when they were able to increase their proficiency in alchemy and ascend to the rank of a junior alchemist, their status would soar by leaps and bounds. Once such a talent worthy of being nurtured was discovered, the talent would receive generous benefits, and from receiving no profit whatsoever, their income would suddenly become comparable to a white-collar worker. It wasn't long ago that Bird also dreamed of such a leisurely position as a valued guild alchemist. Though at present, he had already given up on such an extravagant hope. Dark Hero, the guild Bird formerly belonged to, was a well-known name. Prior to Conviction's release, they had long secured a strong presence in several other games. Although they weren't big players in Conviction yet, they were nonetheless much more united than the average guild. The only reason they had made an exception and allowed Bird to enter their prestigious ranks was because he obtained a hidden skill. Though, after only several days, he was expelled because of his abysmal success rate. They quickly realized that if they wished to nurture such an incompetent alchemist, who was devoid of any skill, it would take an unimaginable toll on their resources. Even though they were by no means poor, money didn't simply rain from the sky into their pockets. Why was he unable to accomplish anything, while there were many others who had already struck it rich in the game? Since he only had enough money left to get by for a couple more months in real life, Bird felt an indescribable sense of urgency. Just as his circumstances were taking a turn for the better, after finding another backer who was willing to help him grow, he ended up messing up yet again. Reasonably speaking, every apprentice alchemist should have roughly the same success rates while concocting, yet why was his so low? As Bird nervously paced back and forth near the entrance, he happened to raise his head and noticed Nie Yan walking toward the building. Boss. Bird awkwardly exclaimed, not knowing what else to say. Save it for later, let's head inside first. Do you have your own workshop yet? Nie Yan asked. The Alchemist Guild had many private workshops that players could rent for 30 copper a day, enabling them to work freely without being distracted by any outside disturbance. As for those who couldn't afford to rent a private workshop, they would have no choice but to endeavor in the bustling halls of the Alchemist Guild, where the noise and clamor was likely to negatively influence their concocting. No, I don't. Renting one is too expensive, Bird responded. He was unwilling to part with so much money just for the sake of a quiet workplace. Nie Yan headed over to the receptionist. The pine wood desk she worked behind was patterned with a rippling wood grain, giving it a sense of antiqueness and succinctness. The beautiful NPC who was wearing a blue flower dress went by the name Salania. Her eyebrows resembled crescents while her eyes were as blue as sapphire. She had a straight nose, and 2 locks of hair hung down from her shoulders with a ruby at each end. In every sense possible, she perfectly captured the essence of Viridian grace, and the game's technology was able to present this fluidly, interpreting the word, perfection, with flawless accuracy. Hello, how can I help you today? Salania asked. Her voice was akin to a nightingale, exceedingly pleasant to listen to. Such a beauty would inevitably cause any man's heart to start racing. Though for Nie Yan, he had long become accustomed to these NPCs. Not affected in the slightest, he said, I'd like to rent a private workshop. What grade of workshop would you like to rent? There are common, fine, and luxurious workshops available to rent at 30 copper a day, 5 silver a day, and 60 silver a day respectively, Salania responded. A common workshop please, Nie Yan said. At this point in the game, a common grade workshop was already enough for any alchemist. Isn't this too much of a waste? Bird cried out in alarm. This was another 30 copper going down the drain every day. Nie Yan had already spent so much money on him yet he failed to produce any results, a fact which made him feel deeply ashamed. It's only 30 coppers. Nie Yan selected a workshop and paid the deposit, before turning to Bird and saying, alright, let's go. Bird followed Nie Yan from behind as they entered the private workshop. Nie Yan scanned the area with his eyes. The workshop wasn't large, only a 5 by 5 meter space. However, since early stage materials were still relatively sparse, it was more than large enough for preparing concoctions. 2 glass cabinets filled with various potions flanked the left side of the room. The delicate crystal bottles contained red, blue, green, and every color of liquid under the sun. Each bottle had a white label plastered on the side that stated its respective name and price. They were all provided by the Alchemist Guild, but they weren't free of charge. Upon exiting the workshop, they would have to be paid for along with the rental fee. In the center of the room was a large rectangular work table with various alchemy wares arranged on top of it. When you're concocting, do you have a hard time focusing? Nie Yan shot a glance at Bird and asked. Bird recalled the previous times when he had been concocting. He realized there really was a dark cloud shrouding his mind, causing him to grow increasingly restless. His eagerness to accomplish at least something in alchemy had negatively influenced his state of mind, which negatively affected his concocting to such an extent that his average success rate was only a mere 3/10 of an average alchemist's. Yes, I think so. It's best to have a tranquil state of mind before you begin concocting. Shut everything else out and devote your heart to alchemy. Only then will your success rate reach 60%, the standard for the average alchemist. At the same time, the quality of your tools and wares also influence the success rate of your concoctions, where the highest quality ones will even increase it up to 90%. Starting from now, erase any distracting thoughts from your mind and focus solely on concocting. Go ahead and give it a try, Nie Yan instructed. Although there were no high-level alchemists yet who could impart their experiences upon Bird, Nie Yan had the benefit of coming from the future. His advice was the accumulated experiences of the alchemists from his timeline, and he wouldn't be shy in using this knowledge. Nie Yan placed several portions of alchemy materials on the table. Yes, Bird nodded his head, picked up a portion, and began processing the materials while taking Nie Yan's advice to heart. Perhaps it was because Nie Yan was standing right beside him, but Bird felt a little nervous as his handling of the materials became clumsy. This is the Alchemy King from my past life. Nie Yan wrinkled his brows. This doesn't make sense. There's no doubt the Alchemy King was named Bird leaves no eggs. On second thought, I guess this should be normal. No one becomes the Alchemy King overnight. He probably put in a lot of effort to reach that level. Doing any activity requires an absolutely calm mind. Don't let outside matters distract you. If you're going to be this clumsy every time you concoct in front of me, then you might as well beat it. Stop making a fool of yourself, Nie Yan harshly chided, not holding back in the least. He had given Bird a chance, it was now up to him to firmly grasp it. If Bird still didn't show signs of improvement, there was nothing left for him to do but boot him out of the door. No matter how much money he had in excess, he wasn't willing to waste it on a useless alchemist. Bird felt like his heart was being stabbed upon hearing these words. Did Nie Yan have any reason to keep providing him materials to practice alchemy? Definitely not. If he really did continue on this path of incompetence, just like the Dark Hero Guild, Nie Yan would kick him to the curb without the slightest hesitation. Even if Nie Yan didn't shoo him away, he wouldn't have the face to stay. In fact, these sort of opportunities were exceedingly rare and he wasn't about to let it go to waste. Taking in a deep breath, Bird slowly calmed his mind and focused all of his attention on the potion bottle in his hands. As the medicinal liquid inside the bottle gently swayed back and forth, a rich color began to emerge. Seeing this, he tensed up while proceeding to the next step, which caused the color to immediately fade. System, concocting has failed. I still failed. Bird didn't raise his head to gauge Nie Yan's reaction. Instead, he absent-mindedly stared at the work table that had 10 more portions of alchemy materials set on top of it. There were only 10 more chances left. If he didn't manage to improve his success rate while concocting, then after using up these 10 portions of materials, he would probably beat it even if he wasn't being forced to leave. If I fail this time around, then I'm probably just not meant to be an alchemist. Maybe I should delete this character and start over and pick a combat profession. Upon reaching this line of thought, Bird picked up the next portion of alchemy materials. He had nothing to lose, and only everything to gain. Hold the neck of the bottle and rotate at a uniform speed. You don't need to exert too much strength. Nie Yan had never practiced alchemy, so he could only rely on the obtained information from his previous timeline. Bird understood that this was his last chance and finally managed to solely focus on concocting. He was completely absorbed in swaying the bottle in his hand back and forth. System, you have successfully concocted a basic anti-paralysis potion. I actually succeeded. Bird trembled in excitement as he breathed a sigh of relief. The immense pressure he had felt was somewhat alleviated by this timely success, and he confidently proceeded with the next portion. He seemed to tune out every extraneous thought from his mind, including Nie Yan's presence. Staring fixedly at the potion bottle in front of him, he gradually completed each successive step. The focused expression on Bird's face even surprised Nie Yan, whereupon he was finally convinced that this individual was indeed the famous alchemy king from his previous timeline. Bird produced several more potions, his success rate improving to about 50%. Although it was still slightly lower than the average alchemist, it was still a large step forward for him. It seemed he had finally found his path in alchemy. After finally getting a foothold on his path of alchemy, becoming the alchemy king was only a question of time. Nie Yan quietly left the workshop as he allowed Bird to focus on his concocting. Naturally, the latter was too immersed to notice his departure.